Welcome to the project where you'll build and deploy a Realtor clone application using the newest version of React, Firebase, and Tailwind CSS. You'll learn how to develop a professional website and deploy it to the internet so that you can share it with your friends and potential clients, or put it on your portfolio. In this brand new project, we are going to create an stunning new listing section, custom categories, responsive design, listing cards, rent and sale pages, and most importantly, listing pages where you can see the map and image slider. Realtor Clone is the best modern fully functional real estate application that you can currently find. By building this single web app, you'll get the knowledge needed to build any website that uses CRUD operations, including create, read, update, and delete in React using Firebase Firestore database. You're going to learn Firebase Auth for complete authentication and learn how to sign up or sign in the users using username and password and Google OAuth. Also, we're going to add forgot password functionality using Firebase Auth to let the users get the email with the link to change their password. You'll be able to develop this website using the most in-demand technologies such as React.js, Firebase, Tailwind CSS, and with just a couple of other dependencies like Leaflet and Swiper.js. We are going to add a map using Leaflet package and use Google Geolocation API to convert addresses to latitude and longitude values. We are going to learn how to use Swiper.js latest version to add a super amazing image slider. And you will learn how to use react-toastify package to create nice and customized notifications. And like all modern websites, you're going to create a beautiful spinner component and use it in all pages requiring loading effects. We're going to learn how to create a reusable component such as a listing card that can be used in different parts of the website. You build everything from scratch by watching this course. We're going to start simple and then we're going to move to more complex topics as we go alongside building this application. You'll learn React functional components and their reusability, React file and folder structure, and you're going to learn important React events like onChange and onSubmit event listeners. We are going to learn how to use useEffect and useState React hooks to control the states and fetch data from the Firebase Firestore. Also, you're going to learn how to create routes, use useparams and use navigate hooks using React Router latest version 6. We are going to work on creating private routes and custom hooks for protecting the important pages like user profile page. You'll achieve mastery using Tailwind CSS version 3 and learn how to style the project using Tailwind CSS, including how to add custom classes. And finally, we are going to deploy the website to Vercel to be able to share it with others or put it on your portfolio. You might be wondering what are the prerequisites for building such an amazing website. You just need to know a little bit of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It would be great. My name is Sahan and I have over 15 years of programming experience. I'll be your instructor and answer any questions you may have in the comment section. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to install React.js and Tailwind CSS. And also, we're going to create the first template of our project. Let me show you the final version of the project. Let's open the Google Chrome and we go to the final version with the address realtor.100jsprojects.com. We're going to use this final version as our reference, and also you can check it as well and be familiar with the website. For example, with the pages we have a page of offer. We have sign-in page, which includes register, forgot password, and etc. And we also have 2 pages, one for rent, places for rent, and also we have places for sale. In this video, I'm gonna create the home page, this page, but we are getting the hello world. So we're going to install React.js, Tailwind CSS, and also we're going to clean up the Create React app template. So let's go to React.js website. So we search for React.js on Google. And in the search results, we go to react.js.org, which is the official website of React. So here you can just check the documentation and etc. Let me show you the version that we're going to install. So if you go to react.js.org/versions, you can see the last version is 18.2. So we're going to work on this version, but I'm going to update the course if the new version comes. And don't worry about it. Always check the updates of the course, and I'm always updating the course. Okay, let's go to Documents by clicking on the Docs tab here. And here on the right side, we just click on Create a new React app. If you scroll down a little bit, here in the Create React App section, you can see that by using npx create react app and choosing the name of our application, we can create a template of React. In order to have the React in your project, you need to have Node with the version of 14 and above, or npm 5.6 and above. In order to check the version of your node, you can open the terminal. I'm going to use command prompt. Let me zoom this. So you just need to type node-v to get the version of the node you have. My node is in 16.16. If you have a version 14 or less, you need to install the node again. So you need to go to Node.js website. You just search Node.js on Google and go to nodejs.org. Here you can see that the latest stable version is 16.16. I don't recommend you install this version because it's not stable yet. So just install this version. And also you need to have npm as well. Or if you're working with yarn, that is fine as well. So you just say npm-v. So the version of my npm is 8.14. And we just need version 5.6 and above. All right. So let's clear the terminal using cls. And here you can go to the folder that you want to install your project. I'm going to install the project in my desktop. So I go to my desktop using cd desktop. And I want to create it inside a folder called course. So I just say cd course. And here inside this folder, I'm going to create the project. So I just write npx create react app. And after the space, I need to specify the name of the project. I'm just going to call it Realtor clone. React. And after this, you can just press enter and the installation process is going to start. This one is going to install some packages like React, React DOM, React Script, and etc. This is going to take a while. So I'm going to stop the video. I'll be back when the installation is completed. All right, the installation process is completed. As you can see from the suggestion, we need to go to the folder that we have created, Realtor clone React in my case. Then we can use npm start to start the server and check our website. So we go inside the folder. We just say cd Realtor. You can use tab to see the suggestion. So let me find, this one. Realtor clone React. Press enter and we go inside the folder. Before just doing the npm start, I want to open my text editor using code space dot. This is going to open the Visual Studio Code. The default folder would be the same folder, Realtor clone React. I'm using Visual Studio Code, but you can use any text editor you prefer. So let's close this Get Started tab. As you can see, we have some folders and some files. We have a public folder that has the public assets that the user can have access to. For example, we have the favicon of the website, which is the React logo. Then we have the index.html. This is the file that the browser sees. And the things we do here, we manipulate a div with the ID of root. We're going to manipulate this using JavaScript, actually. So if we check another folder called src, there is a file called index.js that is going to target that div with a class with the ID of root here. So we get it by get element by ID, and we target that ID, and we're going to change that div with everything inside here, which is going to render a component with the name of app, which is coming from the same folder, which is here, app.js. So the app.js is the component that we change and we see inside the browser. So whatever we do here, we see inside the browser, and also we can add our pages and other components inside this component. This is the root of our project. So the public folder was for the public assets, so the browser can see it and also user can have access to it. Then we have the folder called src, that's the CSS files, the JS files, everything goes here. We're not going to use this app.css or index.css for styling our project. We're going to use Tailwind CSS to style our project. Tailwind CSS allows us to just style our project inside our components. For example, here, instead of just creating a class and update it inside the CSS file, we just directly add the Tailwind CSS classes, and Tailwind CSS is going to create the CSS syntaxes for us. So we don't need to leave our JS files. And also we have a package.json file that shows us the name of the project, the version, the dependencies that we have installed. So the Create React app have installed some packages like React, React DOM, React scripts, Web Vitals, and etc. And the scripts section is showing us, for example, in order to start a server, we can use this script. For building it, we use this one. And we can also see the version of our projects here and some sub dependencies. All right, so let's close these files and let's start the terminal. Let's open the terminal first by using Ctrl backtick, and here we can just say npm start to start the server and see the website inside the browser. So this is going to create a server for us, and this is going to automatically open the browser inside localhost 3000. As you can see, now we have the initial template that is created automatically by Create React App. We have the favicon here, the React favicon. We have the title of our project. And also there is a link that goes to the react.js.org website. So as you can see from the suggestion, we need to edit the app.js inside the src folder and save the code, and automatically you see the reload in this page. So let's do this. Let's bring the website to the right side so we can see the changes in real time. And let's bring the VS Code in the left side here. And we open the app.js so we can manipulate this website. So as you can see, everything that you can see here, for example, there is a paragraph saying edit this and save to reload. For example, if you remove this paragraph, you shouldn't see this part. Okay, so we're going to delete everything here and just keep an empty div, or we can keep it an empty fragment here. And inside this, we can have a h1, and h1 saying hello world. So we can see it on the right side. The next things I want to do is just change this favicon here. The easiest way to make a favicon is by a website. The address is favicon.io. If you search for favicon generator on Google, in the search results, you can go to a website called favicon.io. And on the top, you just click on generator, close the ad, and as you can see, there is a preview of the favicon with the text F. As our website is called Realtor, so if you change it to R, you can see it like that. You can change the color of the text like this. I want to keep it white, and I want to change the background to red. And also, I want to make it circle. Now it's rounded. You can make a circle like this, and then you can download it. This is going to give you a zip file, and inside the zip file, there are a bunch of files, but the only file we need is this file, favicon.ico. So you can copy this file just clicking on copy files to clipboard. And we need to go to the Visual Studio Code and we need to paste it here, but you cannot paste anything inside VS Code. We need to open this folder outside, so we can just right click and reveal in File Explorer that this is going to open the folder for you. So you can see the folder, the public folder. You just can delete this file and paste the new file. And now if we check our website and if we refresh the page, we can see the new favicon. Now we can close this website, favicon.io. We can close the Node.js as well and the React website. All right, so let's go back to the Visual Studio Code and bring the website on the right side again. The things we want to do now is just install the Tailwind CSS. And this is as you can see, the hello world is styled by, this is just a basic CSS of the h1 tag. But Tailwind CSS styling is a bit different. So we're going to install Tailwind CSS now. If you search on Google, Tailwind CSS, and you add React at the end, the first search result is from the tailwindcss.com, the official website, and this is inside the documentation, guides, and create React app. And if we click on this website, we can see the steps we need for setting up the Tailwind CSS in a create React app project. There are 4 steps. The first step is just creating the React app that we have done already, npx create React app my project, and we went inside the folder that we have created. Now inside the terminal, we need to install Tailwind CSS and its peer dependencies, which is post CSS and auto prefixer. So we need to copy this code and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside the terminal, first we stop the server using Ctrl+C and press Y, and we just need to paste the code. And this is going to install Tailwind CSS and its peer dependencies. This is going to take a short time because the Tailwind CSS package is very small. The next step is initialize Tailwind CSS. This initialization actually gives us a couple of files that we need to use later. So we copy this, we go back to Visual Studio Code and we paste the code. You just pay attention here. We have 2 more files. Post css.config.js, which we're going to use later to install the plugins related to Tailwind CSS. Another file is tailwind.config.js that is used for adding the plugins, the theme of the Tailwind CSS, and the content as well. This is going to be changed by the step 3. The step 3 is configure our template path. The path that we have inside our project is the src folder. So this code is going to tell Tailwind CSS to always check these files, all the files with the extension JS, JSX, TS, and TSX, and just check these files and make the CSS related to the classes that is added to these files. So you need to copy this, and we go back to Visual Studio Code and we replace everything here with this code. So we need to go to the next step. The next step is add Tailwind directives to your CSS. As I mentioned before, we have a index.css file that is used for styling the project, but as we are using Tailwind CSS, we don't need to write CSS there. We just need to add these 3 lines of codes, and this is going to apply the basic Tailwind styling. So we need to copy this. We go back to Visual Studio Code, and we go to index.css, and we delete everything, and we replaced it with these 3 lines of code. Now, if we start the server, we should see the changes here. We can start the server using npm start, and we press enter. And this is going to open the browser again with the localhost 3000. We can close the previous tab related to our project. So the server is starting. Okay, now we got the hello world, but with a different style. So let me show you now. Let's close the terminal. Now, if you go to app.js, inside the opening tag, we just add a class name. And for example, if you want to increase the size of this hello world, we just need to write text, for example, 2xl to make it bigger. Or if you want to add a background color, we can just say BG red, for example, 400. So now we have a background color. As you can see, now I was writing here, I got some suggestion, the color suggestion, and this is coming from an extension that I'm going to show you now, that which extension I'm using for Visual Studio Code that can be helpful for you, and you can install them as well. Let's delete this. So we just keep the hello world, and let me show you the extensions I'm using. So let me open the extensions. You can just go to menu, view, and click on extensions, or you can use Ctrl+Shift+X to open extensions. The extensions I'm using, and I highly recommend, is just these extensions. The first one is auto rename tag. The auto rename tag is going to change the closing tag related to your opening tag. So if you change your opening tag, this extension is going to automatically change the closing tag. And in order to find it, you just search here, auto rename tag. So you can see it here. Okay. The next extension is code spell checker. This is always checking my spelling mistakes, and if there is a spelling mistake, is going to warn me. And this is very helpful if you're typing something or you're using some codes. This is going to warn you the possible mistakes. The next extension is dark low contrast themes. And this is the theme I'm using for VS Code. I use the dark low contrast. I feel this is helping me because my eyes is getting less tired by using this theme. You can use it or you can try it and test it, but it's totally up to you. The next extension is ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets. This is very important, especially for React. If you're creating a lot of components in React, instead of typing all the inputs and create the export, with just, for example, using RFC, you can create a React functional component. I'm going to show you how it works inside the project, but I highly recommend you install this extension. The next extension is not necessary for React. I'm using this extension live server for creating servers for my JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript projects, but it's not mandatory for this React because React is creating your server itself. Then we have the prettier. Prettier is used to format your code as soon as you save them. So you don't need to format your code, for example, your for loops, while loops, or map. They are going to be formatted automatically. So this is very necessary for you to save your time. And the last one is Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which is the official extension from the Tailwind CSS website. This is going to suggest you, for example, the colors, for example, the numbers, and many things. So you don't need to remember the classes of Tailwind CSS. You just need to write the few first words, and this is going to suggest you the possible classes that Tailwind CSS has. So I highly recommend you install this extension as well. All right, let's close this extension part and the pages that we don't need. I want to clear the application a little bit. So let's go to the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. So we don't need to use these files, so we can delete them. And inside the src, let's delete the app.css. We don't need app.test.js. And let's delete the logo. I think that is fine. Let's check our website. So we're getting some errors. So we don't have the logo anymore. So we're getting an error inside the src folder app.js. So we go to app.js. So we need to delete these imports. And now we don't have any error. And inside the index.html, let's change the title of our project. Now the title is React App. You can see it here inside there. Let's change this one to, for example, Realtor clone. And we just say React. Okay. And we can get rid of these explanations as well. Okay. Okay. Now the next step, because we are going to deploy the website later to get to Vercel or Netlify, we need to add our project to a GitHub repository. And also we need to have a GitHub account as well. So we need to just open the terminal now using Ctrl backtick. Let me close this part. So we need to stop the server and we just initialize a get. So we just say get init, and this is going to create and initialize a GitHub Git repository. Then we need to add everything to GitHub using git add space dot. Then we need to make a message. Let me clear the terminal using CLS. So we need to create a message using git commit and -m for message. And the message would be, for example, whatever you do in that part. So in our case, we just say install React.js and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. So we press enter. This is going to create a commit. Now we need to create the GitHub repository in github.com before pushing it to GitHub because we don't have the address yet. So we need to open, we just search for GitHub. If you don't have a GitHub account, I highly recommend to create it, because you can just use it to review your code and also see your progress. And also you can deploy to your website easily to places like Vercel. So we need to, on the right side, on the top, we need to, firstly, you need to create an account. It's free. You just sign in with your account, and then you click here on this arrow and click on new repository. Here, you just create the repository by setting up your name. So I just call it Realtor clone, and it should be connected by a dash. Just the Realtor clone React. Then we just add a description. For example, we just say Realtor clone. In this case, people can use your repository and understand your repository as well. So Realtor clone using React.js. Just, you can say React.js and Tailwind CSS. We can keep it public so everybody can have access to it, or you can make it private if you want to just keep it for yourself, or you can you want to practice and you don't want your followers in GitHub to be bothered. Okay, I keep it public, and also you can have access to my GitHub repository as well, and check the code and compare it with yourself. So here on the bottom, you just click on create repository to create the repository. In this page that is created for you, the address is this, Realtor clone React. There is some command lines that is suggested by GitHub to deploy, to upload your website to GitHub. The first step we have done already. We have initialized the get. We added everything. We also commit our message. Next, we need to, I just highly recommend you to go to the last part now. First, you need to copy this code, which is going to add your repository and get the address. So we just copy this and we go back to Visual Studio Code and we paste it here. And this is going to give the address to your repository, and your VS Code knows where to upload the get. Then we need to create a branch by copying this code and coming back to Visual Studio Code and paste it in the terminal. And the last part is pushing it to GitHub. So by this code, we're going to upload everything to GitHub. So let's paste this code, and you can see now the code is going to upload. Okay, no problem with the upload. And now we can just go back to GitHub and refresh this page and see our codes here. As you can see all the files that we have created, and we have, for example, the src folder. You can check your code directly here, for example, the app.js. Then we can also see all the commits. So we have 2 commits. And the last one that we have created, the first one is created automatically by Create React App. The last one is install React.js and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. If you click on that, you can see what we have done and what we have changed in our code. For example, in package.json, we have installed some packages for Tailwind CSS. We have created a file called postcss.config.js. Inside the index.html, we have deleted some comments. Inside the app.js, we have deleted the template that React.js provided to just an h1, a heading one with saying hello world. We have changed the index.css with these three lines of codes from Tailwind CSS. And finally, in tailwind.config.js, we have changed the file to this. That is going to tell the Tailwind CSS to check the src folder. Like this, after each section, I'm going to review our code and show you in GitHub. And I highly recommend you do the same things because this is going to give you a bigger vision of your project and you can actually remember the steps you have done in each part. Okay. That was it for this section for installation of React.js and Tailwind CSS and create the first template. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have installed React.js and Tailwind CSS, and we have created the first template of our project. We got the hello world in our homepage. In this section, we're going to create the pages and routes. If you look at the final version of the project, you can see we have a header, but before creating the header, we need to create the pages. We have a page called home, which is in the /. Then we have offers. As you can see, we have / offers. Then we have sign in page. As you can see here, sign in. Forward, we have forgot password. The register, which is sign up. And if we go inside the account, for example, if I log in with my Google account by clicking on continue with Google and choose one of my accounts, you can see that after the signing up, we're going to be redirected to the home page, but we have profile tab instead of signing tab. And this is the profile, which has the name, email, and the listing that this account is created. Okay, we need to create these pages before starting to create the header. In order to create the pages and routes in React.js, we're going to use a package called React Router. So if we search on Google React Router and we go to the official website of React Router, which is react-router.com, we can just, you can see that the last version of React Router is version 6. It's a bit different from the React Router version 5, and the structure is completely different. If you have created a project before with version 5, I highly recommend you check this section because I'm going to explain the React Router version 6, which is a little bit different from version 5. Now, if you scroll down a little bit here, you can see that for having a route, for example, we want to have a page with the path themes and /new. we need to create a component called new theme and using the JSX and put it inside the attribute element. And the path would be here. And if you want to create a dynamic page with a different parameters, like here, the theme ID, we need to add a clone here. And so we need to wrap everything with inside the routes and put each path inside route. So this is a route with S and this is just route. So let me explain this by doing it step by step. So we just close this. We go back to Visual Studio Code and we can stop the server using Ctrl+C and press Y. Let me clear the terminal using CLS. So we need to install two packages. The first one is React Router. So we just write React Router. The other one is React Router -DOM. So we press enter to install the packages. Inside this SRC, we need to create a folder called pages and we put all the pages there. Let me create the home page first. So inside SRC folder, we create a new folder and we call it pages. And inside this folder, we're going to create a JSX file and we call it home. And the home should be capitalized, uppercase. So we just say home.jsx and we press enter. And here we need to create a React functional component. As I mentioned in the last section, we have an extension called ES7 React Native Snippets that is going to help us to create the React functional component by just writing RFC. So when you write RFC, because of having that extension, ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets, we are getting this suggestion that if you press tab or enter, you're going to have a React functional component, which the name of the component is home, and it has a div just saying home. Now, if we just go to our website, let me start the server first. We just say npm start. If we go to the website now and go to the home page, we don't see home. We just should see the same thing as before, the hello world. The reason is that we didn't apply the React Router package yet. And we need to go to the app.js component and add the routes. So as you can see, this is still hello world. So we need to come back to Visual Studio Code and we go to app.js and we need to add that route. So firstly, we need to import a few things. The first thing we need to import is browser router, which is coming from React Router down. But we don't want to call it browser router. It's a bit long. We just can change the name of it to router. So we just say as router. The other one that is routes. And the last one is route without S. So here inside the empty bracket, we just delete this H1 and we cover everything with router. So we just say router. And inside the router, we need to have our routes. So we just firstly add routes. And inside the route, we have each route. The first route we want to add is the home home page that we have created here. So firstly, we need to import the home page. So we just say import home from, and the address, because it's inside a folder called pages, we just say pages and home. And in order to add that, we just need to add the route, and the route has a path, and the path we want to add, we want that homepage to be in the /, and the element, which is the element inside the /, is going to be that JSX, which is home. And we need to close it like this. And we close the route as well. We can just do the route as a self-closing tag like this. Now, if we come back to the home page, we should see the home, which is coming from this here. Now that we have created the home page, we can just do the same things for the other pages as well. So inside the pages, I create another file, and just for profile, just say profile.jsx. We can use RFC to create a React functional component. Next is sign in page. We just say sign in.jsx, and this is going to just be the same like RFC. We get the React functional component suggestion. So the name is sign in, and inside the div we just say sign in. Let's create this sign up as well. Sign up.jsx. We just do RFC, React functional component. We add a space here. The next one is the forgot password page. So we just say forgot password.jsx, RFC, React functional component. We add a space here. And finally, we have the offers. We just say offers.jsx, RFC, and we just create the React functional component. Okay, now we have the pages, we have the files, we need to add them inside the app.js. So we go to app.js, and we need to import the other ones as well. So just 5 more pages. I'm just gonna copy this 5 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down. So we just say Alt-Shift arrow down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In order to change the both of these home and this home, we can click here and use Ctrl-D to select both, and we just say, for example, profile. Okay. We do the same things, Ctrl-D, we choose both of them, and we just say sign in. Next one is sign up. Then we have forgot password. And the last one is offers. Okay, now we have all the imports. Let's add them here as a route. So we just need to copy this one 5 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then profile goes to /profile, And the component name is profile with the capital P. The sign in page is sign in, but in the path we use sign dash in. But here the name of the file is sign in, like this. So the sign up is very similar. We just say sign dash up, and here is sign up. The next one is forgot password. So forgot password. And this is forgot password. This is a naming convention that I'm following. Most of the people write like this. And the last one is offers. And the file name is offers with the capital O. All right, let's test these files inside the website. So we have the home page still working. Then we go to, for example, sign in. Okay, now we have the sign in. The sign up. We have forgot password. Okay. We have offers. And finally, we have the profile. Okay, everything is working perfectly. And you can just check now. If you go, for example, if you make a typo here and we just say profiles, this is just going to an empty page because the page is not created. Okay. Yeah, that was it for creating the pages and routes. Let's add this one to GitHub as well. And we review what we have done. In this section, we just add everything to GitHub using get add dot. We create a message by saying get commit -m, and the message is create pages and routes. And we can push everything to GitHub. As you can see, this time we don't need to initialize the get or give the address. We just say get add dot, get commit, and finally we just say get push. And this is going to automatically push it to the existing repository. Now, if you go to the GitHub that we have and we refresh the page, we should see 3 commits. So we have 3 commits, and the last one is created 32 seconds ago. So we click here, we go to the last one. The name is create pages and routes. The packages that we have installed is React Router and React Router DOM. Inside the app.js, we added the routes. Firstly, we have imported browser router as a router, routes and route from React Router DOM. We have imported home, profile, sign in, sign off, forgot password, and offers, and we covered everything with router. Then we put the routes inside the routes, and each route has a path. For example, the homepage is in /. Then we have the JSX file inside the element attribute. And we have created the files separately inside a folder called pages. As you can see, all of them, and we used RFC to create the React functional component. Yeah, that was it for this part. In the next section, we're going to create the navbar. The header, which is I close the, if you go to the final version, we're going to create this part at the top. Now we have all the pages and we can create this part. So see you in the next section for the header part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the pages and routes of our project. In this section, we're going to create the header of the project. If you look at the final version, as you can see, we have a header with the logo and 3 buttons. We can go to the home page. We can go to offers and sign in. And also if we are inside our account, we can go to our profile page. If you pay attention, you can see that in all pages, even I go to pages that are not in the menu, for example, in the rent page, we can still see the header at the top. So we should do a method that put this component, the header component, in all pages. We can simply do that by adding the header inside the app.js. And if you go to app.js here, instead of putting the component inside the routes, we just put it outside here at the top. We put it in just at the top of the routes. And in this case, in all the application, we can see the header. First, we need to create the header component. So inside the src folder, we have a folder called pages. Let's create another folder and we call it components. And inside the component, we're going to create the first component, which is the header.jsx. We can simply create a functional component using RFC by getting the auto suggestion. So we have the component now with the div saying header. And let's add this component inside the app.js here. We can simply add the header. We close it, but we're getting an error because we haven't imported yet. We can get an auto import suggestion as well by using control space. As you can see, we got an auto import, which is going to import the header from the page, from the folder components and header. So you can see it here at the top. Okay, now if we go back to our website here, we can see the header at the top. And if you go to other pages, for example, we go to sign in page, we can see the header as well. In all the pages, we can see the header. So that was successful for this part. Now let's create this logo here. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, we go to header.js, and let's delete this header. And we just here create a tag, a header tag, like this. So this is going to help the search engines because they're showing the header here. And then we can have a div. Well, the reason I'm adding the div, I'll show you inside here in the final version. So if I draw here, you can see we have one div, which is the div is covering everything. And then we have another div that is called header tag. Then we have one div. Let me show it by red. So one div we have for the logo. So it's coming until here. And another div that is covering the menu. So we're going to use some flex box and other things to make them look like this. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. So with this div is covering the logo. In order to use the logo, we can use the img tag, and the source, we can get the Realtor logo from its website. If you search on Google Realtor, and this is the real website, the realtor.com, you just simply can right click on the realtor.com and click on copy image address. So this is going to give you the address of the image. So you can paste it inside the src here like this. For alternative text, we just use logo. And now if we check our website, we can see the logo, which is huge. Let's bring this one on the right side so we can see the changes in real time. And let's bring the Visual Studio Code on the left side. I'm using the word wrap to see all the code. You can use Alt-Z to turn on the word wrap like this. And let's close this as well. So here I'm going to add a class name to add our Tailwind CSS classes. In order to make the logo smaller, which can just say set the height to be 5. And the 5 here in Tailwind CSS means if you want to see the meaning, you just use Ctrl space. And you can see that the H5 means height 1.25 rem or 20 pixels. So you could just in the CSS you could just say height 20 pixels, but we just write down H5. That saves our time and energy. After the H, I want when I hover over the logo, I want to see a pointing hand inside the mouse. So just can say cursor to be pointer. So now we can see a pointing hand when we hover over the logo. Next, let's create the menu on the right side. So as I mentioned, there is another div here that is covering the menu. Then the menu, usually we use an unordered list to create it. So we just say UL, and inside UL, you have your list. So the first one is just saying home. Then we can copy this one 2 more times using Alt-Shift arrow down. The second one is offers. And the last one is sign in. Now you can see sign in 2 times because we are in the sign in page. So we can just go to the home page. You can see home here. All right, so let's bring this menu on the right side. So now this is the menu, this is the image. In order to bring them next to each other, we can just in the header, we can change the display to flex. Display to flex brings the items next to each other. So we just say flex here. So bring them next to each other. And I want to keep the logo on the left side and the menu, bring it to the end. So we just can say justify between, which is equal to justify content a space between in CSS to bring them on the edge of the sides. Then we can use item center in Tailwind CSS, which is equal to align item center in CSS. So we are using Tailwind now. So item center is in Tailwind. So it's going to bring this logo exactly in the center of this. Then I want to have some padding on the left and right side. So we bring the logo and the menu a little bit inside and push them inside. We can just add the padding on the left and right by just saying padding x-axis, and we just set it to be 3, which is equal to 12 pixels. Okay. Then in the bigger screens, I want them to have more padding on the left and right, like the one inside the final version. That is simple as well. We can just say max width. We want to max width of the content to be 6XL. And 6XL is 1052 pixels. Now we can see the padding, but it's not in the center. The content is not in the center. We have more space on the right side. We can simply fix that by just saying mx auto. So means that margin x auto, that is margin left auto, margin right auto in CSS. Next thing I want to do is just bring these menu next to each other, like the one in the final version. Let me bring this one on the right side so you can see the changes simultaneously. So in order to bring them next to each other, we just need to change the display to flags in their parents. So the parents of them is this UL here. So we just say class name and we change the display to flex. So now they are next to each other, but they are just connected to each other. We can add a space between them just by using space X. And we just choose, for example, space X10. If you pay attention, you see the CSS equivalent of this Tailwind CSS is this much code. So if you want to do the same things, you have to write all these codes in CSS. So the Tailwind CSS is going to save you a lot of time, and you can simply remember these things. And space X, it just means adding a space here and here. They don't add space this way and the right side. But in CSS, you cannot do it. Just Tailwind CSS provided this syntax. The next things I want to do is to add this edge on the header. If you zoom here a little bit, you can see we have actually border, and also we have some shadow effect here. So if you go back to our website and we just go at the top, I want to add that shadow in the top div, not the header. So I just say class name. And if you can see the final version, the body color is kind of green. So, but the header is white. So we just change the color to white. So we just say background color white. And then we just add a border at the bottom. We just say border bottom means border bottom 1 pixel. So now we have a border here, you can see. Then we can simply add a shadow by just saying shadow SM for the small shadow. So you can see the equivalent code inside CSS. Then I want it to be sticky. If you look at the final version, even we scroll down in the website, we can see the header. So we can just simply achieve that by just adding a position sticky here. So this is sticky means position sticky, means stays at somewhere, and then we can just say where do you want to stay, and just say top 0. I want it to be connected to the top. And also, if you look at here, it's always at the top of the website. In order to be sure to achieve that, we can just simply change the z index of that div. For example, we just set it to be 50. The z index of everything there is 0, and if you put it 1, it goes to the top. If you put -1, it goes under it. But in order to be sure, we just choose a big number so we can be sure that it's always at the top. Now it's time to style the menu. If you look at the final version, you can see the menu, the color of the text is black, but when we click on this home and we go to home page, the color of the text is darker than the other menus, and also we have a background, the border bottom red here. You can see the one that we selected is red. In order to achieve this logic, we need to get this URL or the location of the URL. For example, for this one is offers. So this offers, when appears here, we see a red bottom here, and also we have the darker text. And for example, if I change this one or delete this offer and press enter, as you can see, even without clicking on the menu, we got this same effect. So we need to get the location of the URL. In React.js, there is a simple way to do that. The React Router DOM provides us with something called use location. And with that, we can get the location of the path. So inside the header.js, so at the top, we just import that use location as mentioned. We just say use location, and this is coming from, let me finish it. So this is coming from React Router DOM. Okay. In order to use it, we need to initialize it. We need to put it inside a variable, and the variable, we just call it location, and this is going to be equal to use location. And because it's a function, we need to add a parenthesis here. Now, if we console log location, we can see the information inside the console. So let me open this, and we go to our website, and I open the web developer tools using Ctrl+Shift+C, and here we go to console. You can see that we got an object that is saying us, this is coming from that console log, that is showing the path just the / because we are in the home page. But if I change this one to, for example, sign in, we can see that the console log, the path name is sign in / sign in. So we can simply get this one by using that use location. So we just, instead of location, if we console log location.pathname, so we get exactly what we needed. So if I open again the console here, we can see we just got sign in, and whatever we write here, we get here. Okay. So let's go back to home page and we work on our website here. So we got this path name. Now we can simply style this menu based on the path name. So we go to the first, for example, the li tag. We just add a class name. First, because we want to have it a variable styling, instead of using double quote, we can add a curly braces and just add a backtick. Now we start having the simple styling without needing the path name. First, I just want to add a padding in the y-axis of 3. So we make it a little bit wider here. Then we change the size of the text to be small, which is 14 pixels. You can see here. And let's make it a little bit bold by just saying font semi-bold, which is half bold. You can see. Then let's change the color. As I mentioned before, in a normal time that the path name does not match, I want to use a lighter color. So we just use text gray 400, for example, which is a lighter color. Then we add a border at the bottom for 3 pixels. You can see here. The reason I used bracket is we don't have 3 pixels in Tailwind CSS. We just have, for example, we have border B2, which is 2 pixels, and we have border B4, which is 4 pixels. But the Tailwind allow us to put a custom number. So we can just use 3 pixels in the bracket. But I don't want anything here. I don't want any color. The default color is gray. So I just can change it to border bottom, and we set the color to be transparent, which means no color. Okay, we don't see it anymore. Now we have finished with the common one. Now we want to say if the path name match this home or the /, just make this one darker and also add the border bottom red color. So we can just add a variable inside here. We just add a $sign and a curly braces. And we want to make a function at the top. We create a function. This function is, we just call it path match route. And this is going to get a route that we can give him. And if the route that is coming from here is equal to this location dot path name. Location dot path name. If this one is equal to this one, just return true. Let's delete this console log before forgetting. So we create a function here. Now here, if we add that function and we just say if the route is equal to /, and the / goes here. If the / is equal to the location that path name that we are getting from the use location function from React Router DOM, then this is going to be true. And otherwise, this is going to be false because it's not existed. Okay, if this one is true, we want to add some Tailwind CSS classes. We want to change the text color to black. You can see it became black because the path is that. Then we want to change the border bottom to red and just change the color to red 500 like this. Now the path is /. We see this one. If we change it to something else, for example, sign in, and we don't see it anymore. So let's do the same things for the other li. We can just copy this class name until here, and we paste it in the next one. But here the route is not /, is offers. And let's add it to the last one. And here the path name should be sign in. Okay. Now we are in sign in this one. If you go to /offers, we can see this one. Also, I want to have the cursor to be pointer when we hover over this menu as well, like the logo we did on logo. So before forgetting, we can add it to all of them. We just say, we click here. We can click here by just keeping the Alt. So we have dual cursor, you can see 1, 2, and we can put it here as well by just keeping the Alt. So we just say cursor to be pointer, and we add a space. Now we have this ability in all of them, like this, cursor to be pointer. Now, I want when we click on this home, we go to home page, we go, if we click off any of them, we wanted to navigate to the associated link. Even I want to click, when I click on the Realtor.com logo, I want to go to the home page as well. The React Router DOM package is giving us this ability as well. There is another function called use navigate that we can use to navigate inside the website. So if you go back to Visual Studio Code, we can import use navigate as well. And we need to initialize it like we have done for the use location. So we just create another constant and we call it navigate. And this is going to be use navigate. And we add parentheses because it's just a function. Now we can use this navigate to navigate between our website. For example, if I click on the image, I want to go to the home page. So we simply can add an onClick here. And inside this curly braces, we add a function which is going to return the navigate that we have created at the top. So we just say navigate, and inside the parentheses, we just choose the path name. We just say /. So if we now click on the, as you can see, now we are on the /offers. And when we click on this logo, we should go to the home page and we shouldn't refresh the page. So we go there. This is the fast routing that the React gives us. Without refreshing the page, we can quickly go between routes. So let's do the same things for others. For example, for the first one, the li, we can add the onClick. And we just create a function, arrow function, and we use navigate. And we're going to navigate to home page as well for the first one. Let's copy this and we use it for the second one. The second one, we want to go to the /offers. And for the last one, we want to go to the sign in page. We just say sign in. Let's try this. So we are in the home now. Let's click on offers. We are going to offers, sign in. We come back to the home page and the Realtor works as well. All right, that was it for the nav bar. the header that we have. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So we stop the server using Ctrl+C, then we press Y. Let's clear the server using CLS. Then we can just simply say git add all, and we make a message using get commit, and the message would be create the header component. We press enter and we use git push to GitHub. Now let me go to my GitHub real quick and to my repository, and this is the one that we have updated now. So now we have 4 commits, and the last one is create the header component. Let's review what we have done so far. So inside app.js, we have imported the header component and we added on the top of the routes here. So it's going to be used in all pages. Then we have created the header.jsx file. As you can see, we are returning the image, the URLs like this, and we have imported use location for getting the path name of our URL. And we have imported use navigate to navigate between the pages of our website. And we have created a function here that checks the input to the location.pathname and returns true if this condition satisfied. And yeah, that was it for this part. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the header component of our project. In this section, we are going to create this UI of the sign in, sign up, forgot password pages. We're not going to go to the functionality because we haven't installed Firebase yet, but we're just going to create the UI of these pages. If you look at the final version and we go to sign in, we can see that we have, for example, we have some form here with 2 inputs, and we have a button called sign in and another button continue with Google. The page is completely responsive. If we just increase the size, you can see that in the mobile screen size, where we have the image and the form on top of each other, but as soon as we go, for example, inside the tablet screen, we have some margin to the left and right, and as soon as we go to the larger screen, the image and the form goes next to each other. The other features is, for example, we have email, the password, for example, whatever you write here, you cannot see it, but there is a button here that if you click on it, we can see the image. And then this icon is going to change as well. Then we have the link to the register page, which is a sign up page. You can see this is sign up. We have an extra input for full name. Then we have a forgot to password page, which is similar as well. We just have one input, which is email address. So we're going to create the 3 of these pages together because they are very similar. And after that, we're going to install Firebase and we add the functionality, like we add the functionality to sign in. sign up, and we add the functionality of forgot passwords, that Firebase is going to send us some email with a link that we can change our password. Okay. And the first thing you may notice is the background color of the final version is a little bit of green, but we haven't added this one to our own websites. The website, our website, the background color is similar, just the white. We can simply add this one by just going to the index.css file. As you can see, we have the basic of the Tailwind CSS. Here we can add the CSS that there is no equivalent for the Tailwind CSS here as well. We just can say, for example, in body, change the background color to be, for example, an RGB with the red color 240, the green one 253, and for the blue one 244. Now if we check the final version, we can see that the background, the color of the body, the background color is green. The next things I want to do is just add this sign in the center. We have the sign in, but it's not styled yet. So we need to come back to our website and we go to signin.jsx file. Here, instead of having div, I just want to change this one to section. So that's better for the SEO as well. And then inside this one, we just add a h1 saying sign in, and we added some classes of Tailwind CSS. Let me bring this one to the left side and our website to the right side so we can see the changes simultaneously. Okay. So let me close the left side so we have more space. Firstly, I want to make the text bigger, but just make it 3x large, which is 30 pixels. Then we bring it to the center using text center, which is text align center in CSS. And let's bring it a little bit down by just saying margin top 6, which is margin top 24 pixels. And let's make it a little bit thicker by just changing the font to be bold, which is a font weight 700. So you can see like this. Okay, that was it for the title. Now let's add the image and the form. I just want to show you here how this works. So let me draw this. So we have one div that is covering both the image and the form. Then we have one div covering the image tag and one div that is covering the form tag. So we're going to use the display flex to bring them next to each other, but we're going to change the flex wrap to wrap. So when we have a smaller screen, the form is going to be under the image. So let's do this inside our code. Let me bring this one to the right side. Or let's just leave it like this now. Now let's add a div that is covering both of them. Then we have one div for the image tag. So we add an image here. So the image I want to put here, I'm just going to find it inside the unsplash.com. So you search for Unsplash. And in the search result, just click on unsplash.com. I want to search for key, just this image I'm using. So you click on it and right click and click on copy image address. And we go back to Visual Studio Code and paste it inside the src. So now inside our website, we should see the image, which is huge. And I'm going to style it soon. So the alternative for this is going to be, for example, key. That's it. Then we have another div that is having the form. I just want to add one input. So when we are styling, you can see the effects. So inside this div, we have a form. We don't need any action because we're using onSubmit later. And for input, I just want to add an input with the type of text. So we can see that we should see it here in the corner downstairs, in the bottom here. And yeah, that was it for adding the divs. Now let's add some sizes to these two divs that we have. For example, for the image, we just add a class name. For the image, we just want to make it a full size for the mobile screen size, but for the medium or the large size, I want to change the width. For example, for the medium, I want to change the width to be 67%. You can see that now it's smaller. And then for the largest screen, I want to change the width to be even smaller. So we just want to make it 50%. Okay, so like this. And let's add some margin as well. For we add a margin bottom of 12, and for the medium size and above, I want to change the margin bottom to 6. So when in the mobile size, we have 12 at the bottom because they are on top of each other. But for the medium size and above, we just have 6. And for the image itself, let's add some class name. The image that inside the div, we want the width to be always full. I want the width to be always the same as this div. And I want the image to be rounded in the corner. So we just say rounded to XL. That is going to add some round at the corner. So you can see like this, these curves. Okay. For the form, let's add some classes. So the form, the div, in the mobile size, I want the width to be full. In the medium size, I want the width to be 67%. And for the largest screen, I want the width to be 40%. And this is going to help the flex wrap to decide to bring them on top of each other or next to each other. For example, in the largest screen, this is 50%, this is 40%. So they come next to each other because they are not having, this is not 100%. we have 10% less. But in the medium size, we have 67% for the image and 67% for this form. So they cannot be next to each other. They should be on top of each other because they are more than 100%. Then for the mobile size, they are full in the width to be full. So they cannot be next to each other. So they should be on top of each other as well. For the input as well, we just make it to be full, width to be full. So this is going to be taking all this format. Actually, this let's, instead of just putting this class to the form, let's add it to this div. So that is better. So later we can just add something to the form. So that's it for the sizing of the divs. Now you can see the input at the bottom and the image at the top. Now we want to style the top div to bring them next to each other, just adding the flex and etc. So for the div above, let's make it flex. Firstly, when you make it flex, they come next to each other. Then we want to add justify center. So we want to bring them exactly in the center. Then we want to change the flex to be wrap. So which is flex wrap. As I mentioned before, the flex wrap, when the size gets smaller, it brings them on top of each other like this. But but if the width is less than 100%, both of them, they come next to each other like this. Then I want this form to be exactly in the center. So we just change the item center as well. That this is going to bring this one to the center. Then let's add some padding. The padding in the x-axis of 6. So to push them a little bit inside. Padding in the y-axis of 12. So they bring them a little bit down. And I want the maximum size, the width size, to be 6XL. This is the same one we use for the header here. So as you can see, we have more margin on the left and right, but they are not at the center. So we can use MX Auto to bring them exactly in the center. The last things I want to do is just I want to add some space between them, so we can simply add some margin left to the div down here when we are in the largest screen. So in the largest screen, we have margin left of 20. So now we have the space. They are in the center as well. So that is I want to show you how we style it. But we can see that in the mobile side, they're on top of each other. In the tablet size, they are on the top of each other with more space next to each other. And now they are in the largest screen, they are next to each other. So now we want to continue making the inputs and the bottoms and etc. So let's complete this first input, which is in sign in. It's an email address input. So let's go back to our website and let's bring this one on the right side. I want to bring it here. So we can see it here. So the input, the type should be email, and we have the ID of email as well. The value should be email. Because we want to create a hook that is covering the data, and this should be email. We are getting an error because email is not defined. Let's create the hook at the top. So we're going to create a form data hook. So this is covering the email and the name and password. But for the sign in page, we just need the email and the password. So we can change the this one using this function set form data, and this is going to be equal to user state. User state hook is coming from React, and the initial value is going to be an object. The initial value for the email would be an empty string, and also for the password would be an empty string as well. So we have the email and password, but we don't have the access to the email. So we need to destructure this form data simply by just adding the bracket and just say email and password. And this is coming from the form data. Okay, so we created the form data hook, and we destructured the email and password from the form data. Now we can use the email variable inside our form. So we are using it here as a value. After the value, we have onChange. We want to, whatever we type in this input is going to change this hook, the value. The first value is empty, but when we write down, for example, a new email, this is going to be updated. So the onChange is going to be a function called onChange that we are going to create now. So now we are getting an error. The onChange is not defined. So let's create the onChange function at the top. So here we just create a function and we call it onChange. This is going to get event. That event is going to give us all the information that we are typing in the form. For example, let me show you. For example, if you console log that event dot target dot value, for example, and if you open the Explorer using F12, we go to the console. So here, if you type something, let me open this. If you type something here, you can see that, for example, I'm just press on Q, you can see Q, your console login Q. So whatever you type here in this form, you can have access on that function here. But we're just getting the letter that I'm typing. We want to have the previous letter as well. So in order to do that, we can use this hook and set the form data. We use the set form data function. So this is going to give us the previous data, the previous state. The previous state is the things that I'm typing before. So it's going to keep it like here. And we can use this previous state to keep the previous information. So we just spread the previous state. So we keep the previous state and we just add the new one. For example, we can just say email is equal to e.target.value. But because we have two inputs, one is email and one is passwords, instead of using just email, we just get the ID, because we just say this input's ID is email. So instead of just setting email, we just target this ID, and if we type in this input, we get the email, and if we type in the input related to the password, we get password. So we just target the ID instead of the name. So this function, we need to add some parentheses here as well. And this is okay now. So in order to get the ID, we just say e.target. We are getting the event here, e.target.id. And this is going to be equal to e.target.value. So whatever we type is going to be saved inside this form data. So now if we just open the web developer tool, and if you have installed, let me show you. We should have something like components here. If you have installed an extension for the variables states, and if you click on this input and we go to the components, you can see that we have a state, email and password. And if you type something here in this input, for example, I just say hello. What happened? I'm just typing hello. And let's focus on here. Component. Yeah, I just type hello, so you can see the email is hello. I just say hello world. You see that the hook is updating and saving the information inside the form. Before, I could just see the one letter and the previous letter would be gone. And the password is empty, keeping the password as well. But if we add the input password, it's going to update both of them. This function, the onChange function. So make sure to have this installed in your browser so you can see and check your hooks as well. Okay, let's go back and style this as a little bit as well. So we have the onChange. Let's add a placeholder as well. The placeholder is going to be email address. You can see the email address inside. And let's style this, style the form. But before you styling the form, we need to have another plugin, because Tailwind CSS has a plugin for forms that is going to apply the basic styles to the form. If you search on Google, and the name of the plugin is just Tailwind CSS Forms. If you search Tailwind CSS Forms, and if you scroll down a little bit, you see a GitHub page with this title, Tailwind Labs /Tailwind CSS Forms. If you click on this, And if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the installation instruction. So we need to use npm install -d Tailwind CSS forms to install it. And we need to add this form as a plugin inside tailwind.config.js. So let's copy this code and we go back to Visual Studio Code. We stop the server using Ctrl+C+Y and we paste the code. And this is going to install the plugin. And then we need to open the Explorer section and we go to tailwind.config.js and we add that one to the plugin. So here we need to copy this require and paste it inside this plugin like this. Okay. Now, if we start the server again using npm start, you should see a little bit change inside the form, that is adding the basic data. So let's close the previous and this one. So just pay attention to the form. You should see a difference in the styling. Okay, so and then we're going to add our own style as well. So let's go to signing. Now you can see this is a little bit different because the border is changed, the size is changed, and also when we click on it, we see a blue color as well. So let's add more styling. So I bring it on this size. So let's close this and we go back to our code. Let's close the Explorer section and let's add the class name. So we want to add, for example, I want to make the width to be full. Oh, actually, I added the class name here, so I delete this one. So width to be full here. Then let's add a padding X of 4. So we add some padding in the X-axis and we add some padding on the Y-axis of 2. Then let's make the text to be bigger by just saying text X large. You can see the size. And also when we type is bigger as well. And let's change the color to be gray 700, so it's not completely black. This is going to be easier to read. And we change the background color to be white. And actually this is white, but just in case, some browsers, they change the form data and make it like a background color. So we just change the background to white. And let's change the border color to be gray 300. You can see it's a little bit lighter. Then let's make it rounded. Sorry, rounded. So we add a little bit of rounded corner. You can see, if I zoom, you can see. Then we have, I want to just add some transition, because when we click, it suddenly adds the border. I just wanted to have some transition too. And the transition style would be ease in and out. So when we click and outside, you see a little bit of the delay for the border color. Let's do the same things for the password input. We can copy this one, but I don't want it to just copy and paste it at the bottom. I want to put it inside the div. The reason I want to put it inside the div because I want to add this icon, the eye icon. So the icon should be positioned absolute inside the div, and we put it just in the corner. So here I just add a div, and inside the div I paste the input. Now we can change the type, ID, and etc. Let's first change the placeholder. I just say password. We can see here. But now when I'm typing, you see that it's just showing the password. So the type, if the type is text, it shows the text. And if the type is password, it doesn't show it just shows the dot instead. But we want to make this one dynamic. We want to when we click on this icon, we see the text, and if we click again, we don't see it. So we want to have this functionality. So we need to have a variable for showing the password. So we need to go and create another hook at the top. Just here we add another hook, and this hook is just call it show password. And we add a function for it, set show password. And this is going to be equal to use state, and the initial value, we just make it false. So we don't want to see the password as a default. And we want to say if this show password is true, just make the type password, and if it's false, false should be password, true should be text. So we can make this here dynamic by just adding curly braces. So we just say if the show password is true, we want it to be text. Otherwise, we want to make it password. Okay. Now, because the show password is false as a default, so we cannot see the password. And because the value is the same as the email, we can see when we are typing here, we see the change here. We change the value to password. Now we can see this is completely different, but we cannot type because the ID is email too. So we change the ID to password. Now we type here, we see the change. If we type here, we should see the change at the top. And if we open the components, and let's open the web developer tool using Ctrl+Shift+C, and we go to components, and if we just choose here, you can see now the email is 4S and password is this. And if we change the password, we see the change here. If we change the email, we see the change. Okay, so we are updating the form data state. So now the functionality is fine. We added. We just need to add the icon. I want to use a website, a package. It's called React Icons. As you can see in the search result, we have react-icons.github.io. And if you click on here, we can see that we can have all the icons website inside this package. For example, ant design icons, all the icons is here. You can use, or if you are familiar with Font Awesome, you can use the Font Awesome as well. So we don't need to separately bring the icons for our website. We just can install this package, React icons, and then we can search any icons here and use it. So let's stop the server and install this package. So let me clear the terminal using CLS. We just install it. We just say npm install react-icons. And while this is installing, here we can search for the icons we want. I want to have an icon similar to eye. So when you search for eye, you can see all the icons in all the packages. All this, this is ant design icon. This is like a bootstrap icons and etc. I want to just use these two. So for invisible one, I want to use when the show password is true, and this one when the show password is false. Simply we can just click on here and copy this code, and we go back to our website, and just after the input we add a condition, and we just say if the show password is true, then show this icon. We paste the code, and let me see the website. We need to start the server again using npm start. And we need to import it as well. So in order to import it, we just say import. We just say import. There are two icons we want to use. One is AI. We can just say AI. Fill eye. We have fill eye invisible and fill eye just. So fill eye invisible, we copy this, and fill eye just like this. And this is coming from React icons, but we need to have a / because this is coming from ant design. We need to add AI at the end. So we just say AI. If it was Font Awesome, we just say / FA instead. So we have the icon, and we have the condition we added here. Let's add the other condition. So if the show password is false, we want to have this icon, but the icon should be just AI fill. Okay, now we have the condition. Let's go to our website. You can see the icon here. And let me decrease the size. Okay, we want to position this icon and bring it here. In order to position this one absolute, we need to change the position of the input, this div relative. So here inside this div, we add a class name, and we just change the position to be relative. Sorry, relative. Like this. And the position of the icons should be absolute. So we need to add a class name here. We change the position to absolute. I think we should write like this. Okay. And then we want to set it to be, actually, let's style this field first so we can see because this is the one that we are doing. So we made it absolute. Then we just wanted to be on the right side 3. You can see it came to the right side. And we wanted to, from the top to be 3 as well. Okay. And then we change the text size to be X large. So we make it bigger. Then we just change the cursor to be pointers. So when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand like this. So we want to have the same things for this AI field. So we paste it here too. Then we want to add some onClick. So when we click on this, we want to change that show password from false to true or from true to false. So we need to toggle between the false and true here. It's very simple. We just need to add an onClick. And the onClick is going to be a function that is set the show password. We set the show password. We get the previous state. We get the previous state. And whatever the previous state is, we want to make it the opposite. So we just want to get the previous state and we set it to be the opposite of the previous state. If the previous state is true, we want to make it false. If it's false, we want to make it true. So let me see. We need to have another parenthesis here. Okay. Okay, now it's fine. So we added the onClick here. Let's do the same things for this one as well. Now, if we click on here, the show password is changing. Let's write down here something. Okay, and then we just change it. You see, even the icon is changing from the invisible to visible. And let's add some space between them. So in the email address input here, I just want to add a margin bottom of 6. So we have some space. And after here as well, in this div that we have relative, we add some margin bottom 6. So when we are adding the bottom button, we have some space as well. The next things we want to add is the link section. If you open the final version, you can see we have here 2 links. One is going to register, which is the sign up page, and one is the forgot password. So we just have one div that is covering both of them, and we just use the flex, display flex, to bring them next to each other. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and just after this div that is covering the password input, we add another div for that part, and we just have one paragraph saying, we just say don't, we can just say don't have an account. Okay, you can see here. And we just need to have register, but register should be inside a link tag. we used the link tag before. We just need to say link. And this link is coming from React Router DOM. So we can auto import it by clicking on this. It's going to go to the sign up page. So we just say sign up. So now if we don't have anything here inside this, the link inside the link should be just register. So now if we click on register, we should go to sign up page. Okay. After this paragraph, we have another paragraph for forgot password. So the text, we don't need any text. We can just add the link tag again, and this is going to forgot password page. We just say forgot password, and we should add a /, and inside here we need to just say forgot password, and we add a question mark. So we have here. Now, in the next step, I want to bring them next to each other. So in the top div that is covering both of the paragraph, we just change display to flex. So we bring them next to each other. And we want to, this one should be in the left side and the other one in the right side. So we just can do justify between, which is justify content between. And this is going to add a space between them. Then let's see. Okay. Let's check it inside the mobile screen. We add this. You can see. Okay. And then just in case if the screen is so small, I don't want them to go to the second line. So we just change the white space to no wrap. So this is going to prevent them to go to the second line. Then let's make the text small for the mobile screen size, and for the screens more than mobile screen, which is small and above, we can just change the text to be large. So it's like this, and then we just can change the color and other things here. So in the top paragraph, we add some, we can just add, because this is, I think this is fine. We just need to add a margin bottom 6 for this one to add some space under it. Then for the link itself, we can add some styling. So here, after this 2, we add a class name, and the link, the text is going to be red 600. You see and when we hover over it, when we bring the mouse over the text, I want the text to be red, but instead of 600, I want it to be 700. So a little bit darker when we hover over it. Then we just need to add some transition so it doesn't happen suddenly. So we add a transition with the duration of 200 milliseconds, and the effect would be ease in and out. You see the transition. Let me zoom and you can see it better. Okay, and then I want to just add some space before the register. So simply we can add margin left of 1, which is 4 pixels. Okay, that's for the register part. Let's do the same things for the forgot password, but for the forgot password, I want the color to be blue instead. So we can just copy this class name here and paste it in the forgot password link after the 2 here. And instead of just red, we just say blue and blue here, and this one instead of 700 make it 800, so it's going to be more obvious. Then transition is okay. We don't need the margin left for this. Okay. And for the small size, mobile size, we can see that the text is smaller. Now it's time to add the button. If you look at the final version, we have a button with the sign-in text. So after this div that we add here, let's add a button, and the type would be submit, so we can use this auto suggestion. So the type is submit, and then the text inside is just saying sign in. We should see the button here now. Let's add the styling to it. So we add a class name here. First thing first, I want to make the width to be full. So it's going to be all the place. So this is the covering all the place. And let's add the background color of blue 600. So you can see it like this. Let's change the color of the text to be white so we can see the text better. Okay, and let's add some padding in the x-axis of 7 and in the y-axis of 3. So it's going to be this size. The text should be a little bit. We just change the text to be small, and we add a thickness to it by just saying font medium, which is font weight 500, like this. And then I want it to be uppercase. So we just say uppercase like this. Let's add some rounded corner by just saying rounded. The rounded, it's just a border radius 4 pixels. We can see the rounded corner. Then we have some shadow effect. It's just shadow medium, so we can see a little bit of shadow. So it's gonna stand out the button. Then when we hover over it, instead of this color, which is the blue 600, I want it to be blue, but in this case, I want to make it 700. So when we hover over it, we see a little bit of darkness, but this is just a sudden. I want to add some transition as well. So we just say transition. And just the duration means the time of the transition, just make it 150 milliseconds. Duration So you can see a little bit, it became smoother. Then with the ease in and out effect. And also when we hover over it, I want the shadow to be a little bit bigger too. So we just change the shadow instead of medium to large when we hover over it. So the shadow would be bigger as well. Also, when we click on it, I want the blue to be even darker. So when we click means when it's active, let's change the blue color, sorry, the background blue color to be 800. So now when we click on it, you see it's a little bit darker. So you can see the click effect. There's nothing happening when we click it because we didn't add the functionality for the form submission. But this is going to be after this section. After the button, we go to the next part, which is this OR section. We have an OR at the middle and one line in the left and one line on the right side. There is a very simple trick for creating this one I'm going to show you now. We just need to have a div with the text in a paragraph or in the middle it, and then we need to work with the before and after pseudo class inside that div that is covering the OR. So let me show you here. So let's create, after this button, we just create a div, and inside the div we have a paragraph which is saying OR. So we can see it here. And let's first style this OR, and then we can see the result for that one as well. So we just bring it in the center. We're just saying text center, but you cannot see the effects. We just see it now. Text center, it comes to the center. Let's make it a little bit bold. Yes, we can just say semi-bold to make it half bold. Then we just change the text size. Let's just keep it the same size, that's fine. And then we just make a margin x of 4 because we want to have a space between the OR and the lines. So let's create the lines here now. So inside this div, firstly we add a margin at the top and bottom by margin in a y-axis 4. So we have some space at the top and bottom. Then, as I mentioned before, we just have to say before. We use before pseudo class to add a border at the top. So, and then we just, you cannot see it yet. Let's just, we change the display to flex here. And because when we do the flex, the OR comes at the beginning, but now we need to add the line before. So we add the border, but we didn't mention what size we want to have. So we just say before we change the flex to 1. Flex to 1 is going to push this to the end. So you can see the line now. It's very, very small. And we push it to the right. But it's not in the center, the OR, so we just can use item center to bring it to the center vertically. And let's change the color of the border. So we just say before border color is going to be gray 300. It's a bit darker. Then we want to do the same things for the after. So we can just copy let's bring this flex to the top. So the item center, I'll bring it here. And then I just want to copy all the before and do the same things for after. So you change the before to after here. This is going to create another line after that. And because we are using flex 1, you use all the space. Here it use all the space. So 50% for this one, 50% for the other one. Yeah, that was it for this section. As you can see, the simple trick, we could make this such amazing things. Next, we want to create the OAuth button. As you can see in the final version, we have a button with a red color saying continue with Google. And this button is common in all pages. For example, this is the sign-in page. In forgot password, we have the same one. In register, we have the same one. Because the signing up and signing in with Google is similar. It has the same functionality. It doesn't matter if you're signing in or signing up, you can use Google in the same way. So in this case, instead of creating this button for all the pages, I'm just gonna create a component and add the component in these pages. So let's go back to the sign-in page. And here inside our Visual Studio Code, I'm open the Explorer section. I'm going to create a component and I call it OAuth and with a just JSX. Let's create it using RFC and let's bring it inside the signing after the OR section. So after the OR, we can just add the components. So after this div, let me see, where is the form? Oh, so this button should be above the form, not outside the form. And this div as well. So if you create it like me, you need to fix this. So let me, this div and this button, we need to cut it and bring it inside the form. Otherwise, the submit button doesn't work. Now, after this div, just above the closing tag of the form, we just add the OAuth component, and we're going to auto import it by clicking on this. Now, under this OR, we see the OAuth. Now we can work on the OAuth in this component. This is just a button, so we can just delete this div and replace it with a button. And inside the button, we just say continue with Google. We see it here. And then before this button, we're going to have a icon as the final version. You can see the Google icon. Here we can just search Google inside React icons. The icon I want to use is this one, FC Google. So I click on that to copy it. And I'm going to just paste it before the text inside as a component. So now we need to import it as well. So at the top, we just import FC Google from React icons / because it starts with FC, we just need to say FC. Now we should see Just let me refresh the page. We should see the icon, but the icon is in the different line. So here in the bottom button, we just change the display to flex to bring them next to each other. Then we can align them horizontally and also vertically using item center and justify center. And I want the width of the button to be full. So this is going to take all the space here. The background color should be red. And we just set it to be, I think 700 would be okay. 700. I want the color of the text to be white. Okay. We can add some padding in the x-axis 7 and in the y-axis 3. Okay, let's make it uppercase and make it change the text size to be a small, and we make it a little bit bold using font medium. Okay, so it looks fine. And when we hover over it, I want to change the background color. Instead of red 700, I want to make it red 800. And when it's, you can see it, and when it's active, I want to change the background color to be red, but a little bit darker, so that's going to be 900. So when we click, we see a little bit darker. Let's add the shadow effect as well. We just say shadow medium, normal time. In the hover effect, I want the shadow to be large. So we see the shadow. We can do the same things for the active as well. We just say active, shadow, large. And also let's add the transition here as well. So we just say transition, duration 150 milliseconds. And with the ease, in, out effect. See that now everything is good for the button. Let's make it rounded as well. So we have some rounded corner. And I think it's fine for the button. Let's install this Google icon. So we add a class name on the Google icon. I want it to be bigger, so we just say text 2x large. And I want the background color to be white. And let's make it rounded full, the background color. And let's add a margin right of 2, which is 8 pixels. So we have some space between them. So that was it for this part. Now we have finished with the sign-in page. And the sign-up page is completely similar to this. If you look at the final version, you can see that the sign-up page is exactly the same, just has one more input, which is full name. So we can simply copy the sign-in page and change it a little bit and make the sign-up page. So let's do that one. Let's copy all the sign-in page. So I'm just copying it. You can see copy. And we go to sign up page and we replace everything with that. So let's go to the sign up by clicking on the register here. So now sign up and signing exactly are the same. Just let's apply the changes. So let me increase the size here and close the left side. So now at the top we start. The name of the function should be sign up instead of sign in. And the form data should have an extra things, which is name, and it's equal to empty string. So that's part. And then we're going to destructure the form data. So we're going to add the name as well here. onChange is similar because it works for all the form data. Then the h1 tag here should be sign up. Okay, you can see the change. The image is the same. And we just need to add another input. So we just copy the first input. And the first one, the type should be text. The ID is name. The value is name. And the placeholder is just full name. Then, yeah, that's it. You can see it here. The styling is similar. Everything is similar and it's working as well. Then let's go down a little bit. We need to change this part. So everything is fine. You just say don't have an account. Instead of saying don't have an account, we just say have an account. Have an account. So just go to the sign in page. So we make this one sign in. Instead of register, we just say sign in. Yeah, simple as that. The forgot password stays the same. And everything should be similar. And in the button, instead of saying sign in, we should say sign up. That's it. For the forgot password page, we can do the same things because forgot password is similar. In the final version, you can see we just have an email address, and just here we just say send reset mail email. So we can just open the Explorer section. We go back to sign in page. We copy it again. We go to forgot password and we delete everything and we paste the code. So let's go to the forgot password page. Now we fix it. So at the top here, we don't need these icons because we don't have the password here. Just let me firstly remove the input. So we have an input here. In this input that has the password, we can delete it completely along with the icons. So this div we delete it. So we don't see it yet anymore. And we can delete the icons that we have imported. We don't need show password hook because we have deleted that part. We don't need form data because we just need to have email. So instead of form data, we just say here, we change this one to email and set email. And we don't need any of them. We just make it an empty string as a initial value. And we don't need this to destructure it as well. So we delete this. Okay. And the onChange, so let's firstly change this one. The sign in should be forgot password. And the onChange, we don't need to bring the get everything like this. Well, we just delete everything and we just set the email to be this e.target.value. And we need to delete this one. Yeah, that's it. We just get the e, and then we just say e.target.value is equal to the email. Then so that was it for the onChange part. Let's change the title here at the top. We change it to forgot password. And let's go down after the image. So the input is okay, we have. So we can keep this part as well. So register. Instead of register, we can just say, yeah, is fine too. We can go to the register. And instead of this forgot password, we can just say, for example, we can just say sign in instead. And this is going to sign in like this. So when we click on this one, we go to the sign in page. If we click on this, we go to the sign up page. Okay, that's okay too. And we just change this sign in to send reset password. Okay. Yeah, that was it for the UI of the sign in, sign up, and the forgot password pages. Let's add everything to the GitHub. So we just stop the server and we use git add all to add everything to GitHub. We make a message using git commit, and the message would be, what happened? Oh, let me clear. Okay, the mess, I just say git commit. What happens here? Let me try again. So git add, git commit with a message of yeah, there was some problem with my PowerShell. I'm using now command prompt. It's the same. You just ignore this error. So we added everything to GitHub, and then we add a message using git commit -m, and the message would be create sign in, sign up, and forgot password pages and OAuth components. So we add the message and we just push it to GitHub. Okay. Let's check our GitHub. I refresh the page here. So now there are 5 commits in our repository. If you click on here, we can see the last one is create sign in, sign up, and forgot password pages and OAuth component. So we have created 3 pages and we have installed 2 packages. The first one was React icons and the second one was Tailwind CSS forms. We have created a component called OAuth for our OAuth button. Then inside index.js, we have changed the background color of the page to the green. We have created the forgot password, sign in, and sign up pages. And also we have added the Tailwind CSS forms to the config file. So let me just review one of them that we have created, the sign up, for example, .jsx. So as you can see, for the password input, we have added an icon using React icons. We have used link from React Router DOM. We have created a hook for the show password and a hook for the form data. The initial value was an empty string, and then we destructure the data from the form data and we put it inside name, email, and password. We have created a function for onChange. So any change happens to the forms, we're gonna get it and put it inside the form data state. Then we just added a h1 for the title sign up. We have added an image and we have added a form with 3 inputs. The first one for text, for email, and also for the password. So each input has a value onChange for tracking the changes inside our input. For the password input, we have added a condition. If the show password is true, we want to see this icon, and if it's false, we want to see the other icon. And we added the onClick on the icon, which is toggling the state, the show password state from true to false and vice versa. Then we have added some paragraph for linking to the sign in and forgot password pages. And finally, we added a button for submitting the data, and we have added the OAuth component at the end. The other pages are very similar. That's why we have copied the codes and changed them. So that was it for this section. See you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the UI of the sign in, sign up, and the forgot password pages. And also we have created a component for the OAuth and the button for continue with Google. In this section, we're going to be introduced to Firebase, and we're going to learn how to sign up the person using Firebase. So in the sign up page, we're going to learn how to add the name, email, and password, and sign up the person and add the person to the authentication and also the Firestore. And we're going to learn how to install Firebase as well. So if you look at the final version, we go to the sign up page. And if we, for example, if we don't fill up the forms and we just click on sign up, we get an error. We're just saying something went wrong with registration. So we're going to learn how to make this a notification bar, or as we can call it, Toast. We're going to install a package called react-toastify, and we're going to use that to create it. Let me open the Firebase and show you how this sign up page works. And I'm going to explain you the Firebase, the database that I have for the final version, and we're going to make it a step-by-step for our current website that we are working on. So we search for Firebase on Google and we go to a website called firebase.google.com. So we need to click on this. And in order to use Firebase, as Firebase is a part of Google, you just need to have a Gmail account. And if you already sign in with your Google, you can see your account on the top right side. And make sure that you are signed in with your proper account, and then you just click on Go to Console. Firebase is just a platform for everything, for the storage, for authentication, for database, and also many more things, like you can get two-step authentication, SMS, many things. And I'm going to cover few of them here and the things we need. I'm going to explain them all in details. So this is the project. This is all my projects that I have with the Firebase. You can create a new project here, but first I want to show you the one that I created for the final version. This is for the final version I did for my practice. So if you click on here, so as I mentioned before, Firebase has many things. If you open the build, you can see that Firebase has machine learning, remote config, cloud messaging, many things. But the things we are using for this project is just authentication, Firebase, Firestore database, and storage. So if you go to authentication, we can see that I have an account that is signed in with Google with this user ID. And inside Firestore database, I have two collections. One for listing, that is all the data of the houses are here. Then another one is users, which is the user that is authenticated and also is added to the database. This is the email, name, and the time that is registered. And finally, we have a storage here that we are going to use to store our images. That we have a folder called images, and inside the images we have all the images for our application. For example, if you go to the home page, you can see that we have properties with images, and these are coming all from database, and the image is coming from a storage. As you can see, it's very fast to load because it runs by Google. They have servers all over the world, so it's faster than any database or storage you can find online. If you, for example, you go to the offers page, you can see quickly I fetch all the data, and if I want to get more data, you can see you're getting like this. Okay, and the other things is, let me show you how this works. For example, we have authentication. In authentication, we have sign-in method. I'm going to use two sign-in methods, the email password and also the Google. I'm going to show you later how to enable them, but now we just know that we have two things. So we can register and authenticate the person in two ways, by email and password and also with the Google. So in the final version, if you go to the sign up page, for example, we create a person, we just say test at gmail.com. I just choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the password. You can see here. And if I press on sign up, and this is going to redirect me to the home page. And if you look at now to the authentication and we refresh the page, we should see the new person. Test at gmail.com. The provider is email and password. Sorry, the email and password, not Google. It's created today, which is 24th of July. And this is the last sign in. And we have the user ID here that is unique, and it starts by CAB. And if you go to the Firestore database and we go to users, we can see the new person has the same ID, CAB. It starts by CAB. The email, name, and the time, which is today, for adding to the database. The other things we need to change inside the Firebase after installation, that is, we're going to go step by step, is adding the rules. The rules means the rules that who can access to our database. This is not JavaScript, so if it looks confusing, this is not JavaScript. This is a language called Common Expression Language, or CL. You don't need to learn this language to write these things. Even you don't need to write them. Most of the projects have similar rules. So I'm going to explain you these rules, and I'm going to give you these codes so you can use for your own project. But I'm just gonna explain you. This is just the version 2, rules version 2, and then the previous one. When you install, you have this rule that everybody can have access to, but I changed this one to this rules. This is going to check all the databases, all the documents, and as we saw before, we have two collections, listings and users. For listings, that is for data for the houses, everybody can read the listing. Let me zoom this so you can see it better. Everybody can read, but people can create the new housing that are authenticated, means they are signed in. So the request.auth is not equal to null. And also the amount of image that the person is uploading for the housing should be less than 6. So we limit the image data to 6, and only people have the owner of that housing listing can delete it. So deleting is just, you have to be the same person that is created the database. So this is a database, and the user reference, which is user ID, should be equal to that person's UID that is authenticated. For update, we have the same rule as well. So this is going to make more sense when we are making the projects, because I'm going to give you step by step what we are doing, and limit the people that time as well. This is not only here in the application, we should limit the person for these things as well. If, for example, the person is not authenticated, they should be redirected to the sign in or sign up page. And also they are not able to upload more than 6 images. For the users, when we are creating the users, everybody can see the users. For example, we can make a page for the user and everybody can see the user's data. Everybody can create a user, but only the person who is authenticated can update the user. Authenticated, and this is the same as the person who is checking can update the account. For example, in the profile page, we're going to give a option. We're going to give an option to the person that you can update your username. So, but if they are not the person who created the user, they cannot update it. So that was the rules for the database, Firebase database. For the storage, we also have some rules. If you check the rules here, let's check. Okay, the rules here are very simple. Everybody can read the images. Like for example, now I'm not authenticated, but I can see the images. But a person can upload the image only who is signed in, and the size of each image should be less than 2 megabytes. And the type of the image should be the image type. For example, they cannot upload videos. So this is very helpful. For example, if you make a application, for example, if we create a YouTube clone, maybe I make later. Here we can just say you can only upload videos, and the format should be, for example, only MP4. So this is very helpful. So they're not gonna use it for other things. And this is only image. And this is actually helpful because some people maybe use your website for storing their data, but you can limit them to 2 megabytes for each image. And also you can limit the format of the image to the images only. So that was very simple for the storage. For the Firebase database, we have another tab called indexes. So this is the indexes when we want to fetch the listing. For example, here we are fetching for the recent offers. Here we play for the rent, for the sale, these 3. So we have created 3 indexes. We don't need to create them actually. The Firebase is going to create them for you. But when you fetch the data, you're getting an error that you need to create the indexes, and the Firebase gives you a link in your console that when you click on the link, these indexes is going to be created automatically. So maybe it doesn't make sense for you now, but when we are creating our own projects, this is going to be very simple for you. But I usually in my teaching, firstly, I give the overview to the person so their mind can have a bigger vision when they're watching the tutorial. Final version, and it's going to help. I like, if I'm watching the tutorial, I like the person show me the final version. That's my preference. So I choose it for my teaching style as well. I hope you enjoy it as well. So let's create our own database. So I'm gonna close this, okay? And let's search again Firebase on Google, and we go to firebase.google.com, and we just started from 0. So we go to console. We're going to create a new project by click on add project. Here we're going to choose the name of the project. I just want to call it Realtor clone, and I'll just call it React. So we click on continue. This here is going to it's asking us, do you want Google Analytics for your project? I'm going to add Google Analytics later, so we just disable it for now. We can simply add it later. It's not that difficult. So we just click on create projects, and this is going to create our projects. It takes a few seconds to be initialized and create the resources for us. Okay, it's finishing up. I think, yeah. Our project is ready. We can press on continue. Okay. Now, as you can see, we don't have anything here. So we need to create all the authentication, Firestore, and storage. So here, for easily starting our application, the suggestion is get started by adding Firebase to your app. If you're making iOS or Android, you click here. But as we are making web application, we click on the web. Here we need to add the nickname for our application. I just choose the same name, Realtor clone React. We can click on register app. For the hosting of the application, you can use Firebase, but there is another platform called Versal that we're going to use. That's much simpler to deploy our application. So in the last section of these projects, we're going to deploy it. So we just uncheck this one. And now the Firebase is going to give us the Firebase SDK. SDK is just the initialization of the app. The Firebase config, they're going to give us some API key, the domain that they have created for us, the project's name, the storage, and etc. First things first, we need to install Firebase. So we just need to install Firebase in our terminal. So we go back to our Visual Studio Code. We stop the server. Let me clear the server using CLS. Here we just can say npm install Firebase. And while this is installing, we need to create a file called Firebase.js in our application. And we copy this code and put it inside that. So we copy this code by clicking on here. So we go back to Visual Studio Code. We need to put the file inside the src folder. So we right click on src folder, we create a new file, and we call it firebase.js. Some people call it firebase.config.js. It doesn't matter, it works in both ways. So we paste the code that we have copied. So firstly, we need to initialize the app based on the config. So the app is going to be initialized. We don't need actually this. We can delete this const. And we need to, as you see from the suggestion, you need to configure your Firebase and add this SDK. So there is a method we can import. This called get Firestore. This is for our storage in the database. So we need to import get Firestore, and this is coming from Firebase /Firestore. Okay, and then we need to export that here too. So we just export it as a constant, and we just call it DB, short for database. Then we just say get Firestore. We use this method. Okay, so that's it for our Firebase part. Now we need to initialize the authentication, storage, and etc. as I show you in the final version. So we click on continue to the console. As you can see now, everything is empty. We don't have anything to use, but we just click on build, and firstly we need to initialize the authentication. So we click on authentication. So we can authenticate and manage user from a variety of providers without server-side code. So we click on get started. And this is going to lead us the sign-in method part. As I mentioned, we need to use 2 providers. We can use maybe later I add more providers, but for now we just use email and password. We enable it. We click on save. We can add another provider, which is Google. We click on Google. We can enable it. This is asking us update our project level setting. So when for example, in final version, we go to, let me sign out first. We go to, when we click on Google with continue with Google, this is opening a pop-up page for us. As you can see, it's just saying continue to this name. As I didn't choose any name to my Google, this page, my application, they choose this one. But you can, inside this here, we can just choose a name for our public facing name. I just call it Realtor clone, and we just say React for consistency. And you need to choose the email that you have choose. This email, this is my email, and I save it. And this is going to enable the Google for us. Okay. So the methods are okay, but if you go to the users part now, we don't have anyone yet because we haven't signed up anybody inside the authentication. We can add manually a person. For example, if you click on add user, you can just put your name and password and add it. But we're going to use the codes and our website to upload the users and authenticate them. After the authentication, we choose the Firestore database. Maybe you are wondering, what is this real-time database? Real-time database is actually, Firebase is used to have only this one, and they added the new version, Firestore data. This both actually are the same, but this is the newest version. So we're going to use the Firestore database. Okay. Now, as you can see, this is a cloud, Firestore, real-time updates, powerful queries, and automatic scaling. We can create a database by clicking on this button. As you can see, we can start with two modes, production or test mode. If you use the test mode, you can just use the storage. You can use the database, but everybody can read and write your application. So if you want to test, if you don't want to work for the rules, you can choose this one. And this is going to give you 1 month to use it. But as we are adding our own rules, we can click on the start in production mode. So we click on next. Here we need to choose the location of the cloud Firestore. There are plenty of places, Europe, Asia, and whatever is closest to you, you can choose. As most of my students are in US, so I just use US Central, but you can use any based on your users. You can choose, because you get a faster fetching and loading of your website for your users in that area. So we click on enable. So this is going to create our Firestore, and we need to just add the rules and etc. for this. So let me show you. I have a file, the text file. I just put the rules for both the Firestore and the storage, the same that I have explained you. I'm gonna put this one in our Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to grab this one and put it just outside here. And this is going to be inside the GitHub repository as well. So you can just get the code and copy and use it. So this is for Firebase rules. Okay. So let's check. Okay, the Firestore is created. So let's go to the rules. So now the rules are nobody is allowed to read or write. Okay, because it's false for now. But let's exchange this with our own rules. So I copy this and I come back to Firestore and I choose all of them, I delete them, and I paste the new rules. So we need to click here on publish to have the rules. Then so as I mentioned, the indexes is going to be automatically created later when we are fetching the listing for the first time. So next things we need to do is to add the storage. So we click on build and we click on storage. And this is initialized already. So we need to just go to the rules and change the rules. We can just get the rules for the storage as well. Here, it's a similar things. Nobody can read and write. So we need to delete this and paste our own rules, which is limiting people for be authenticated and just upload the images with the image formats and 2 MB maximum size. So we've published this. So this is all set and done. Now we can just go back to our code, and we're going to able to authenticate the person. So we go back to Visual Studio Code. We don't need to keep this open, the Firebase.js. The first page I want to work on is the sign up page. So we close the sign in and the forgot password. In the sign up page, if you remember, we didn't add anything to the form. So if you go to the form, you can see the form is empty, so it's not submitting anything. So we need to add an onSubmit to the form. That this is going to call a function, and I'm going to call the function onSubmit as well. So it's going to be same. So let's start our server using npm start. And let's bring the website on the left side. I close the, so you can just, okay. We just close the Explorer section here using Ctrl B, and I bring this one to the right side so we can see everything simultaneously. We are getting an error saying onSubmit is not defined. So that is correct. We need to create the function for the onSubmit. So after the onChange function, I'm going to create another function called onSubmit. So now we are not getting any error. But if you go to the sign up page here, now when we click on sign up, this is refreshing the page when we are calling this onSubmit. Okay. So, but we don't want this to be refreshed. We are working on React. We don't want any refresh in our website, actually. We are creating a single page application. So we can prevent this refreshing by just getting the event here. And there is a method in event called prevent default. So we just say prevent default with the capital D. So we just need to call this. Now, if we click on sign up, we don't see any refresh. So that was the first part. Now we need to authenticate the user. Let's search on Firebase about authentication. We just search on Google Firebase authentication. I'm not sure it's correct. The spelling, yeah, that was correct. So Firebase authentication, the search result is firebase.google.com/docs/auth. If you click on this, this is going to give you a very, very, very good documentation for Firebase. And the Firebase actually we are using is version 9.9. So almost we are getting to the version 10. But don't worry about it. I'm going to always update this course based on the new versions. So as we are working on the web, we need to go to the web section. So on the left side, we click on web and we just click on get started. So you can watch this video to be familiar, but the only things you need to know is just first you need to initialize the get off. There is a method called get off from Firebase/off. We need to import it to our application. And we need to just initialize that get off and put it to the off. This off is going to give us many information about the user that is authenticated. So, and then also the other methods for signing and signing up actually needs that auth as well. So after getting the auth, in the next part, as you can see, the version 9 is a little bit different from version 8. Version 8 was like this, but like a firebase.auth.create. But version 9, it's all separated. It's different. For creating the user with email and password, there is a method in Firebase called create user with email and password. This method is getting three things. First, the auth, that is, we are getting from the get auth. We initialize get auth. So we need the auth. We need the email that we are getting from the form and password. In our sign up, we have the email, we have the password. So we can easily use these variables to sign up the person. So we just need to import these two from Firebase. And as you can see, this method is giving us the user credentials, and we can have the user by just user credentials.user. And if you can use .then and .catch to catch the error, and we get the error code. For example, is it 400 error or 401 or etc. And also we get the error message, so we can get from error.message. But it's a bit old-fashioned to use .then and .catch. There is a better way to do it, and we call it try and catch. If you go back to Visual Studio, I'm going to show you how to do it. So after this, if you just write try, we can see a auto suggestion try catch a statement. So we're going to use try catch a statement. So what we do is we add the method here, and we just can get the error here. So we don't need to use .then or .catch. Okay, first thing first, as I mentioned, we need to initialize the auth. So with the const auth is equal to get auth. Okay, and we need to import get auth. So we need to import get auth. And this is coming from Firebase /Firestore. Sorry, /auth. This is authentication. Let's check our website. No, we're not getting an error. That's fine. Then we need to import that create user with email and password. Here inside the try, after the auth, we just get the user credentials. So credential. The user credential, as I mentioned, we can use the method create user with email and password. And this is going to take three things, as I mentioned. First thing is the auth that we have initialized here. Then the email and password, which is coming from our form data here that we are getting from the form. Okay, auth, email, and password. And that is, and then this is going to give us the user. So we can get the user, and user is going to be equal to user credentials dot user. So firstly, let's console log user, and also let's console log the error. But we're going to add the notification instead. But just for showing now, I'm just want to console log the error, but later we're going to install the react-toastify and we can get it as a notification. So let's go back to our website and let's open the console using F12. Just ignore this error. This is not important, just some image we didn't delete from our application. That is fine. I'm going to fix it later. So first thing first, I don't want to put anyone here. So you see the error. For example, if I just put the name, for example, I just put my name, but no email and password. If we click on sign up, as you can see, we caught the error. The error actually is no Firebase app. So in order to fix this, we need to import the DB. If you remember, we have created a file called Firebase.js that we have exported DB here. So we need to get this DB and initialize it at the top. So just after this, I'm going to import that DB from, I think we need to come back one folder and Firebase. So now we have initialized the Firebase. So this error should go away. So let me clear the console log and try again. As you can see, we got an error here. But this error is of missing email. So we didn't put the email. So we're now getting actually information from Firebase. So let's, for example, I just put the fake email, like I just say test1, just say test1 at gmail.com. Just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you click on sign up, I think the console log is not working. So let me see. Oh, okay. As this method returns a promise, we need to add await here. I forgot the await. And if we use await, we need to create this function as asynchronous. So we need to use in sync here. That's why we were getting the error. So now I try again. I click on sign up. Okay, now we are getting an error. It said the email is already existed. So it's inside the database because the previous one worked actually, but because we didn't see the promise. So let's try another one. We just say test2 and sign up. Okay, now we are getting the user data. So if I open this, you can see we are getting a bunch of data. Firstly, there is a token. It means that person is authenticated, and it's going to be authenticated for a while. I think it's 1 month. The Firebase gives 1 month to the person to be authenticated, and then they're gonna destroy the token. The email is test2 at gmail.com. And if you go to provider data, you see inside the first array, we see the email. The display name is null because we didn't add the name yet. There's no phone number, there's no URL. The provider ID, this is the email password provider we use. And the user ID is this. But the unique user ID is WSP here, the UID. And if you go to the Firebase now, sorry, in our application, and we go to authentication, we see that we have now 2 users. The test 1 actually is added as well, and the test 2 that we have added in the second time. So the user ID is WSP, and here the user ID is WSP. So this is the same person. It's authenticated by the provider, which is email password. Okay. So now I want to add the name as well, because we have the name in our form data that we are getting from this place, but we are not adding it to the authentication. So we can use a method called update profile, which is coming from the same place, Firebase auth. So we need to add this. This is called update profile. You see a lot of methods: update current user, email, password, phone number. So we're going to use update profile, and after here we just added the created user. We can just update the profile, and the update profile is getting the current user. The current user is available inside auth.currentUser, and the change we want to add, or the update we want to do, we need to put inside a object, because we only have one. We just say, and we call it display name, and this is going to be equal to name, which is coming from the form data. So let's try again. I'm going to create another user, for example, test3. So I use the same password. So I click on sign up. So the user is created. You can see here at the bottom. So now we have a display name, test3. We have the email test3@gmail.com, and you can see they have a different user ID. And if you look at our Firebase and we refresh the authentication page, we can see now we have another email registered in the authentication. Now in the next step, we need to add the user to the database as well. Now we are sure that the person is authenticated, but we want to save the user's data because later we're going to use it for our application. And also we can add more things like the image URL, the address, and many data you can save inside the database. Okay, in order to add the person in the database, we need to remove some data. For example, I'll show you here. We want to add the data to the database, but if we submit the form data, for example, the problem is we have a password here. We don't want to save the password inside the database. It's not a secure way, because the Firebase has a system for saving the password. For example, they use password hash parameter. So if you check the parameter, it's kind of, and they just hash the password. For example, 8 rounds with the memory cost of 14. So this is kind of crazy. They change the password in many times they hash it. But so if even the person find your password inside the authentication and they can hack the Google, still they cannot understand the password. So we don't want to do directly save the password inside the Firestore so that people can easily understand it, our user's password. So we need to remove the password. We don't need to actually save the password because it is saved inside the authentication. So we need to, we have this form data. We need to copy that and remove the password. So after this user, we're getting the user here. Let's delete the console log. We already know this is working. So let's just create a copy. I just say form data copy, and this is going to be equal the form data that we have, but we want to get all the things inside. So this is going to be an object, and we're going to spread the form data so we can get everything inside the form data and put it inside the form data copy. Now we can remove the form. For example, we can remove the password. We just use the delete. We just say delete form data dot password. This is going to delete that. And also we want to add the time that the person is registered. For saving the time, we don't need to use the date constructor from JavaScript. There is a simpler way. The Firebase gives us a method called server timestamp that is going to save the time based on their server, and this is very precise saving actually. So we just add to this copy, we're going to add another field called timestamp, and this is going to be equal to server timestamp, which is coming from Firebase / Firestore, and we need to call it as well. Okay, now we have this form data copy without password and with the timestamp. Now we can actually save it inside the database. So there is a method inside the Firestore called setDoc. So this is actually returns a promise as well. So we need to add await here. And so we use the setDoc. And setDoc is going to get doc, which is coming from Firestore too. I think I imported this. Yeah. Okay. This doc is going to get three things. First is just the database that we have created inside the Firebase.js. So they know which database we want to save our information, because we can have two databases. There's no limit. So we know which database we want. Because we only have one, we call it DB. And we want to save it inside a collection. And we call the collection users. We call it users, and then we want to save it with the same ID of the authentication ID, this ID, UID. The way we can access to this UID, because we are getting the user. We are getting the user here. Where was it? Yeah, here. We are getting the user. And the user.uid gives us this ID. And what we want to put here? We just want to put that form data copy here. Whatever inside form data copy, we want to save it inside this collection with this UID. So let's try this. We see if we can get the result. Okay, let's go back to our website, and I'm gonna sign in with another person. test 4. So let's sign up. Okay, we didn't get any error. So we just go to our database now. We refresh the page. So we are getting the, okay, the person is authenticated inside the authentication. Let's open the Firestore. Yeah. Now we have a new collection called users. The users ID came here. Okay, the test 4 was PWR, and this one has the ID of PWR. We have the email, we have the name, and also timestamp. Yeah, that was completely correct and successful. Now, after the signing up, I want to redirect the person to the home page. We did it before. We can use the use navigate hook which is coming from the React router down. So we just go here, we're going to import use navigate hook from React router down. We are getting the auto suggestion, and we need to initialize it as well. So after this const, I'm going to initialize that, and I call it navigate. And this is going to be use navigate. And we simply, after adding the person to the database here, we want to navigate to the home page. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, now let's just do test 5 at gmail.com with the same password. So we click on sign up, and this is going to sign up this person and redirected me to the home page. The next things we want to do is just add the notification instead of console logging the error. As I mentioned before, we're going to install a package called react-toastify. So if you just go to Google and we search for React, I think it's called Toastify. Yeah, React-toastify. And the first result is an npm package. If you click on this, we can see that we can make many sorts of notifications. And this is very popular package. It has a weekly download of over million, weekly downloads of over million, and it's very easy to implement. If you go scroll down, you can see that we need to import two things, the toast container and toast from react-toastify. We need to import the CSS file from this package, and we just need to add the toast container to the place you want to see the notification. But as we want to see the notification in all pages, we're going to add this toast container to the app.js file. So if you go down a little bit more, you can see the documentation tab. If you click on the documentation, we can just a little bit change the toastify. Now this is the, if you check the show toast, you can see this is just the default one. I wanted this toast to be here at the bottom, so we can just choose bottom center position. And let's see it. You can see here, I want to use the dark theme as well. You can see like this. You can change the time, transition, and there are plenty of options you can change. So first, we need to install it. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, we stop the server, and we just say npm install react-toastify. Then we need to add this toast container to our app.js, and we need to import it as well. We just need to copy this. We go back to Visual Studio Code and we go to app.js, and we need to put it just at the end of this empty fragment, so this can be included in all pages. And we need to import this as well. So let's see. Yeah, we can auto import it, the toast container from React Toast. You can see it's imported, and we need to import the CSS file as well. So we need to go to installation tab, and here we can just, in the gist, we can just get the CSS file. We copy this and we go back to app.js and we paste it just under this. Now in the signup.js, instead of the console logging the error, we can toast the error. So we can just say toast. We need to import it from react-toastify. So just let me import it first. So we just say import toast from react-toastify. Then we can simply say toast. For example, if you want an error, you can just say toast.error, that the notification would be red. And you just put a message. For example, we just say something went wrong with the registration. That is wrong. Registration. Okay. Let's test this. Let's start the server. So we just say npm start. Let's close this. We don't need it. We don't need the Firebase documentation as well. Okay. So we need to go to the sign up page, and we need to just make an error and see the notification. So we go to sign up page. For example, I don't put anything here, so I click on sign up. So we got the notification, but it's not dark. I think the documentation is a bit wrong. We need to come back to the app.js. Yeah, in this toast.container, we can just add the theme here, and the theme is going to be dark. So this is going to fix it. Let's try again. You can see now the theme is dark. And yes, you can actually make a customized message, for example. If someone didn't put the email, you can say, oh, you didn't put the email. Or if the password is missing, you can say the password is missing, because you can get the error here. You can get the error, and error.message, actually the message is coming from Firebase, but the message is not that clear. So you have to make a if statement. Just say if this message comes, just show this toast. If the other one happens to, just show the other one. For example, and also we can just add a toast for the correct one creating tool. So we just say toast.success, and the message would be, for example, we just say sign up was successful. So for example, if you just add another user, for example, just say test6 at gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we sign up, we're going to be redirected to the home page, and also we get see the message sign up was successful, but with a green color, which is success, toast.success. You don't need it probably. I didn't see any website just do this sign up is successful. If you see your profile here, it's going to be successful. So I just gonna comment this, but you can have it for your reference. Okay, that was it for this sign up section. We still have one part, which is the continue with Google. I'm gonna do it later in another section, another video. But for now, we just add everything to GitHub. So we just say git add all, and we create a commit with the message of create, or we just say install Firebase and react-toastify, and sign up the user. Okay, and we push it to GitHub. Let's check the GitHub, and we refresh the GitHub page related to this project. Now we have 6 commits, and the last one is install Firebase and react-toastify and sign up the user. As you can see, I have added the Firebase rules, so you can have access to the rules here as well. It's inside a file called Firebase rules.txt. Then we have installed Firebase version 9.9 and react-toastify version 9. In app.js, we have added the toast container with the positioning and the theme that we are interested. We have added the Firebase SDK and initialized the app and exported the DB using getStore method. Inside the signup.js, we have used the get of create user with email and password and user update profile from auth. And we have used doc server-side stamp and set doc from the Firestore to submit the user to the authentication and database. We use try and catch to create the user first, update it, Then we removed the password and added the timestamp and added to the database. And we also used the toastify to show the error that we are catching from the method that we are using. And also in the form, we have added the onSubmit function that is being called here. That was it for this section. I hope you learned and enjoyed. See you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the functionality for the sign up page. We have successfully registered users inside the authentication and the database of Firebase. And in this section, we're going to work on the continue with Google button, and we're going to add the functionality for signing up the person with Google. If you look at the final version of the projects and we go to the sign up page and we click on the continue with Google, we can see by clicking on this button, a window pops up which is going to ask us to sign in with one of our accounts. And if we click on any of the accounts, after signing in, we're going to be redirected to the home page. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's bring it on the left side. Okay. So the page we need to work on is the OAuth component here. So we go to OAuth component. As you can see, we only have one button, and we need to add some functionality to it. So let's add an onClick on the button, which is going to call a function, and we call the function on Google click. As you can see, we have an error saying on Google click is not defined, so we just need to create the function at the top. So we create a function called on Google click. So let's test it. When we click on the on Google click, we are getting an error. This error is related to this sign up. The reason we are getting this error, something went wrong with the registration, is because this button is inside the form of the sign up, and form has a onSubmit method inside it. And this button is automatically is going to activate that form because the type of the button is submit by default. We can simply fix that by changing the type of the button to be just button. Now if you click, nothing's gonna happen. It's just gonna call this function. Now it's time to complete the function on Google click function. If you search on Google Firebase authentication, and let's go to the documentation, which is on firebase.google/docs/auth, and we click on web and we go to Google. Authentication using Google with JavaScript. As you can see, we need to import the Google Auth provider from Firebase /auth, and we can get the provider using the new Google Auth provider. And we also need to get the auth as well. And if you want to change the language, you can just change the language, but we just leave it as a default. And after getting the provider, getting the auth, we can use a method called signing with popup, which is going to get the auth and the provider. And this is going to gives us, after try and catch, the result. And the user is inside result.user. And we can catch the error here as well. So similar to the one we did with the email and email and password, now we need to do the same thing. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside the function, we add a try and catch statement. And in the catch, we're going to get the error, and we're just going to toast it. Toast.error, and this is going to be, for example, could not authorize with Google. Okay. Let's go back to the website. And inside the try, we need to firstly get the auth. So the auth is going to be equal to get auth, which is coming from Firebase /auth. We have also imported toast as well. We have imported toast from react-toastify. So we got the auth. Now we need to create the provider. So we just say constant provider, which is equal to new Google Auth provider, which is coming from Firebase /auth. And this is a method. We need to add a parenthesis. So now we have the provider, we have the auth. Now we can use a sign in with popup to sign up the person. But the sign in with popup is returns a promise, so we need to change this function to asynchronous, and we can just now get the results from the sign in with popup. Sign in with popup from Firebase /auth. And this is going to get the auth and the provider. Okay. And finally, the user is going to be equal to result.user. Now let's console log the user. And also we console log the error if we have a possible error. Okay. So let's open the console here using F12. Let's clear the console, and we click on continue with Google. As you can see, the window is pop up. Okay. We just choose one of the accounts. For example, I choose code with the hand. Okay, now we got the user. As you can see, similar to the username and password authorization. Here we have display name, code with the hand, the email, and also this is going to gives us the photo URL as well, which is coming from Google. And also we have a unique ID. And if we check the Firebase, we go to the console and we choose the, I think, it was React, Realtor clone React. It's here. Okay, now if you go to authentication, we see that a new user is added and the provider is Google. The unique ID is E0Q, E0Q, which we are getting here as well. Now it's time to add the user to the database as well. So if you check the database, we didn't add this user to the database yet. So as you can see, we don't have code with the hand user. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's delete this console log. And here, after getting the user, firstly, we need to check if the user is already existed in the database. So first, we need to check for the user. I just put a comment here, check for the user. So we need to create a reference for it because we need to have the address, the unique ID. We need to compare this unique ID and check it inside all the documents inside the collection. So we need to create the reference, which is the address for that. And the address is going to be, we can add the address using the doc method from Firebase Firestore. And this is going to get three things: the database, the collection name, and the ID. So the DB is coming from the Firebase file that we have created. The collection name was users, and the ID is coming from here, the user.uid. User.uid. As you can see here, user, and this is UID. Okay, now we have the reference. Now we can just get the user. So this is going to return us a promise, and we always usually call it a snapshot. So we just say doc snap, and this is going to be await, and we use get doc from Firestore, and this is going to get this address, docref. Okay, this is going to check all the documents, with this user ID. And if it's available, we get it inside this doc snap. Okay, now we can check if it's available or not. We just say if the doc snap is not available, so we can check it by using the .exist method. So if it doesn't exist, the doc a snap. So we're going to add it to the database. So for adding, it's very simple too. Instead of using getDoc, we just use setDoc. So setDoc we have used before. So setDoc is going to get the address as well, which is the same address we have here. This address, docref. So we use docref. And what we want to add to this document is this. Firstly, we want to add the name, which is user.displayName, which is coming from here, show you here. This is user.displayName and user.email we can get. And the timestamp, we can use the server timestamp. So user.displayName is the name. We can have the email, which is user.email. And also we can add the timestamp, which is the time that the person is signed up. So this is going to use the server timestamp from Firestore. Okay. Now let's try this again. So let's sign up. Let's sign up with the same person, code with Sahan. And let's check our database that we're gonna have a new person. Okay, the new person is added, which is codewithsahan@gmail.com. The name is codewithsahan, and this is the timestamp. Let's try it again with my other account, this one. Okay, this one is added as well. And in authentication, now we should see 2 people with Google provider. Last things we need to do, we just redirect the person to the home page. That is simple as well. We just need to use navigate hook from React Router down. So we just need to import use navigate from React Router down. And we need to initialize it here at the top. We just say navigate is equal to use navigate hook. And after signing up the person, we can just navigate to the home page. Okay, let's try it. So I'm gonna again sign up with one of the accounts. So after this one is completed, we're going to be redirected to the home page. Okay, that was it for the Google Auth part. So let's add this one to the GitHub first. We stop the server and we just say get add all. And we create a message. And this is going to be complete. The OAuth functionality. Okay, and we push it to GitHub. Okay, let's check our GitHub. And we refresh the page. As you can see now, we have 7 comments, and the last one is complete the OAuth functionality. As you can see, we have imported get-off provider and sign in with pop-up from Firebase /auth. And we have used the doc, get doc, server timestamp, and set doc from Firestore. We have imported toast db and use navigate. We have initialized the use navigate hook, and we have created a asynchronous function called onGoogleClick. Firstly, we have tried to sign up the person with pop-up, which is going to get the auth and the provider. Then we got the user using result.user, which is coming as a promise from signing with pop-up. Then we have checked the user if it existed or not. First, we created an address for it. Then we checked for it. We got the snapshot, and if the snapshot is not existed, we have created the user inside the database by just adding the name, email, and timestamp. And finally, we have redirected the person to the homepage. And here we catch the error using try and cache and show it using Toastify. And in the button, we have added an onClick, which is calling the onGoogleClick function. And also we have changed the type from submit to button to prevent submitting the form. Okay, that was it for the OAuth functionality. See you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the OAuth functionality. In this section, we're going to complete the sign-in functionality. As you can see from our Firebase, now we have kind of some test accounts that their password of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and also we have some Google. For Google, sign in and sign up is similar. It doesn't matter. So our website is still the Google is gonna work for signing in the person. It's just a similar things. And but for the signing in the person manually, we can just go back to our sign-in page here, and we need to add the onSubmit and etc. The process is very similar to the sign up page, but instead of sign up with email and password, we need to use the sign in with email and password from Firebase /auth. So we need to import few things. We need to import the sign in with email and password from Firebase /auth. We also need to get the auth. Also, we need to import the toast. So we just import toast from react-toastify. Okay. So let's add the onSubmit to the form, which is going to call a function called onSubmit. Now let's create the function at the top. And similar to the one in the sign up page, this function should be asynchronous because we are going to use the await, which is going to return a promise. So we need to change this one to asynchronous. So this is an asynchronous function and it's called onSubmit. Firstly, we need to prevent the refreshing the page by just saying e.prevent default. Okay. Then we can use the try and catch statement to try to sign in the person and we catch the errors. And the error we're going to show with the toast.error. And the message would be, for example, bad user credentials. Okay. So first thing first, we need to get the auth, which is coming from get auth. I think, yeah, this one should be get auth, not get just auth. We get auth from Firebase /auth. Then we have the auth now. And also we have the email and password from the form data. We have this structured here. So now we can use that method. Okay, now we can just get the user credentials. We get the user credential by just using await, sign in with email and password. And this is going to get three things. First is the auth, email, and password. And if this is successful, this is going to return the user credential. So, and if the user credential .user is true and it exists, we can just go to the home page. We can use navigate to the home page. And we need to create the navigate as well. So we need to create the navigate, which is gonna use the use navigate hook from React Router DOM. Okay, so let's try this. So we can use one of these accounts that we have created, for example, test6@gmail.com. So we just say test6@gmail.com. And the password was 123456. Let's sign in. If it's successful, it's going to redirect us to the home page. I think the server is done now. So we need to use npm start to start the server. Okay, now we can try again. Okay, now we can go to the sign-in page again. And we just use, for example, this time we use test5@gmail.com. And the password is 123456. And we try to sign in. If the sign is successful, we're going to be redirected to the home page. And if we go here and we refresh the page, let's go back can see that the test 5, the new sign-in time is 27th of July. The last one was 24th of July. So that was correct, the sign-in. Okay, that was it for the sign-in part. Let's add it to the GitHub here. So we just say get add all. Then we can use get commit to create a message, and the message would be complete the sign in functionality. And we push it to GitHub. Okay, let's check our GitHub. We go to the page. Now we have 8 commits. And the last one is complete the sign-in functionality. As you can see, we have imported use navigate to redirect the person to the home page. We have used sign in with email and password and get off from Firebase /auth. And we have imported the toast. We have initialized the navigate, and we have created a function called onSubmit, which is going to prevent the default refreshing of the page. Then we have used try and catch, firstly, to sign in the person with the email and password using the auth email and password. And if the person exists, we're going to be redirected to the home page. Otherwise, we're going to get an error. And we have added the onSubmit to the form. Okay, that was it for the sign-in functionality. See you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the sign-in functionality. In this section, we're going to complete the forgot password page. In the forgot password page, we just need to have one input, which is email. And if you press on send reset password, the Firebase is going to send the email that is here, if it's correct email, and it's going to redirect us to a page that we can put our new password. It's very simple. We can use a method called send password reset email from Firebase /auth, which is very similar to the one we did for the sign up and sign in page. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's start a server using npm start. And we go to the forgotpassword.jsx file. Okay. So we go to that page. Let's bring this one on the right side. So similar to the one we did for the sign in and sign up, there is a form here. So we need to add an onSubmit to it. And this is going to call the onSubmit function that we're going to create. So the onSubmit function is going to be asynchronous because the send password reset email method from the Firebase auth returns a promise. So we need to use await for that, and also the function should be asynchronous. So we create the onSubmit function here. First thing first, we need to prevent the refreshing the page. So we just say e.prevent default. And after that, we have a try and catch statement. Okay. For the error, we just do the toast, which is coming from react-toastify .error, and the error should come. We just say could not send reset password. And for the try, first things first, we need to add the auth, which is coming from get auth from Firebase /auth. Then we can we just await for the send email send password reset email from Firebase /auth, and this is going to get the auth and the email, and the email we are getting from here, from this hook. Okay, after sending, we want to just say toast.success, because this is successful, so the notification would be green, and we just say email was sent. Okay, let's try this. We should use a correct email. The one that I use my correct email is this email. I can use this one. So I just say sahan.gha@gmail.com, and I click on send resend password. So we got a notification email was sent, so that was successful. So I'm going to open my Gmail. And because it's a new website, usually it goes to your spam. So let's check the spam folder. As you can see, we got an email, reset your password for Realtor clone React. And this one has a link to reset the password. And if we click on the link, we're going to go to a page that is asking us for a new password. For example, I use 123 instead, and I save it. I said at least should be 6, so it's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, because the previous one was 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I save this. Now, if we go back to the website and we go to the sign in instead, we can just use the new password at gmail.com, and the password was 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So I sign in. Okay, that was successful. So we could manage to do the forgot password functionality. And if we try to put the password email that is not authorized before, for example, I just put a random email. We just say send reset password. You see, I could not send reset password because this Gmail account is not existed in our authentication. And if you refresh the page in authentication, we can see that now the sahan.gha email, the provider is changed from the Google provider to the email and password provider. Okay, that was it for the forgot password page functionality. Let's add this to GitHub. So I stop the server using Ctrl+C, and we just add everything to GitHub using get add all. We create a message using get commit, and the message would be complete the forgot password page functionality. Okay, and we push it to GitHub. Let's review. Inside GitHub, I go to the page, and now we have 9 commits, which the last one is complete the forgot password page functionality. So as you can see, we have imported get off and send password reset email from Firebase /off. We have imported toast from react-toastify. We added an onSubmit to the form, which is calling the onSubmit function. That is an asynchronous function that we have created here. First, we prevent the default refreshing the page. Then we use try and cache to firstly send the password using the off and email. And if it was successful, we get the message email was successful using Toastify. And if it's not successful, if the email is not existed, we get an email notification could not send the recent password. Okay, that was it for our forgot password functionality. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the forgot password page functionality. In this section, we are going to create the profile page. If you look at the final version, you can see if you go from the URL to go to the profile page, we are going to be redirected to the sign-in page because there's no authentication in the website and nobody is signed in. So we have to make a system that redirect the person if the person is not authenticated. But if we sign in with one account, for example, I sign in with Google, one of my Google accounts, you can see after that, the menu from the sign in changed to profile. And now, if we go to the website /profile, we can see the profile page without being redirected to the sign in. As you can see inside the profile page, we have a title saying my profile. We have 2 inputs, the form. These are disabled. You cannot type anything here. Here as well. We have edits. We can edit the name. For example, if I click on edit, you can see that is highlighted in red color, and also this one changed to apply change. And now if I change this one, for example, to Sahand and click on apply change, you can see that the name is changed to Sahand. Even now, if you refresh the page, you can see the name has been changed to Sahand. So this is updated in the database. And if you pay more attention, when I refresh the page, you see a spinner before coming. So this spinner is necessary because we need to check a person is signed in or not. And it takes time to get the information from the Firebase. So if you don't put the spinner or the loading effect, the website is going to crash because we cannot get this information, Sahand or this email. So we need some time for the Firebase to send back the information. So we need to add the loading functionality So when we refresh and come to this page, first check that the person is authenticated or not. And if it's not authenticated, the person is going to be redirected to the sign-in page. And also here we have a sign out button. So when we click on the sign out, as you can see, we have the spinner and the person is redirected to the home page. Now the menu is sign in instead of profile, and we cannot have access to the profile page too. So the profile page is actually protected. Okay, let's firstly, I want to create the forms in the profile page. So let's go back to our profile page here. The things we want to do here, just do this part. Let me show you here. So we want to create only this part. Okay, which includes the title, the form inputs, and this edit and sign out links. Later in the course, we're going to create this button and the My Listing sections. But for now, we need to just complete this part, which is actually a very important part. And it's the most difficult, in my belief, it's the most difficult section of the course because it has all the middleware protection routes and checking the authentication. It's gonna be a long video, so be patient. But if you understand this part, you can apply the same functionality to any other projects you have, because authentication and signing and profile is common in most projects. For example, if you want to make an e-commerce website, you're going to have the same things. Okay, so let's go to our Visual Studio Code and we go to profile.jsx inside the pages folder. The profile.jsx. So as you can see, we are only returning the profile. So first things first, I'm just gonna delete this profile and make this an empty fragment. And let's bring this one to the left side, and we have our final version on the right side, and we need to go to the profile page. In our final version, we still don't have the protected page, so we can go to the profile URL, but later we're going to add that middleware that is going to redirect the person to the sign-in page. But for now, we can have access to the profile page. So let's bring this one to the right side so we can see the changes simultaneously. And let's close the left side so we have more space in our code. So we have an empty fragment. Let's add a section here. And inside the section, we're going to have an H1, the heading 1 tag. So we're going to just say my profile. Okay, and let's style this. So in the H1, we're going to add a class name. And let's make the text bigger by just saying text 3XL. Then let's bring it to the center using text center. And we need to add a margin at the top. So add some space at the top. margin top of 6. And let's make it bold using font bold. Okay, that's enough for the header section. After this h1, we're going to have a div. And inside the div, we're going to have our form. So we need to add a form. We don't need action for that. And inside the form, we're going to have two inputs, one for the name and one for the email. So here we have the name input. So this is going to be input. And the type is text. And the ID is going to be the name. And also we have the value, which is name. We don't have the name yet, the value. Let's create it at the top. So as we did the same things for the sign-in page, for example, we made the form data and we use user state and we give them the initial value. We're going to do the same things, but the initial value is going to come from the Firebase authentication. But for now, we just hard code something. So we recreate the hook form data here, and we can set the form data, and this is going to be equal to the user state that which is coming from React. We need to import it. And the initial value, as I mentioned, we need to hard code something, but later we're going to get it from Firebase. So the name, I just write down Sahand, and the email is going to be my email, just sahand.gha@gmail.com. Okay, we're getting an error. So name is not, we need to destructure this form data and get the name and email. So we just say name and email, which is equal to form data. Okay, now we have access to the name, and the Sahand is displayed inside the input. So let's style this h input. And before styling, let's I want it to be disabled. We cannot have access to it. We cannot do anything. But when we click on this, for example, edit button, we can have access, and it's going to be enabled. But first, as a default, I make it disabled. And let's add some styling as well. So we just say class name, and the style will be, let's make it full width. And after making it full, let's add some padding to the x-axis, 16 pixels, y-axis of 2 pixels. Then let's make the text bigger, just saying text XL, and make the text to be gray, and the color number is 700. And let's add the background color of white, because I want to change the background color when we click on the edit button. So first we make it white, and we just add a border, and we set the color of the border to be gray 300. Then let's make this one rounded in the corners by just saying rounded. And the other things I want to do is just add a transition. So when something happen, a color change or something, we can see an animation. It's not a smooth transition between the colors. So transition, and the effect would be ease in and out. So now we can see the form, but it's just covering everything. And let's just, we can limit the size in this div. So in this div at the top that is covering the form, we can add a class name. First, we can make a width to be full for the mobile size. Then in the medium size and above, make the width to be 50%, which is the half of the size of the screen. So now if we increase the size, in the medium size, you can see we have a smaller 50% size here. And let's add the margin top of 6 and padding in the X in the mobile size of 3. So we have some space here. Like this. And we need to bring them in the center. We can centerize everything by just adding the style to this section. So it's going to be everything inside here to be center. And I want the max width of the screen to be 6 XL, like the one we did for the header. And we can bring them in the center using MX Auto. So now let's refresh the page. No, it's still not working. So let's make it flex as well. So justify, we make it justify center and item center. So we bring them to the center horizontally and vertically. And also I want them to be on top of each other. So we change the flex direction to column. Like this. Now should be in the center. Yeah, it's in the center. It's always 50% of the screen and maximum 6 XL. Okay. So we have this input now. We can just copy it and make the email input as well. So after this, we have email input. And this is going to be very similar to this. So I'm going to copy this. The type would be email. The ID would be email. And the value is email as well. So we can see it here. It's going to be disabled and with the same styling. Okay, so we have both of them. And after this email, let's add some margin top as well. So we can just make some space to the top. Let's see the final version. Yeah, we have some space here. Yeah, we can have some margin bottom. So both of them. So we use a dual cursor to choose both of them. And we just add margin bottom of 6. Okay, now we have the space. Okay, the cursor was here too, so we need to delete this part. Okay, after this, we're going to add this text you want to change to your name, edits, and sign out. Okay, here, after the email input, we're going to have another div that inside this div, we have one paragraph saying, do you want to change your name? So just say, do you okay. And inside this paragraph, we're going to have a span. And this span is going to just say edit for now, but later it's going to be dynamic because we want to click on edit and apply change after that. So after this paragraph, we're going to have another paragraph saying sign out. So now we need to style this. So in the top div, we need to bring them to the next to each other by just using flex. And then we can have a space between them using justify between. Okay. And in case the screen gets very small, we can just use white space, no wrap, to prevent the text go to the next line. So we just say one white space, no wrap. Which is equal to white space, no wrap inside the CSS. Then let's make the text small in the mobile size. And after the mobile size, let's make the text to be large. So now it's small, but when we have a break of the small, we have a bigger size text. So that was it for a styling for the div that is covering both of the paragraphs. For the first paragraph, we can, they are next to each other actually, but we can just, we can just use flex to keep them always next to each other. And then we make the items center as well. So they will be on the same line always. And we add some margin at the bottom of 6 because I want this to have a space between this one and this button. So this is a margin button, or we can just add this one here as well in the div. Okay. So that was it for the paragraph. Let's install this span. The span, let's make it red. So we just say text red 600 like this. Then when we hover over it, I want it to be a little bit darker. So we just say text red. Instead of 600, we set it to be 700. And let's add some transition as well. So it's not going to change suddenly. We can just add a transition with ease in and out effect. And we can add a duration of 200 milliseconds for the transition. Then we add some margin left of 1, so have some space between that one and this text. And we just change the cursor to be pointer, so when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand like this. Okay, that was it for the edit part. Let's do let's finish the sign out section. So we add a class name here. And this class name is going to apply the text blue of 600. But when we hover over it, I want the text to be blue, but instead of 600, let's make it 800 to be darker, like this. And after this, let's add the same transition effect for the sign out as well, and with the duration of 200 milliseconds and with the ease in and out effect. And also let's change the cursor to be pointers so we see a pointing hand when we hover over it. So that was it for the UI section of the profile. Now we want to, instead of hard coding the form data, we want to get the real name of the person who is authenticated. So the simplest way to do that is just get the auth from Firebase authentication and show the current user data from that auth. We can do it, but we're going to get an error because the page is going to be rendered before getting the information from the Firebase. So that form data would be empty. So let's test it and see the error I'm going to show you. And then we're going to fix it by adding the middleware that is always check the person is that the information is already here, and then show this picture. So this page. So we need to just get the auth here. We just say auth, which is equal to get auth. And the get auth is coming from Firebase /auth. And instead of just hard coding name and email, we're just gonna get the auth dot current user dot display name for the name, and for the email, we can just say auth dot current user dot email. But as you can see, we don't see anything in the page. And if we open the console, we're going to see the email that I was mentioning, the error that I mentioned here. So let's clear here and then refresh the page. As you can see, it said they cannot read the property of null display name. The display name is there. And if you want to be sure, we're going to first sign in. Even we are signed in, we still cannot get the information because the page is rendering before the data is coming from Firebase. So let's sign in with the Google account. For example, I sign in with this account. Now we are in the home page. If you go to the profile, we are already signed in, but we're still getting the error. So let me open the console again using F12. As you can see, it said the display name is null, but actually it shouldn't be null. The problem is we are rendering the page before getting the information. Okay, so it's very, we need to fix this. I just wanted to show you the error, that you understand the logic behind this redirecting to the sign-in and checking the authentication and adding the loading, the checking effect. So you know that we are getting an error for the page being rendered before getting the information from Firebase. So we can simply fix that. Now let's create our private route. So we go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's open the Explorer section using Ctrl B, and inside the components, let's create a file and we call it private route. .jsx. So this is going to just be a React functional component, and we're going to export default a function which is private route, and we just want to return two things. Firstly, we're going to have, let's create a dummy variable called login, and we set it to be false. Later, we're going to get this false and true from the Firebase, but now I just want to show you how this system works. So we're going to return if the login is true. We're going to return everything inside the profile. So whatever inside this private route, which we can do this one by using outlet, which is from React Router DOM. So let's import outlet. So we just import outlet, and this is coming from React Router DOM. And otherwise, we want to redirect the person to the sign-in page, and we can use the navigate from React Router DOM to do that. It's different from use navigate hook. It's going to directly redirect the person to the places we want. For example, we just say to sign in, and with the /. And we need to close the tag. So let's see. 2 should be equal to sign in. Okay. Now we need to add this private route to our app.js. So we go to app.js, and inside app.js, we're going to add that. So we need to import it first. So let's import it here. We just import private route from /components /private route. And instead of just having the profile, we're going to put the profile inside this private route. So we're going to cover this with, we just add another route, we close it, and we bring this one inside. And this route is, the path is profile /profile, but the element instead of profile is that private route. So we need to just say private route like this. So this private route is going to cover this. If the person is signing, it's going to render the inside, which is profile, by using the outlet here. Otherwise, it's going to navigate the person to the sign-in. So let's try this inside our code. Now we go to profile. now we are redirected to the sign-in page because we manually put the login to be false. So nobody can go to the profile page anymore. But instead of just doing it false, we want to create a hook and get this from the Firebase. So let's create the hook. It's going to be a custom hook. So inside the src, we're going to create a folder called hooks. And this is going to be our first hook, which the name would be use of status.jsx. Okay. For creating the hook, we just do the RFC, React Functional Component. The name will be use of a status. That is okay. And this is going to have two hooks, which the first one is login. And we just say set login. And this is equal to use a state, which is coming from React. And the initial value would be false. So we just suppose that the person is new and it's false. And after that, we're going to check if the person is authenticated or not. And also, we need some time to get the information from Firebase. So we need to add another hook that check the status, which is we want to know that the information came or not. Otherwise, we want to add the loading effect. So we can call that one loading, or we can just call it checking a state. You're checking a status. Okay. And we need to set it as well. Set checking the status. And this is going to be equal to use state. And the initial value would be true because we want, first, we are getting the information. So first, everything is true. So checking. Let's see. I forgot the N here. So checking status. So now we want to use effect to ask Firebase that if the person is authenticated or not. So we add a use effect here, which is coming from React. And this is going to return a function. First, we need to get the auth, initialize it by using getAuth, which is coming from Firebase /auth. So we need to import it as well. After that, we're going to use another method from Firebase auth called onAuth state change. So we need to import onAuth state change, which is coming from Firebase /auth. And this is going to take the auth, and this is going to give us the user. And here we're going to check if the user exists or not. So we just say if the user exists, then set the login to be true. So the person is existed, so it means it is authenticated. After we are sure that the person is existed or not, we can set the checking status to false. So the loading effects is going to finish. And we need to add the bracket here. So we just gonna call the use effect one time. And for returning, we just return the login and the checking status. So this is the hook we're going to use inside the private routes. So let me review. So we have added two hooks here using user state. The login is false as default, but we're going to set it true if the person is authenticated, and we're going to check it by the onState change. So onState change, it just gives us true or false, and gives us with the here from this user. And if it's true or false, it doesn't matter. After checking, we just set the loading that it was default true to be false. And we're going to return these two information, and we're going to use it inside the private route. Inside the private route, instead of just using this dummy data that we just set this login to false, we're going to import the login and the checking status from our custom hook that we have created, which is a use of a state, and this is coming from our hooks folder and this file. Now this is the correct login, and if we check our website and we go to profile, as you can see, it's false now. And if you go inside our website, authenticate using the Google, and I choose one of the accounts. And if we go to profile, we cannot go yet because, as I mentioned before, we're still not checking the status. Because we are going to the returning the children, but the children, we are not getting the information because the page is rendering before the information is coming. So if the checking is happened, if the checking status is true, we want to just return. For now, we just say loading. And later we're going to add the spinner. So we just say loading. So we're not gonna return this. So let's go to the profile page again. Let's see. Now let's check our code. Actually, this use of a status should be inside the bracket because we are returning two things from the use of state. But because in use of a state, we export it as a default, so we cannot return two things. So we need to delete this default here. Now we are returning two things, and we are getting both of them from user state here by destructuring the login and the checking status. So let's try this again. We go to profile and let's sign in first. I just choose this account and I go to profile. Still, we are going to the sign-in page. Let me check this real quick. All right, I find the problem inside the private route.jsx. I didn't pass the parentheses. So you need to add the parentheses after use of a status to call this hook. So make sure to add this set of parentheses. So now if we check our website and we go to the profile, we can see after the loading, we see our My Profile page. And if you refresh, you see the loading here. Okay, so it's working now. Now let's add the sign out functionality so we can see the sign out effect as well. So we go back to the file that we need to do, which is profile.jsx here. And we need to add the logout inside that paragraph that we added sign out. So here we add an onClick. And this is going to call that logout function that we're going to create. So we just call it onLogout like this. And we need to create it at the top. So here, after this hook, or let's make it after this constant, and we create the function. And this function is going to do two things. Firstly, we call this function onLogout. First things first, we need to sign out, which is very simple. We have this auth. The auth has a method inside it, and it's sign out. So we need to call this, and this is going to sign out. And after that, we want to navigate the person to the home page, which we can do by using the use navigate hook. So we just say const navigate. We initialize the hook, and this is going to be equal to use navigate, which is coming from React Router DOM. So it should be React Router DOM. Okay, and now we have this navigate we can use here. We just say navigate / which is the home page. Now let's try it. So by clicking on sign out, I have to go to the home page, and I cannot have access to the profile page anymore. So let's refresh this page. I still have the access to the profile page. By clicking on sign out, so it doesn't work. Let's check. So sign out, we added the onClick, and we call it onLogout. And we have created this function called onLogout, which is going to be triggered. Then we use auth.signout, and we call it, and we also navigate to the home page. Let's refresh the page if we still have access. No, the sign out worked, but the use navigate didn't work. So navigate to the / and we initialized use navigate. Oh, we should call the use navigate. We need to add a parenthesis here. Okay. So let's try it again. Let's sign in. I sign in with this account. And we go to the profile page. Okay, that is correct. And we click on sign out. And this is redirected us to the home page. Yeah, that was it for this profile section. This is a kind of long section now. So I want to do the other section, which is adding the edits in another video. So let's sign in. I'll show you what we do in the next section. So in the next section, inside the profile page, I want to add the functionality of the edits. So when we click on edit, we can edit the name. So let's add everything to GitHub for now and review what we have done in this section. So we can add everything to GitHub using get add all. Then we can add a message by using get commit. So we just say get commit, and the message would be let's just say create a private route and custom hook for protecting the profile page, and add the logout functionality. Okay, so let's push it to GitHub using get push. And now if you check our GitHub, we should see a new commit. So let's go to the repository. So inside the Realtor clone React repository, now we have 10 commits, which is the last one is create private route and custom hook for protection or protecting the profile page, and add the logout functionality. And inside this, we can see the changes that we have done. So first thing first, we have created the private route component. We have imported this route, this component inside the app.js, and we have protected the profile page by just putting it inside another route and with the path of profile, but the element is private route. We have created the private route component. We have imported outlet for adding the children inside this, and navigate to redirect the person to the sign-in page. We have got the logging and the checking status information from our custom hook, that is use of a status. And if the checking status was true, it means that we were getting the information. So we just show the loading. And otherwise, if the login is true, we get the outlet. And if the login is false, we're going to be redirected to the signing page. We have created the hook, the custom hook, use of a status inside a folder called hooks, that is just getting the information from the Firebase, including the get off and the on off state change. We have created two hooks, login and checking status. The login is false by default, but the checking status is true by default. After using use effect, one-time rendering, and getting the information from the auth, and we just got the like a true or false of the person to be authenticated or not. So we use the auth and we got the user information. If the user exists, we're going to say that the person is logging. So we set the login to true. And after that, we're going to set the loading status, the checking status to false. And we have exported the return, the logging and the checking status. And just be careful that we have exported all the function, not as a default, because we have two exports, not one. So we don't need to have default. And we have completed the profile page. So first thing first, we got the information from the auth and we put it inside the form data. But just remember that you cannot get it directly because you get an error. You need to wait until the information is coming from the auth. That's why we have added the middleware. We have the structure, the name and email from form data. And this is the function for logging out the person. So we just use auth.signout to log out the person and we navigate the person to the home page after logging out. And we have return, firstly, a header, just saying my profile. Then we have just added a form with two inputs, name input and the email input. And this is just the normal input. And after that, we have added the do you want to change your name section by adding the edit and also sign out for logout functionality. So that was it for this section. In the next section, we're going to complete this edit functionality. We're going to have the functionality to update the input, the name input, and we're going to update the database and also the authentication in our Firebase. So see you in the next section for the edit functionality. All right, in the last section, we have completed the functionality related to the private route, and we have protected the profile page. We have also completed the sign out functionality. In this section, we're going to complete the edit functionality in the profile page. Now, we want to, when we click on the edit, we want to have the ability to change the profile name, and we want to have the ability to submit this change to the Firestore and change our authentication and also the database. Okay, we need to go to the Visual Studio Code and we need to add onClick to the this edit, this paragraph. So for the spam that is saying edit, I'm going to add an onClick, which is going to firstly change the one hook that is called change details. And then if this one is apply, we want to submit the form. So first we need to create a hook here. And we just say, name the hook change detail, or just change detail. Then we just say set change detail. And this is going to be equal to use state And the initial value would be just a false. So firstly, we don't have any change. But when we click on this button, edit, we want to make this one opposite. So we need to set the change details. First, we get the previous state. And we set the previous state to the opposite of the previous state. Like this. And then, instead of just showing edit, we want to make it dynamic. So if this change detail is true, we want to show just the apply change. Otherwise, if it is false, we want to just say edit. Let's check. Let's refresh the page. I believe we're getting an error. Let me check. So let's open the console. So okay, let's check. So we are calling this one all the time. We need to make this one a function and return this set details. Otherwise, we are making a loop that is calling this set change details infinitely. So now we can see our form. Let's click on edit. It changed to apply change. And when we click again, it would be edit. So now we have this ability. And also when the change detail is true, we want to change the style of this form. We want to make it with the background red. And also we want to have the ability to change it. So we need to make the display disabled to false. Now disabled is true for input. We can make this one the opposite of change details. So when the change detail is false, we want to have the ability to change the input. So when it's false, it's disabled. When it's true, it's enabled. So now when we click on edit, this is enabled. We can change it. But because we don't have onChange, we cannot change it yet. So we need to add an onChange here to track the change. So we just say onChange. And this onChange is going to call a function called onChange. Let's create onChange at the top. So we create a function and we call it onChange. And this is going to get the event. And firstly, we need to just set the form data. And we get the previous state. And we set, we need to return. We need to return an object. Firstly, we want to keep the previous state. We need to spread the previous state, and we just say if the e.target.id, which is here, this ID, the first one is name, the second one is email. This one should be equal to the e.target dot value. Whatever the value change, it's going to be applied to the set form data, which is here. So we're going to update this name and email based on the form. So now we can change the form when we are in the apply change mode. We can change it, but in this mode we cannot type anything. And if we refresh the page, we can see that there is no change happened because we haven't submitted the change to the database. Okay, so for now we have applied this. Okay, now we need to add this onSubmit as well. So when so let's, instead of returning this one directly, let's return in a parenthesis, and we want to return two things. First, if the change details is true, we want to call a function called onSubmit. And after that, we want to change this set change details. So we need to put this one here. This one should be an object. Okay, now it is correct. So when we click, if the set change detail is true, we're going to submit the form. Let's make this one capital by calling this onSubmit function. And then we want to change the set change detail to the previous state. So let's create the onSubmit here at the bottom of this. Underneath the onChange function, we're going to create another function and we call it onSubmit. And with this function, we're going to add the change to the database. Before completing the function, let's make this a styling of the first input dynamic. So we want to change the background color to red. So let's add a backtick here instead. And we put this one in a bracket. And after this, we're going to add a variable. And we just say if the change detail is true, we want to change the background color to red, but 200. And also we want to have the focus to have a background color red 200. But these two should be inside the clone. Okay, like this. Now, when we click on edit, we can see the background color is red. And when we focus, it's red as well. So now we need to just do this apply change functionality. Inside the onSubmit function, we want to add a try and catch, like the try and catch statement. And for the error, we want just toast the error, toast from the react-toastify. and we just say could not update the profile detail or details. For the try, we want to firstly test first to check that if the name is changed or not. So we just add an if here and say if the auth dot current user dot display name is not equal to the name, then we want to submit the change. Otherwise, we just don't do anything. So we need to firstly update the display name in Firebase authentication. So we need to use the update profile function from Firebase. This is going to take the await, and that's what because we are using await, we need to change this function to asynchronous. So this update profile is going to return a promise. That's why we need to keep the function asynchronous. So we just use update profile, which is coming from Firebase /auth. And this is getting the current user, which we can get from the auth.currentUser. Then we want to apply this change. We just want to change the display name to name. That is coming from the form date. After that, we want to update. We want to update the name in the Firestore. So two things we need to change the name in this authentication and the Firestore. Inside the Firestore, first we need to create the reference. So the user ref or the doc ref, we can call it, is equal to, we need to use the doc, which is coming from Firestore. This is going to take three things: DB, the collection name, and the user ID or unique ID. So we need to import the DB from Firestore, Firebase.js. The collection name was users. Then the ID we can get from the auth.currentUser.uid. Okay, we created the reference. Now we can use this reference to update the document. We're going to use a update function from Firestore, which is going to return a promise. So we need to use await. And then we just say update doc, which is coming from Firebase /Firestore. And this is going to take two things. First, the user, this doc ref. And the second thing is the change we want to apply, which is name. So we can say name equal to name, which is coming from the here form data. But because these two are the same things, we can delete one of them. So this is enough. This is be similar to the name, equal to name. And after that, when this one is finished, we want to toast a success. And we just say profile profile details update. Okay. Now let's test this in our website. So now the name is Sand Abidel. If you refresh, we still can see Sand Abidel. We click on edit. Now we can change it. For example, I just change it to Sahan G and I click on apply change. Now we should get the notification profile details updated. Now if we refresh the page, we should still see the Sahan G, which is coming from the authentication, and this is also updated in the Firestore as well. All right, that was it for the My Profile section. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So we stop the server using Ctrl+C and we press Y. We can add the changes to the repository by just saying get add all. Just say get add dot. We can create a message by using get commit. And the message would be add the edit functionality to the profile page. And we can submit this one or push it to the GitHub using get push. Let's check our database, our repository. Now, if you refresh the page, we can see that we have 11 commits. And the last one is add the edit functionality to the profile page. And if you click on this commit, as you can see in the profile.js X, we have imported the update profile for updating the authentication. Then we have imported the doc and update doc to update the database. We have imported toast to create the notification for an error, a possible error, and also the successful submission to the database. And we have created a hook to track the change in the change detail, and we're going to change the detail, and the default value for change detail is false. And we have created an onChange function to track the changes inside the input. In particular for this one, the input is just the name input. Then we have created a function for onSubmit. We have used try and catch to firstly check if the name is changed or not. If the change happens, we want to firstly update the profile inside the authentication. Then we want to update the name inside the database by using this update doc. Then we have created a notification for successful operation, and if an error happens, we're gonna get this message. We have changed the displayed and made it dynamic. So when the change detail is false, this would be true. So we cannot change the input. And also we are tracking the changes by using this onChange. We have created the class name dynamic as well. If the change detail is true, the background is red, and also the focus background is red as well. And finally, we have added an onClick to the span, which is firstly was edit, now it's dynamic. Based on the change detail, we have apply change and edit. And we have also, if the change detail is true, we're going to submit the function, submit the form, and also we are changing the change detail to its previous state. If it's false, it would be true, and if it's true, it would be false. Yeah, that was it for this section. In the next section, we are going to complete this header, because the header is still showing sign in, even though we have the ability to go to the profile page. So we need to create this header dynamic as well. So when we are sign out, we want to see sign in here. When we are authenticated, we can go to the profile page. We want to change this one to profile. Okay, see you in the next section for the header part of our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the edit functionality of our My Profile page. In this section, we're going to complete the header section, and we're going to make this button dynamic. We're going to just see the profile when we are authenticated, and we just see sign in when the person is signed out. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and let's close the pages that we don't need. And we just need to have our header open. So we go to the header.js X, and as you can see, the onClick is going to bring us to the sign in page. But we want this one to be dynamic. If the person is authenticated, we want to go to the profile page. Otherwise, if the person is not authenticated, this is going to be redirected to the sign-in page. We have made the ability, the private route. So when we are going to sign-in page, we automatically go to the profile page. So we need to, the profile page, we go to the profile page if the person is authenticated. Otherwise, we go to the sign-in page. So we need to change this one to the profile instead. And for the border button red, not just in the signing page, we should be red. We need to just copy this and the profile page as well. It should be with the under black page. I made a typo here. Match should have a seat as well. So let's fix this one too. So this one should be match, path match route. And we need to fix everywhere. Okay, and this is here. So that's okay. So we need to this one should be in a parenthesis because we are using or. And we need to use only one. Okay, so this is in the parenthesis. So if we are inside the sign-in page or in the profile page, we want the border button to be red. So let's test it now. We have a border red, even we are in the profile page. That is correct. And also this sign-in should be dynamic as well. So in order to make this one dynamic, I want to create a hook here at the top and just here at the top, we create a hook and we call it page state. So we need to create a constant page state, and we can change this one with saying set page state, and this one should be equal to use state, which is coming from React, and the initial value is just the sign in. Okay, because we want this show sign in if the person is not authenticated, but when the person sign in, we want to change this one to sign to profile. So the initial value is sign in, and instead of showing this one hard coded, we want to just show the page state. Okay, now we see sign in as the same as before, but this is dynamic. Okay, now we need to update this state based on the authentication. So first things first, we need to initialize the auth. So here we just bring the auth, and this is coming from get auth, which is from we need to import it. So we need to import get auth, and this is coming from Firebase /auth. Then when we got this auth, we want to use effect to check the changes of auth. So we're going to call a function each time this auth change. So we need to add the auth for the dependencies. And we can use the on/off state change of Firebase auth to track the changes in the authentication. This is going to take the auth, and also this is to gives us the user state. And if the user is existed, it means if the user is authenticated, we want to set the page state. This one should be page state. We want to set the page state to be profile, and just otherwise we want to set the page state to be sign in. Okay, that should work. So let's try it. Now we refresh the page. Now this is profile. If we sign out, this one should be sign in. So we click on sign out. This one changed to sign in. Now we go to the sign in page. Let's sign in with another account. For example, I choose the other one, quote it's a hand. Just pay attention to the header. So now it's profile. And if you click on that, we go to the profile page. Okay, it worked. Maybe there are some simpler way to do this, but this is the way I use to check the status of the authentication by just choosing one user state. Yeah, that was it for the header part. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So we sub the server using Ctrl+C. We add everything to the GitHub using get add all. And we add a message using get commit. And the message is just complete the header. So let's make this one lowercase to keep the consistency. So we just say complete the header component and make this make it dynamic. Okay. Let's add everything to GitHub using git push. And let's go back to our repository and we go back. Now we have 12 commits. And the last one is complete the header component and make it dynamic. And as you can see, inside the header.jsx, we have added a use effect to track the changes in auth. And if the auth is changed, we're going to use the on-auth state change to track the user if it's authenticated or not. And if the person is authenticated, we want to set the changes state, which we have created here as a hook from the initial value, which is sign in, to profile, and otherwise we want to set it to sign in. And we fix the typo, the path match route, and here we made it dynamic. So in both sign in and profile, we have a border bottom red, and we're going to redirect the person to the profile page, which is automatically the text. If the person is not authenticated, it's going to be redirected to the sign-in page. Otherwise, they go to the profile page. And we have made this sign-in dynamic as well. So based on the page state, we get the text sign-in or profile. Okay, that was it for the header component. In the next section, I'm gonna update this spinner. As you can see, when we refresh this page, if you start the server again, let's close this. So when we go to the profile, and when we refresh the page, you can see this loading. Instead of having loading only, I want to make a spinner. So this is going to cover all the website, like the one we have in the final version. You can see in the final version, we have a spinner. I'm going to teach you how to create the spinner and replace this loading with the spinner. So see in the next section for the spinner component. All right, in the last section, we have completed the header section of our project. We have made it dynamic based on the page and also the authentication of the user. In this section, we're going to add and complete the spinner of our project. So first things first, we need to create a component and we call it a spinner. So inside the components folder, we create a component and we call it a spinner.jsx. And this is going to be a React functional component. And here inside this div, we're going to have another div. And this is going to be an image with the source to the spinner. And the spinner is an SVG. So how we get the SVG? There is a website called loading.io that is giving us a dynamic and beautiful loader. So if you search for loader generator, something like that, in the search result, we see a website called loading.io. And if you click on this website, you can see that they have plenty of spinner, different types that you can choose, and different colors you can choose as well. So the one I want to use is this one. These are free section. These two lines are free. The other one you need to pay. So we just choose the free one. And the color I want to choose is just this one would be okay. And just check the transparency to on. Okay. So it's a transparent background. The speed and the size and other things you can change, but just I want to keep it as a default, and I want to download it as a SVG. So I click on SVG and just click on the animated. And we need to just download it. I just click on free download and click on download to download the SVG. So I just need to get the file that is downloaded and just bring it inside our VS Code. So for now, I just put it in the component folder, but I want to put it inside another folder. Inside the SRC, I create another folder called assets. And inside this folder, I create another folder called SVG. And let's bring this SVG we had to this folder. Okay. And I change the name, rename it, and just say spinner.svg. Okay. And let's target that we need to import it here first. At the top, just say import a spinner. And this is coming from, we need to come back, go to the assets. And inside assets, we need to go to SVG. And inside the SVG, we can have the spinner. I think SVG. Okay. And we need to just add this one as a SRC in the image. And for the auth, we just say loading. For the class name styling, I want to make it smaller and just make it 24 pixels. Now, inside the private route, instead of just saying loading, we want to show the spinner component. So here, I just say spinner. And we need to import it as well. So let's test this. We go to our website, we refresh the page. Okay, cannot resolve this. I feel this one didn't go to the folder correctly. So let's open this one by clicking on reveal in the file explorer. Yeah, SRC asset SVG. Spinner.svg. So yeah, we need to, because this is a SVG file, we need to just add the .svg at the end. And that's, I think would be okay. Okay, let's try it again. Let's refresh the page. Okay. Yeah, you can see the spinner here. Okay, it's working. So you need to style the spinner. So we go to spinner.jsx here, and we just need to change the class name for the app dev. So we add a class name. I feel the server is very slow. Let me stop the server a little bit. And I just do the npm start again. Okay. So we want to make the background color to be black, but we don't want it to be completely black. We want to add some transparency. So I just changed the opacity of the background color to be 50%. And we want to bring it in the center. So we just make it flex and use item center. So we just say item center and justify center to bring it to the center horizontally and vertically. And in order to make it fix in our website, so let me check. I feel something has a problem because it got very slow. Okay. So let's continue this. We just changed the position to be fixed. And we bring it from the left to 0, right 0, bottom 0, and right 0, bottom, and top 0. So it's going to be exactly in the center. And we want to make the z index to be 50. Yeah, let's change the z index to be 50 to be, this one should be in the top. But if you remember, the header was, the z index of the header was 50 as well. So let's decrease the 50 in the header to 40. So I want the spinner even to be on the top of the header. So we change the header to be 40. Now let's check the website. Now if we go to the profile page and we refresh the page, we should see the spinner. Okay, now you see the spinner in the center, exactly in the center, like this. Probably my laptop is a bit hot now, so that's why we have some delay. It's not big. It's not for the website. So it's working. Okay. That was it for the spinner section. Let's add everything to GitHub. So I stop the server. I add everything to GitHub using git add all. And I add a message. And the message is create the spinner components. Okay, and then we push everything to GitHub using git push. Okay, now let's check our website and we refresh the page. Now we have 12 commits, and if you click on all the commits, we can see the last one is complete the header component and make it, sorry, it didn't come yet, the last push. Let's refresh it. Okay, now everything's okay. Okay, now we have created the spinner component. And if you click on the create the spinner component, we can see that we have added the spinner.svg to our folder assets svg. We have changed the header z index from 50 to 40. And we have added the spinner component to the private route.jsx. And inside the spinner.jsx, we have added the image, which is having the address of the spinner.svg. And yeah, we have changed the background color, the opacity, and then bring it to the center. And we set the z-index to 50. Yeah, that was it for the spinner section. Sorry about this, some glitch in the video. And that was for my laptop I was using a lot today. So I'm going to fix the laptop, clean it. And in the next section, I'll see you for more functionality to our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the My Profile section with the form, the edit, a spinner, sign out, and etc. In this section, we're going to create the button. As you can see in the final version, we have a button to sell or rent your home with the home icon, which we can get from the React icons. And when we click on this, we're going to be redirected to a page called with the address create listing. And here we can create our listing. In this section, we're just going to create the UI section of this. We're going to make these buttons, this form, these beds and bath, and then parking, furnish, address, description. We have offer, and finally we have the ability to upload images. And we have another button to submit the listing. So first thing first, we need to create this button. So let's go to our own project here. And we just bring it to the right side. So we can see the changes in real time. Then we go to the page that we were working on, which is the profile page. And let's bring this one to the left side so we can see everything. And we just close this Explorer section. Okay. So after we this form, we just have to pass the form, this closing tag. So after this form and inside the div, we just add a button, and the type would be submit. So we can choose this auto suggestion to get the submit type. And inside this button, we're going to say sell or rent your home, but we're going to add an icon as well. So first we just write sell or rent your home. And then let's get the icon as well. So we go to React icons again. So we search on Google React icons. And we go to this GitHub page, reacticons.github.io. And here we search for the home. We just search home. And the one I want to use is from FC home. So this one, because I wanted a colored icon. So I copy this by clicking on it, and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and we can just put it before this sell or rent. So just here, we put it like this, and we need to import it as well. So we go to the top and we import FC with a capital F and capital H, FC home from react-icons/FC, because it's coming from FC. So we use FC. Okay, we should see it in our website now. Okay, you can see the icon here. It's a bit small, but we're going to work on the CSS, Tailwind CSS for now. So the another things we need to consider is just when we click on this button, we want to be redirected to that create listing page. So we need to wrap everything inside. We can wrap the button, or we can wrap inside with the link tag. And we just create a link tag, and this is coming from React Router DOM. So I have imported that. So we need to close this tag, and we bring these two inside this link. And this is going to be redirected the person to the create listing page. So 2 equals / create listing. Okay, now if we click on the icon or this one, we go to create listing page. Okay, let's go back and style the button. So first things we can style the button by just adding a class name. First we set the button to be width of the 100%. As you can see, this one comes in the middle. We want to change the background color to be blue 600. And let's change the text color as well. We change the text color to be white, so we can see the text better. Then we can make it uppercase, the letters, and also we can add some padding to the y-axis of 7 and x-axis of 7 and y-axis of 3. And we make the text to be a small, the size of the text to be a small. But I want the font weight to be medium, which is equal to font weight 500. Okay, it's a bit bolder now. Then we can just make it rounded, so we have a rounded corner. Then let's add some shadow of medium to the button, so you have some shadow. And when we hover over it, I want the background color to be blue, but instead of 600, I want it to be 700. So it's a bit darker when we hover over it. So it's not working because here we need to have a clone instead of the dash. Okay. Then let's add a transition so we don't we see a little bit of a smoothness between the changing of the colors. So we can just add transition and makes the duration to be 150 milliseconds and with the ease in and out effect. Also, when we hover over it, I want the shadow to be bigger. So we use shadow large. So in the normal time, we have shadow medium, then we have shadow large. So it feels a little bit different. And also when it is active, when we click on it, I want the background to be blue, but instead of 600 or 700, let's make it 800. So when we click, you see a big change. So they feel it's changing. So everything is all right for this button. Let's style this icon and this one. So in order to bring them next to each other, we can just add a class name to this link, which is covering both of them. So we can just add a class name here and change the display to flex to bring them next to each other like this. Then we can bring them to the center using justify center and bring them to center vertically using item center. So this is justify center for horizontal centering and item center for vertical centering. You can see they came next to each other. Then I think it's all right for this link. Let's style this icon. So we have a bigger icon. So let's firstly add a margin to the right section of 2. So we have some space between them like this. Then let's make the text to be larger with just saying text 3x large. And we added some background color of red 200. But I want it to be circle, so I make it rounded full. So it's completely circle. And let's add some padding too. So we have some space between the icon and its border, and we can add some border too. So we just say border 2. So we have some white border. That looks nice now. Okay. And also this size is gonna be the same as the form because it's inside this div, and the div has some styling, which has the width of 50% when we have a tablet size and above. Okay. Now it's time to create our create listing page. So we go to this page and here we open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E or Ctrl+B. And we can just go to pages. We stay in the pages and we create a new file and we call it create listing. .jsx. So here we can use RFC to create a React functional component automatically by our snippets tool. Now we can just add it to our app.js because we need to have this route. So here we can just go, we just can copy one of them. For example, this offers page, and I change it to create listing, but create dash listing for the slug. And here we just say create listing, and this is going to auto import the create listing page from /pages/create listing. Now we can see the create listing text which is coming from here. First thing first, let's add the title of the page. So we can close the left side and we bring this one to the left side as well, so we can see the changes in real time. We change this div to the main tag, and inside this we just create a h1 tag for having heading 1. Then we just say create a list or listing. You can see it now. Let's style this. So we add a class name. First, make the text bigger using text 3XL, which is equal to the font size 30 pixels and line height 30 pixels, 36 pixels. Then we can bring it to the center using text center. And let's add a margin to the top of 6. So we bring it a little bit down, and we can make it thicker using font weight, and we set it to be bold, which is font weight 700. After creating the title, let's create the button. So as you can see from the final version, we have 2 buttons that is going to select the sell or rent type. So we need to add a onChange to this, and we're going to track this sell and rent. But in this section, we're just going to create the UI, just these buttons and the styling. And later in the course, we're going to add the functionality, the onChange function, and also onSubmit function as well. So we go back to our website, and just after this h1 tag, we add a form, and we just delete this action. We don't need it. And in the form, we're going to have a paragraph just for this saying sell and rent, sell or rent. So we add a paragraph just saying sell or rent. We can see it here. Let's bring this a little bit here. Okay. And let's firstly style this. So for the main tag, we want to set the maximum width to be medium. And we want to bring them to the center. First, we add a padding of x of 2 and margin x of auto. So this is going to bring everything to the center and add some padding to the left and right. And when we have a bigger screen, like the final version, we still keep them as a medium in the middle. So simply we could achieve that with just these 3 classes. So let's style this sell and rent. So we just add a class name to the paragraph, and which is going to be the text large. And we can just add a margin to the top of 6. And we set the font weight to be semi-bold, which is 600, font weight 600. Okay. So it's completed the sell and rent title. After that, we're going to have 2 buttons. So we're going to put the 2 buttons inside a div so we can change their display to flex and bring them next to each other. So here we add a div first. And inside the div, we have the 2 buttons. First, we can style the first button, and then we just can copy the first one and change it a little bit and create the second button because they both are similar. So we don't need to style them separately. So first we create the first button. So we add the button. The type would be button, because we don't want to, when we choose this one, we don't want to submit the form. The only button that has a type of submit is this create listing, because we want to submit the form. But these buttons, they just have a type of button. They don't do anything. They just change the onChange, and just we track the changes by clicking these buttons. That's why we choose type button. And for the text, inside we just say sell. We can see the button now. So this button has a type of button. The ID is type, because the type is going to be sell or rent. So we can track this by this ID. The value is just sale. And we have a on click here. That's going to trigger a function called onChange, because we want to track the changes in the button. We're getting an error saying the onChange is not defined. So we're going to define it first here. I'm not going to complete the onChange because it's going to be a little bit complicated, but we have to first complete this page and do this onChange. And in that time, I can explain why we are doing these kind of conditions in the onChange. Because we have different types of things. We have buttons, we have text input, we have address input, we have a kind of number input. So we need to, and also we have images. So the onChange is not that a normal onChange. It's going to be a little bit complicated. Okay, so let's create this function. So we can just say function and we call it onChange, so we don't get an error. Okay, so let's continue with the button. So after this, we just can style it. And the style, first thing first is styling is dynamic. The reason it's dynamic because it depends on the type, rent or sale. We have different background color. Here we have a white background color. And when we click on it, we have a darker background color. So, and the text is white, and here the text is black. So we need to have a backtick here, so we can have a dynamic styling. So we just add this and a backtick. And the backtick, inside the backtick, first we just add the classes that are common between the both buttons. And then we're going to add the dynamic one. So these things are common between both. So we have a padding X of 7. We have padding Y of 3. The boldness is font medium. So the font weight is 500. Let's make the text to be a small. And we just make it uppercase. Like this. You can see the changes here. And let's add some shadow effect. Shadow medium. We should see the button now, but it's transparent. And let's make it rounded so it has some corners. And when we hover over it, let's make the shadow to be larger. And also when we focus on it, it means when we click on it, when we are in that one with the tab. So when we focus on it, we want to have the shadow of large as well. And also when we click on it, we want to have the bigger shadow large. And also, you see, we have some transition to make it smooth with a duration of 150 and with the ease in and out effect. Okay, and also we want to set the width to be 100% by just saying v-full. So you can see, but if we add the second button, this is going to take the 50%. So now it's time to add the dynamic one. So the dynamic one, we can just add a $, and inside a set of curly braces, we write down the dynamic one. So the type, if the type is equal to rent, so as you can see, they said the error is a type is not defined. So we need to define the type as well. So here at the top, we're going to create a hook for form data, a piece of state for form data. We just create a constant. This is going to be form data. And we can just change this one by just saying set form data. And this is going to be equal to use state hook, which is coming from React. And the initial value for them, for example, for type, the initial value is rent. But now it's rent, but we can change it by clicking on the button. So the type is rent. We're still getting the error because we haven't destructured it yet. So we need to get the type by destructuring this form data. We just say type is equal form data. So we shouldn't get an error now. And now we can continue create our condition in the styling. So if the type is equal to rent, we can just set the background color to white. So, and otherwise, we want to set the background color to be a slate 600. So now the background is white. But when we change this type, for example, to sell or sale, you see the background colors is slate. So this is the way we change. We have the dynamic styling. But for now, the initial value is rent, and later we're going to be using this onChange function to change this form data from rent to sale and vice versa. Okay. The background is white and also the text is black. And here the background is a slate white and the text is white. So this is the opposite. Okay, now we have this button. Let's copy this and we create the other button, which is the rent one. So we just need to copy this button using Ctrl-Shift arrow down. Sorry, Alt-Shift arrow down. And now we have two buttons. Let's bring them next to each other by just changing this div to be flex. You can see here. And so the other things we need to add is the margin right for the first button of 3. Okay, so I have some space, and also we can have a margin left of 3 in the second button. Or we could add some space X here, but that is fine. It's up to you. Both works. So here is different. If the type is sale, the background would be white and the opposite. So you can see it says opposite, and this one is not sale, it's rent. Okay. So by just doing a dynamic styling, we could achieve this one. We cannot change it now because the onChange is not, we didn't create the onChange. We didn't complete the onChange function yet. But as you can see from the final version, we can simply toggle between these two buttons. In the next section, we're going to create the onChange. But for now, we just continue creating this form. All right, now it's time to create the next element in the page, which is this input form. So as you can see, it's very similar. It has a title and it has a input form. So let's create this one in our project. So we go back to our project and just under the button, this div, and at the end of the closing tag of the form, we just create a paragraph, and the paragraph is saying name for the title, And for the class names, we just want to make the text to be large. We add a margin top of 6, so we have some space. And then we make the font weight to be semi-bold, which is, I think, font weight 600. So after the paragraph, we add the input. And the type is text, that is correct. The ID is name. And the value is name as well, but we need to define the name because name is not defined. So we can just add it to our form data here. The initial value, we set it to be empty string, and then we destructure the form data and get the name here. So you can see the form now. So let's continue styling the form. And firstly, we add the onChange here. We add the onClick to the buttons, but for the inputs, we just add onChange because we want to track the changes inside the form field. And this is going to call the onChange function that we have created here, but we haven't done it yet. Okay. After the onChange, we can just start styling the project, or firstly we add the placeholder. So I want it to show just name, or you can add full name. Oh, no, sorry, it's a property name. So it should be property name or name. And I want it to be maximum length of 30. So sorry, or 32. So it cannot be more than 32. And also I want to add some mean length as well. So the name cannot be less than 10 characters. So when we are submitting the form, we're going to get an error that this name is less than 10 or is more than 32. Or while we are typing, we get the error. This is a built-in checking form functionality of the HTML. And this is required. So we just add the required here. So without filling this one, we cannot submit the form. So let's add the styles. So we add the class name. Okay. So first things first, we let's set it to be full, the width. So as you can see here, and we add some padding in the x-axis of 4 and padding in the y-axis of 2. And we make the text to be X large, so it's bigger. Then we set the text to be gray 700. This is, we can see the result when we are typing, because we cannot type yet because we haven't done the onChange function yet, but similar to the one we did before. And the background color is white. We add a border and we set the color to be, set the color of the border to be gray 300. You should see the change just now. Okay. Then we set it to be rounded. So it has some corners on it. And for the transition, when we are clicking or something, we just add the transition with the duration of 150 milliseconds, and also with the ease in and ease out effect. And then when we have the focus on it, when we click on, or when we are tapping onto it, we want the text to be gray, but instead of we just set it to be 700, the same. Maybe it's not necessary, but just in case we have a different text color, we added this. And when we focus on it, I want to have the background white as well. Okay, because in different browsers we have these different results sometimes, so we need to consider all the browsers. Maybe in Chrome the background color is always the same, but in Firefox, in Internet Explorer and other things, we need to consider all of them and fill all of them. And when we focus, we want to have a different border color. So we have border, and we call it, we just set it to be a slate 600, like this. So when we click on it, we have a different color in the border. And also let's add some margin bottom of 6, because we want to add some space to the next form. Okay, that was it for the input section for the name. Now we need to go to the next section, which is this beds and bath. For these two fields, we need to have, let me show you here. So we have a div here, and each of these, they have a different div. So this one is one div, and we have another div here. And inside we have a paragraph, and also this input, which has the type of number. Okay, let's go back to our website and we start creating this. So we have one div covering both of them, and we have another div for the first input, and we have another div for the second input. I don't make it the second one because we can first create the first one and copy the first one and just change the values to have the second one. So the first input, first we have the paragraph, which is saying beds, like this. And we have a class name of text large and font semi-bold. Then after the paragraph, we have the input, which has the type of number. You can see now we can change the number here. Then we have some sort of things, like we have the ID, which we can call beds or bedrooms. So let's say bedrooms. And we have the value, which is bedrooms as well. But we need to define this bedroom at the top. So here, I'm just going to create the bedrooms, which is equal to, I feel we just set it to be 1, because mostly the homes start with 1. So this is the default value. And we can copy this one and make the bathroom as well. So we just say bath here. And we can destructure these two here. We just say bedrooms and bathrooms from form data. So now we can use both of them. Okay. So let's come back here. So we have added the value, and after the value, we need to add the onChange. So we track the changes inside this field. So the onChange is going to call the onChange function, and the minimum we can set it to be, for example, 1. And the maximum, we set it to be 50. For example, I don't know any homes can have 50 bedrooms, but it's possible. Some very big houses they have. But just we add it, and then we just say required. Okay. It's required. Now we have created the first one. Let's style this div as well, so we can copy all of them at the same time. So we want to add this div is okay. Yeah, I feel we missed this. Still, we have to add the class names. So we style this form as well. We add a padding in the x-axis of 4, padding in the y-axis of 2, and we just make the text to be x large, text to be gray with a color of gray and 700, and let's add some background color of white. We add some border, and we just set the border color to be gray 700. As you can see, it's similar to the previous field. So we could copy it, but I'll just write it down real quick. So we add a transition with the duration of 150 milliseconds to keep the consistency in our website, and we just add the ease in and ease out effect to have a smooth transition in our field. And for the focus, we also set the text to be gray 700, and also when we focus, also we want the background color to be white. And when we focus, we want to change the border color to be a slate 600, as we have done for the previous field. Yeah, I feel the border color is still not okay. Border gray 7, no, border should be 700, 300, sorry. So it should be lighter. And yeah, we bring the text to in the center. So we want this one to be in the center like this. We cannot change the value because of we haven't done the onChange yet. Now this is fine. We can just grab this paragraph and the input, sorry, this input and the paragraph, and copy it, or we just copy this div here. For this div, we don't need any class name, and we just copy all of them, and we using Alt-Shift arrow down one time, and we just change this beds to baths, and the type is number, the ID is bathrooms, the value is bathrooms, the onChange is the same, the minimum and maximum is the same. It's required, and the style is the same, but we want to bring them next to each other. And also we want the width to be full as well here. So we forgot this, so we add the width to be full here and also here as well. Okay. And then we bring them next to each other by just styling the upper div, the parent div. So the parent div, the display is flex, so we bring them next to each other. And we add a space between them. We just say space x6. And we just justified a start, or it's already in the beginning, so we don't need to add actually justify start. And we add a margin for the bottom of 6 for the having a space for the next one. But the reason I added the width full is when you open this one in another browser like Firefox, we see a weird things happening here. But I just figured out we need to add the width full. So I tested in a different browser. So I highly recommend when you're styling, you test your website in different browsers and find a common styles that works with all the browsers. So I have already tested this website, at least in Chrome and Firefox mainly, because they are the main and most popular browsers. Okay. So we have done with these two form fields. The next one is the parking spot and also the furnished field. As you can see, these two fields are very similar to the sell and rent. So we can just copy this one 2 times and change just the title and this button text. So let's do this. We go back to our rent and sell here. So from this paragraph and this div that is covering both of the buttons, we copy all of them. Okay. And we paste them 2 times here, just under this div at the end of the form tag. So 1, 2. So we see the 2 sell and rent. And now we just need to change these 2. First things first, we need to add the parking and furnished to the form data. So here we just add the firstly parking, and the parking, it's just the true and false. So the default is false, and furnish as well. So furnished, it's false as well. And yeah, we added here and destructure the form. So parking and furnished. Okay. Now we have the data. We can simply change these forms. So we start with the first one. First, we change the title. The title should be parking spot. So we delete this and we just say parking a spot. I usually recommend people to don't copy paste their code and write again for the practice. But for our case, because we want to complete the project and don't make the course too long, I'm just copying it. But I'm very careful when I'm copying it. And it's at least never copy codes from other projects you have built before. So first create your project. If you see similarity, like now we are doing, you can copy. But first you create this section yourself, write it down, and then copy it. But never copy codes from other projects you have built before. That's my recommendation. So parking spot, the button, the type is button, that is correct. The ID is parking. The value we want it to be, for example, here we just say true. And the text is yes, because we have put it like this. Or yeah, when we click on this yes, we change the value from false, which is the default, to true here. So this button, the value is true, but for the no one, we put the value false. So for the next one, firstly, we manage this one. So instead of saying type is equal to rent to be this ternary operator, instead of that, we just say if not parking, it means that if the parking is false, we delete this. If parking is false, we want the background. Parking is false means this statement is true. The background to be white and text to be black. And otherwise, we want the background to be slate 600 and text to be white. So when we are not choosing it, it's white. But if we choose it, it's kind of black. Okay. So now this is finished. Yes, one. We go to the next one. And for the next one, the ID is parking again. But the value here is the opposite. It's false. And the text is also no instead of rent. So we can see here. And here also, this is opposite too. If the parking is true here, we want the background to be white. No, sorry, yeah, that's true. Parking is true. So we have the background white and text black. So as you can see here. And for the next one, we change the title. For this one, the title is furnished. And the type is button. The ID is furnished. The value for the first one is true because it's yes. We just change this one to yes, and we just say if not furnished. We want the background to be white or something like that. And for the next one, so everything is okay here. For the next one, the ID is furnished. The value is false because it's no. Then here we just say furnished. So furnished is true. This is the opposite. Okay. This is no. Okay, we have finished this part. We cannot change it yet because we haven't done the onChange function. So the next part, as you can see from the final version, we have the two text field, which is address and the description. So let's go back to our website. As you can see from the final version, the address and the name field are very similar to each other, which can just copy this name field and change the input to text area and have this address section. So let's go back to our own website and we go to copy the name field. So from the paragraph, and we copy it until the end of the input. And we just paste it at the end of the form tag. So now we have it here. We change the name to be address. And the type is text, but the input is text area. Okay, as you can see, we already have everything done. The ID is address. The value is address, but we need to create it at the top. So in the form data, we add the address here and we set it to be an empty string as a default. And we also destructure it here to have access to this piece of state. Okay. And the other things we need to change is the here. The placeholder should be address. And we don't limit the minimum and maximum lengths here. So we delete them. And the style is the same. Okay. Yeah, everything is similar. So we have the address. Now we can create the description as well because it's very similar. So let's copy this again, the address, using Alt-Shift arrow down. And we change the address to description. The ID is description as well. The value should be description. The placeholder is description. And we need to create the variable at the top. So we copy this and we change this one to description. And also we destructure it here as well. Okay. Now we have this. As you can see, now we have a big space between them because we have both the margin top and margin bottom. So we, inside the description in the P tag, we remove the margin top. Okay. That is fine. And let's continue for the offer as well. As you can see, the offer is similar to the furnished or parking spot. We can copy them and change them a little bit. So we just copy the furnished section from here to the end. And we paste it here at the bottom. We can see it, but again, we have some margin top as well. So we can fix this margin top. We delete the margin top. The first, this one, instead of furnish, we should say offer. And we don't have any margin bottom. So in the class name for the button, or yeah, this div, we add a margin bottom of 6. Okay. Yes, no is correct, but the ID is offer. So for the first one, and here, if the offer is false, the background would be like this. And this one too, offer. And the ID is offer. And we need to define the offer at the top. So we just say offer, and default value, we set it to be, I feel false, yeah. We set it to be false, and we destructure it here. Yeah, sorry, we need to have offer here, not false. Okay. So everything is okay now, looks okay. So next section is these two fields, the regular price and the discounted price. So we just need to go to our final version, and we just add the regular price field. So just at the end, again, we just need to add, as I'll show you here, the regular price is like this, but if we have a rent, if you choose the rent, we see that the regular price has $1 per month at the end as well. So we need to have again, we need to have a div here that is covering two divs, one here and one here. So here we add a div, and inside this div we have another div for the regular price field and the paragraph on the top of it. And after that we have another one. This is similar to the one we have here. So Yeah, we can copy that one as well. So we just go to, or we just do it again, just for practice. Okay. So we have a paragraph which is saying regular price. And a style for this paragraph is just text large. And then we have the font weight to be semi-bold, which is 600. We can see it here at the bottom. And after this paragraph, we can have the input. So we just create the input. Yeah, we need to make this one dynamic as well. So here, yeah, I want to consider these two in a one div actually. So this one and this one, we put it inside one div, and this is on the top. So we have another div here, and this div is going to cover the input section, which has the type of number. Let me see, I can find some. Yeah, type of number. We don't have name for this, but the ID is regular price. So we just say regular price, camel case, and the value. The value for this one should be regular price, but we need to define it at the top because we get an error. So we're getting an error which saying regular price is not defined. So we need to go back to our form data. Firstly, we create it here. So we just say regular price, and the default value, it can be 0, or we can choose some numbers, but yeah, 0 is fine. And we can destructure it here as well. And after destructuring the form data and get the regular price, we can continue in our field and create the other parts. For example, we can add the onChange here, which is going to call the onChange function. And after that, we set the minimum and maximum. So we set the minimum to be, for example, $50. And we set the maximum. You can find any price for the homes, but we just think about, for example, $400 million. As I saw in the YouTube, 400 million. Yeah, that is correct. A minimum, because I put the 50, because it can be a rent or selling. If it's rent, we can find somewhere in the world $50 per month. In some countries you can find. And the other field is required. Okay. So that is finished. Let's style this. So we add a class name, and first we set the width to be full, and it's full, but when we add the other part, which is the dollar per month, it's going to be half of the screen. So first is full, and the padding x of 4, padding in the y-axis of 2, and we just make the text a little bit larger by just saying text x large. We set the text color to be gray 700, and we set the background color to be white. And we add a border here, and we set the border color to be gray 300. And we make it rounded. So we just add some borders, sorry, the corner, and make it rounder. And we add some transition. With a duration of 150 milliseconds and with the ease in and out effect. And when we focus on it, we want the text to be gray 700. We want to have the background color of white, and when we focus, I want the border color to be darker, or we just say slate 600, and we bring the text to the center. You can see like that. And we can add some margin at the bottom as well, but we add it here in the top div. And also I mentioned that if it's rent, I want to have the dollar here. So we added a condition here, and then we say if the type is equal to rent, then we want to have another div with the paragraph saying dollar over months. You can see here, and let's style this dollar as well. We set the text to be in a medium size. We set the width to be full, and we can keep it in one line with using white space no wrap. Okay, and then we want to bring them next to each other, so we need to, in the top div that is covering both of them, we can set the display to flex. We don't see the change. Let's save this. Where was it? Okay. Let's refresh the page. Okay, we need to set the width to be full as well. And let's continue for this. Justify content center to bring them to the center horizontally and vertically. They should be inside each other. Let me check. Yeah. Oh, we made a mistake. This one should be inside this div, so we can have the effects. Now you can see they're next to each other. And And also we add some space between them by just saying a space x, for example, 6. And for the top div, we also want to add the flex box. This div. So we just change the display to flex and justify a start. So we don't need to add this justify start, but we bring them next. Item center horizontally align with each other, and margin bottom of 6. So this one looks okay. Okay, so this is finished for the regular price. The next one is the discounted price. This one is available when the offer is yes. If the offer is no, we don't see the discounted price. So this is kind of conditional as well. So we can copy this one and create this, but we need to be careful because this one doesn't have the dollar per month. Discounted price. Yeah, it can have a dollar per month actually, because when it's in the rent, we can add. So we can copy this one as well and create the discounted price. So let's copy all of them. So we have a div. Let's say we have this div. So we copy this div, bring it here, but this one should be inside a condition. So when we have an offer true, we need to have that. So when the offer is true, we want to have this form. I'm going to paste this one here. Now you can see, we don't see it now, but if I change the offer to true, now offer is false. If I make the default one to true, you should see that. Okay, so let's install it first and then we bring back this offer to false again because the default is false. So let's change this. First thing first, we need to add this form data. We copy this regular price and change this one to discount. Should be discounted price. So I copy this discounted price and we destructure it as well. And we come back to the form and let's fix it from the top. So this one should be discounted price. Discounted price. And the type is number. The ID is discounted price. The value is discounted price. The minimum and maximum is the same. And the required is different because it's required if the offer is true. Otherwise, it's not required. Okay. And the styling is the same. And yeah. So everything looks okay. Let's test this. So I changed the type of rent to sale. We shouldn't see the dollar per month anymore. Okay, that is working. So I return this to rent again. And if the offer is false, we shouldn't see this form at all. So that's working as well. So yeah, that's finished for this part. Let me check it again. Okay. The type is rent. We have this. Yeah, everything looks okay for now. If there is problem later, we can fix it. Sometimes problem happens when you're copy pasting the code. That's a problem of copy pasting. The next section is this image, the images section. So this is the final field in the form. So we can add this one and we can move on to the functionality of the form. That is the most and the more interesting part. I know that the styling is a bit boring, but you need to know how to style if you are a front-end developer and even you are a full stack web developer. You need to know both of them. So let's move on to the next section, which is the images field in the form. So for the images field, we need to add a div, and we can, because this one has two parts, it has the images and also we have another paragraph here. So we have two paragraphs actually, and then we have a field which is the input, but the input type is file instead of text. So when we put the input file, we have all these things automatically from the HTML. So let's do this. So at the end of the form, we just add a div. And inside the div, we add a paragraph saying images. And after this paragraph, so after this, first let's add the space here. So we have a margin bottom of 6, so we can see it better. It comes up a little bit. So after this paragraph, we have another paragraph saying the condition for the images. So we just say the first image is we just say will be the cover, and the maximum image is 6. We mentioned that, but also we make a condition that if the person chooses more than 6 image, the form is not going to be submitted. So it's kind of a form validation we add. So after this paragraph, we add the input with the type of file. Okay. We don't need to name, and the ID is just images. And we need to call the onChange here, which is equal to onChange function. We need to add something. For example, we just say we only accept the images with these formats. For example, .jpg, also .png, and also .jpeg. You don't need to space. So as many as you want, any images, data you can accept. So this one, when we choose file, you can see the custom file is JPG, PNG, and JPG. So only shows these files for the person. But the person, if he wants to see The other files can choose all files. But we're going to prevent them from the other files in the database. For example, in our Firebase storage, we have added the rules that only the images can be uploaded. So we have two actually validation, one from here, one from the database. So the person can only upload the image. That is going to be safe for your database, because if a person upload a big things or something, it's going to be a problem for you later. And we want to accept multiple images, and this is going to be required. So without any image, they cannot create any listing. So that is fine for this one, and we need to style them. So for here, that is fine. Now we just, for the paragraph, for the image, we just say text to be large, and also font weight to be semi-bold. For the paragraph, we changed the style. We just changed the color to be a little bit less bright, less dark. For example, we just text, we set it to be text gray 600. As you can see, it's lighter a little bit. Then after this paragraph, we can start with the input. So we add a class name to the input. First, we set the width to be full. And we add a padding in the x-axis of 3 and in the y-axis of 1.5. So 1.5 is equal to 6. You can see now the change. Let's change the color to be text, to be gray. 700. We set the background to be white, like this. And we add a border, and we set the border color. We don't need this dash here. The border color should be gray 300. And we make it rounded. And we add the transition as we did before. So the transition with the duration of 150 milliseconds and with the ease in and out effect. And I think it's okay for now. Let's see the final version. Yeah, it looks okay. We just add that focus as well. It's just a focus, background white. And also when they have a focus, we want the border to be a slate 600. So when we click on it, you can see, even we can click here. And also when we choose a file, you see the name here. This is the function from the HTML. So we haven't added anything. And we just test. And also if you choose two files, for example, these two files together, you see, we can just say, see the two files here. So everything is working okay. The next things we need to add is this submit button, and we're going to be finished with the UI of the create listing page. I know that was a very long video, but this is going to be the last long things to create in our projects. The later we only have functionality instead. So for the button here, we just add a button, but the type is submit because we need to submit the form here. And the text inside the button is just create listing. So we can see it here. Let's add some classes to here. So first thing first, we add a margin at the bottom so we can see it better. We set the width to be full, which is width to be 100%. We add a padding in the x-axis of 7 and in the y-axis of 3. We add a background color of blue 600, and we add a text color of white. We set the font weight to be medium. Sorry, medium. And we set the text size to be a small. And we set it to be uppercase. And we make it rounded. And we add some shadow, but the medium size shadow. And when we hover over it, we want to have a darker color, like a background color of blue. Instead of 600, we're going to have 700. And when we hover over it, we want to have a bigger shadow as well. So we have a shadow. Instead of medium, we're going to have shadow large. And when we focus on it, we want to have the background color of blue 700. And also we want to have the larger shadow as well. So that's it. And we're going to have the active as well. When we click on it, we want to have the even darker background color with the blue 800. And also we want to have the shadow of large. And let's add some transition with the duration of 150 milliseconds. Transition. And with the ease in and out effect. Okay. I think it's looks okay. Let's check it in the bigger size. That's fine. Yeah, everything looks very nice and neat. And yeah, that was it for the UI section of our create listing page. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So we don't need to stop the server to add the GitHub. We can just use Ctrl+Shift+G to open the source control. And these are the changes we can see. For the app.js, we have modified the page. We have created this page, create listing, and also we have modified the profile.jsx, and we have added the button there. So we add these changes it's like, this is like a get add all. So we add all of them, and then we create a message here. For example, we just say create listing page UI. Create listing UI, and we can commit it, or we can also commit and push it to GitHub at the same time. So we click here to commit and push it, and this is going to upload the changes to GitHub. And when we can just go and check our GitHub. If you refresh the page now, we can see that we have now 14 commits, and the last one is create listing page UI. And as you can see in the app.js, we have created a new route, which is create listing. And we have imported this page from the pages create listing. We have created a new page called create listing. So we have created a piece of state called for data, and we use the state hook to add the default values, which is rent for the type and etc. And we have to structure these form data here to have access to these data in our forms. We have created a function called onChange to don't get an error, but we haven't done this part. We're going to do it in the next section. And we have returned our main page. First thing first, we have added a heading, which is saying create a listing. Then we have added a form which has different parts. First is the sell and rent, which is 2 buttons. The first button is sell and the second one is rent. And with the different styles, and we have conditional styling as well. If the rent type is rent, we have different background and different color for the text. After this field, we have another field for name. And then we have bits, which has the type of number. The only change we have is the type. And after this one, we have the parking spot and furnished. And finally, we have added 2 fields, the address and the description. And for the offer, which can be yes or no, we have conditional styling as well. And finally, as you can see, we have the discounted and regular price and discounted price. The regular price is similar. It's always there, but for the discounted price, we only have it when we have the offer in our listing. So when the offer is true, we have this section. We have this field. After that, we have the images, and the most things you have to remember. The type is file, and we have only accept 3 formats for the images. We have accept the multiple images, but up to 6 images. But there's no validation here. But when we are uploading, we are going to validate it using our rules inside the Firebase storage rules. And we have added the button at the bottom. Inside the profile.js file, we have added a button which is going to link us to this create listing page. Yeah, that was it for this create listing page. That was a very long video, But in the next section, we're going to add functionality, and we're going to complete this onChange function that we have created here. So see you in the next section for the functionality of the create listing page. All right, in the last section, we have completed the create listing page UI. In this section, we're going to add the functionality, the onChange function, and we're going to complete this onSubmit as well. So as you can see from the final version of the projects, inside this page, we have the ability to change the buttons. We can write inside the inputs, and we can just change the numbers here. And then we can also upload the images. So let's go back to our Visual Studio Code, and we're going to complete excuse me, the onChange function. We need to have some condition, because we have inputs like true and false, we have numbers, and we also have files, and also just text from the name and address input. So we need to create a variable called Boolean, and the default value should be null for this. And we're going to, based on the input, we're going to change this Boolean to true or false, or you keep it null, and use that Boolean to change the states in the form data. So we just say if the input, which is coming from here, the event here, we just say if the event.target.value is equal to true, we have this situation like here, this button, not this one, for example, with the parking section, we have the value true or we have the value false. But this is kind of a string, but we need to change this one to the Boolean. So here, we just say if this string is equal to true, we want this Boolean that we have defined here to be equal to true. We do the same things for the false. So I copy this one. So we just say if this is false, I want the Boolean to be false. So we have managed the Boolean section. There is another situation if the input is files. So if the e.target has the files inside it, because sometimes the value is empty, but we have the e.target.files because we are uploading the files. So in this case, we want to set the form data. First thing first, we get the previous state. We want to keep the changes that happened before. And we can return an object. We keep the previous state by spread operating them. So we have the previous state and we set the images to e.target.files. So in case that we have the files, we want to set the images to e.target.files. But what if we don't have the images? We are doing the other parts. We are changing the other one. So if there is no e.target.files, we're going to handle the situation in a different way. So we're going to return, we're going to set the form data, we get the previous state, and we're going to return an object. First thing first, we get the previous state. Okay, and then we just say e.target.id, whatever it is. So this is not a file. So it can be text, it can be number, it can be a Boolean. So for the numbers and text, that is fine. e.target.id can be equal to e.target.value. Okay, but for the Boolean, we just say if the Boolean exists, if the Boolean is not null, just put it in equal to e.target.id. But if it's null, just do e.target.value. This is the ternary operator, but the meaning is the Boolean here, if it's null, consider the second one. If it's not null, it can be false or true. Consider this. We couldn't use the double ampersand because double ampersand only consider the true, but we want the true and false to be considered. And in case of null only, we consider the second one. Otherwise, we consider the first one. It can be true, false, or anything. So that's the way this ternary operator works. So I just put a comment here. This is for files. And this one is for the text or Boolean or number. Okay. So in case of these three, we use this one. If it's false, we use that. And we have defined the Boolean here. First thing first, null. In two situations can be true or false. Otherwise, it stays null, and the e.target is going to be the second one. And if in case we have the e.target.files, we're going to consider it as an image. Okay. So that was for the onChange. Now let's test it in our website. So now let's try to change this. So now it's working. We can change. I cannot return to the rent. Let me try the no. That is working. That's fine. This one is working. I can change the number for the regular and discounted. I can choose the files. And let's see what's the problem of the rent. So inside the rent, which is the first one, no, not the second one, that the type is sale, type is the rent. Just it has the onChange. The value is sale. Oh, the value should be rent. This is sale. This one should be rent. So that was the problem. Okay, let's try again. Now we can have a different numbers. And here, if we type something like this, we cannot submit because it says the text is less than 10 characters. So it should be more than 10 and less than 32. It doesn't go more than 32. So that is working. Now I want to make this route protected because we don't want anyone that is not authorized to submit this form. For example, if I copy this link and if I sign out, I can still have access to that page even without being authorized, and I can submit a listing. So we want to prevent this by making this a private route. We have done this before for the profile page. So the profile page is protected. If you go to the profile, we're going to be redirected to the sign-in page. So we want to do the same things for the create listing page. If we go back to Visual Studio Code and we go to app.js, so the same as we did for the profile page, we put it inside a private route. We're going to do the same things for the create listing. So we're going to add a private route here. So we can just add a route. And the path for this one is equal to create listing, but the element, let me close this, element is going to be the private route that we have here, similar to that one. So we put this private route, we close it, and also we're going to close the route as well. So we close it, and we need to put this inside this private route like this. Now, if you refresh the page, we're going to be redirected to the signing page. So we cannot have access to this create listing without being authorized. Let's sign in again with one of my Gmail account. Okay, I choose this. And now let's try to go to that create listing page. So we have access to that. The other form field I want to add is the latitude and longitude. For those who don't have bank cards, they cannot use the geolocation API of Google because the geolocation API needs your billing information. So in case you don't have a bank card, I want to add the ability to manually you'll be able to add the latitude and longitude of the address. Because now, if you write down the address, the Google is going to check it and gives us the latitude and longitude. But in case you don't have that bank card, and you cannot use that API, I just give you the ability to manually put the address and the latitude and longitude. And as you can see from the final version, each listing has a map that works with the latitude and longitude that we are getting from the API. Or in your case, if you don't have the bank card, you can just put the latitude and longitude manually in your listing information. So inside the create listing, we're going to add a hook, geolocation hook, and this is going to be false by default, but in case you don't have the bank cards, you can just set that initial value to true, so you'll be able to add it manually. So I just add a top. On the top of the form data, I'm going to add that geolocation hook. So we just say geolocation and just say enabled, and we set that one, set geolocation enabled, and this is going to be equal to user state, and the initial value would be false by default, but now I want to add this form, this fields, the latitude and longitude, so I put just now, for now, true. We create the field, and later we're going to set this one to false. So just which firstly we add this one here, latitude and longitude. So latitude is going to be equal to 0 as a default. Let me copy this, and this one is longitude, and we're going to destructure it as well, latitude and longitude. Okay, now we can use them in our form. So just after the address, I want to add that. So let's find the address. Furnished. This is the address. So just after the form here, the text area of the address, I'm going to add a condition. We just say if the geolocation enabled is false, this one is true, and we want the opposite. If the geolocation enabled is true, we want to have this form. So we're going to add some ampersand, and we're going to have that one here inside this set of parentheses. First thing first, we add a div here. And inside this div, we're going to have another div. And here we're just going to add a paragraph just saying latitude and that is okay. And after that, we're going to add the input with the type of number. So input number. We don't need the name for that, but the ID is going to be latitude. So that is latitude, the ID is latitude, the type is number, and we have the value to be latitude as well, which is coming from the form data. And this is going to call, we're going to add an onChange event listener, that this is going to call the onChange function that we have created. Okay, and this one has a minimum and maximum. If you search on Google, the latitude is, the minimum latitude is minus 90 and the maximum is 90. But for the longitude, it's minus 80 and minus 180 and 180. This is the also required. And yeah, that's it. Let's see it inside our form. We should see it now. Let me close this. So we set this one to true. Oh, this is true. And this one should be false, sorry. It means the geolocation enabled means the geolocation API is enabled. So this one should be false. So now we should see the latitude here inside our form. But when you have a bank card, you just set this one to true. But for now, we just set it to false. Okay, let's go back. I think I can come back with Alt and arrow. Okay. So let's style this, and we're going to copy it and make the longitude as well. So for the latitude text, let's make the text large, and we set the font to be semi-bold. And for the input, let's add some class name. And this classes is going to be similar to the one we have in the regular price or here in the path. So let's copy one of them. So this is the address furnished, and then we have the okay. Oh, let's just yeah, let's just do it. It's just for the review, for the practice. Let's do it again. So the classes, let's add some. Let's make it the full width firstly, because we want to have the full, and then we have 2, so this is to be the half of the screen. So the width is going to be full, and the padding X of 4, and also we have the padding Y of 2. And for the text, we set the text to be X large, and we change the color of the text to be gray 700. And let's set the background to be white. We add some border, and the border color is going to be gray 300. And let's make it rounded, so we have some rounded corner. Then let's add some transition for the effect with a duration of 150 milliseconds and with the ease in and out effect. Let's see, ease in and out effect. And when we focus on it, we want to have the background white. And also we want to set the color of the text to be gray 700. And when we focus, I want the border color to be a slate 600. And also I want to bring the text to the center. That's 0, I want to bring it to the center. So we just say text center. Okay, that's it for the latitude. And for the longitude, we just copy this paragraph and this input. Or we can just copy this div. We bring it down. Now we have 2 together. The second one is longitude. and the value is longitude. Let's copy this. The ID is longitude. So that is okay. And also we need to bring them next to each other. So for the div above, we change the display to flex. And we add some space between them by just saying space X, for example, 6. Okay. That's looks okay. And let's add the justify a start. I want them to be just here next to each other, like the beds and bath. But that's okay. And also we want to add some margin bottom of 6. So there's going to be a space between them, because this is not available if you have a bank card. So it's not that important for the styling. And also it's working too because we have the onChange enabled and created. And the minimum is a minimum and maximum we should change for the longitude. Why it doesn't have minimum? Oh, I didn't add the minimum and maximum. So for the latitude, the min is -90. The max is 90. Let's copy this. For the longitude, this is going to be 180 and 180. -180 for minimum and 180 for the maximum. Okay, now we added the minimum and maximum. The sizes got smaller. Okay, became like the bed. Okay, so we have the consistency in our design. All right, now let's enable this geolocation so we can start creating the onSubmit function. So now it's false, but we change it to true. And after that, we're going to add onSubmit event listener to the form. Just at the top. Just here on the form, we added onSubmit event listener that's going to call a function called onSubmit that we need to create now. So just after the onChange, we're going to add another function and we call it onSubmit. First thing first, we need to prevent the default behavior of refreshing the page by just getting the event here, and we just set the event dot prevent default. And this, we're going to call this method. So now when we click on create listing, it's not going to refresh the page. If we have all the forms ready, let me just put something here and have some images. If we click, you see we don't have a refreshing in the page. And also I want to have some loading effect. So when we click on the create listing, we're going to have the spinner and all the data is going to be uploaded to the database. And after everything is done, we want to stop the spinner and we're going to redirect the person to a new, that particular page. So we're going to add another hook here after this geolocation, and we call it loading. So we just create a constant and we call it loading with the function setLoading to change this loading status. And this is going to be equal to useState with the initial value of true. Okay. And if the initial value, sorry, if initial should be false, because after the clicking we make it true. So, and if the loading is true, we want to return the spinner instead of this page. So here before the return, we're going to return if the loading is true, like this, we want to return the spinner. Which is coming from the folder components and spinner.jsx. So we auto import that. Now, after calling the onSubmit, we want to set the loading to true first. And when everything is finished, we want to set it to false. So we set the loading here to true. So let's test this. We need to fill the form, the address, and this one minimum is 50. And we need to have some image. Now we see the spinner, and this is not gonna stop because we need to set the loading to false after uploading the data to the database or the images to the storage. So let's refresh the page. This is gonna reset everything. Okay, after the set loading, we want to check some conditions. For example, if we have an offer, we want the regular price to be less than more than the discounted price. For example, if the regular price is 53, we want to have the discounted price less than 53. So we want to have this condition. If this condition is not satisfied, we want to stop and send the person an error of this. So we're going to add some condition. For example, we say if the discounted price is greater than or equal to the regular price, we want to firstly set the loading to false, and we want to toast an error. So we create the toast, and first things we need to import the toast from the top. So we import the toast from the react-toastify, but just saying import toast from react-toastify, and we can use it now. We just say, where was it? Yeah. We just want to toast an error, and the error message is going to tell the person that the regular price is less than that, or we can just say it like this. So let me, we just write down here. We just say discounted price needs to be less than regular price. And after that, we just want to return. We don't want to return we don't want to continue to this function, the rest. This error is enough to stop the function and send the error to the person to fix the problem. So let's try this. So we fill this form. Okay. Now the regular price is more than discounted price. Let's choose an image. So now if you try, you see it's working. But if we have an offer and the discounted price is more than the regular price, we should get an error, and look, the discounted price needs to be less than the regular price, and we don't have the spinner too, because we set the loading to true. We set the loading to false. Okay, that was the first condition we want to add. So now this return actually should be inside the if. Okay, here. Yeah, that one should be inside, because we want to, if this condition happens, we want to return. Okay. So after this, we want to add another condition. We want the images to be maximum 6. If it's more than 6, for example, it's 7, we want to have an error saying the maximum allowed image are 6. So if we add another condition and we just say if the images dot length is greater than 6, then we want to set the loading to false. And also we want to toast an error saying maximum 6 images are allowed. So the images is not defined. We didn't add the images to the form data yet. So we're going to add the images here. And the images is just an empty brackets, because it's an object of different images. And then we need to destructure it from the form data here. So we don't get an error now. So let's try this. So we just write down something here in the address description, and we choose, for example, 7 images. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we have 7 files. When we click on create listing, let's fix this. So we get an error, maximum 6 images are allowed. Okay. So we have fixed this one too. Actually, we have double form checking, because we have the same system in the storage rules as well. We are not allowed to upload more than 7 images, or we don't have the ability to have more than 6 images inside the database as well. So we are checking everything in a few places, so we be sure that everything is all right. So after this toast, we need to return as well. So we don't want to continue this function if this error happens. After this, we're going to enable the geolocation. So we create a variable, we call it geolocation. And this is going to be equal an empty bracket first, and then we want to add the latitude and longitude inside this. And also we want to create another variable called location, and this is going to be the location we get from the Google API. And we say if the geolocation enabled, so this one, if it's true, we want to fetch data from the Google API. So we need to go to console to get this. So you need to go to the console. You need to search for console and Google Cloud. And in the search results, this is an add. We just click on here, console.cloud.google. And here, make sure you are inside your account and choose the application you are creating this. So you go to the All tab, and let me remember which projects I created for this. So let me go to the Firebase. We go to firebase.google.com and we go to our projects. We go to the console first. Yeah, I think the project name was Realtor Clone React. So we need to choose this one inside here. So Realtor Clone React. I choose this, and I'm gonna enable the geolocation for this. So we're going to. So after choosing the project's name here, you just go to. You can search here. Geocoding. You just say geocoding. You search for geocoding, and in the result, you have geocoding API. You click on that. And we're going to enable this. So this is going to convert between addresses and geographic coordinates. So make sure to search for geocoding, not geolocation. Geolocation is a different API. So we enable this. And after enabling, we're going to be redirected, and we're going to, this is going to give us an API key. So we need to add to our projects. So we have now this enable geocoding API. And let's see the details. As you can see now, they are asking me to enable my billing. So if you don't have the bank cards, you cannot continue this stage. So you need to have a bank card to enable your billing account. Otherwise, you just use the manual geolocation like a latitude and longitude that we have done just a few minutes ago. So we just need to choose, I choose my billing account, and this is includes my billing card. So you need to have the billing account, and I set the account. After that, this is going to give me the API key. So you just need to have your own API key. Don't use mine because I'm gonna change it just after the video. So, and also you can make an alert if you have more than $200 per month. It's going to alert you. Until $200 monthly, actually it's free. So they give you $200 credits a month, and you don't need to pay until the 200. And also, I don't want to enable the other Google APIs for this project, so I disable this. I copied this API key, and I go to my console. Make sure to always check this project's name. Sometimes this one changes, and it's going to enable this in your other projects. This happened to me one time. So now we go back to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to put this API key inside an environmental variable. So we open this Explorer section here, and we're going to create an environmental variable. Environmental variable helps you to hide this API key from the user. So they're not going to see this one, and you're not going to upload this environmental variable file to your GitHub repository, so nobody can see this code. So we create a file here. It shouldn't be here, actually, sorry. It should be outside. So I close everything. It should be here, outside the file. And we just call it .env.local. And here you're going to create, as you're using React, you should write down React _ AP React app _ geo code, all uppercase, _ API _ key. And this is just going to be equal to that code that you have copied. And you don't need to put this one inside the double quote like this. Okay. And in order to have access to your environmental, to this code inside your other files, you just need to have process.env.thisName. So I just copy this name, and we go to our create listing.js file. After just checking the condition, if the geolocation enabled, we're going to ask from the API. Okay, so we're going to create a response here. And the response is going to await, and we're going to fetch the API. As we are using await, we need to change this function from normal function to async function. So we don't get an error because we are using await here. And if the address for the fetching is this. This is the dynamic, so we need to have a backtick. And the address is https maps.googleapis.com /maps/API/geocode, and we're going to get the JSON. So it's JSON. We add a question mark because we want to add some queries. The first query is the address, and the address is coming from this address, which is we are getting from the form data here. This address. Whatever we write in the address, we get here. So this is going to be equal a variable. The variable name is address, which we are getting from the form data. After that, we add another query, which is our API key. So we just write key equals to another variable, which is the API key. as I mentioned, we need to get this one by using process.env.the_name. So we React app geocode API key. So this is the address. So we can use to get the information from the API. And after that, we get the data. So after this, inside this if, we still, we get the data. So we get the data, which is equal to another await. And we're going to convert the data we are getting to the JSON. So we just say response, this response dot be converted to JSON like this. And let's just console log the data. And we see what we are getting just for now. And yeah, we get the data. So let's test this. Let's go to our website. Now we just need to have the correct address. For example, I just write down an address in near my place. So 193 Wacom TCE. And we still have the images choose. We just choose one image instead. So, and then we open the console using F12. We see the response. So we click on create listing. We're getting an error. They said the provider API key is invalid. Request denied. Let's see what's the problem. We go to the credentials. Okay, see. That is the map API key. So we copied this and we paste it inside the environmental. Oh, the problem is when you add something to the environmental variable, you need to restart the server. Otherwise, you don't have access to the environmental variable. So we need to stop the server and we start it again using npm start. Okay, I just remember that we needed to restart the server to have access to the environmental variable. Okay, so I bring it here, close this. So let's wait for the website to be loaded again, and we're going to try create another listing. So I just add some name, whatever, more than 10, and the address 193 Wacom TCE. I know this is a correct address. So the description, whatever, and the price should be minimum 50. I choose one image. I open the console. Now we try. We click. Okay, we got the OK status. And inside the results, we have some things. This is the address. We are getting the formatted address. This is correct. And let me open this more. So yeah, the address is correct. And we're also getting the geometry, which is latitude and the longitude. Okay, now we can use this data to fill our form, and we're going to add this data to the database as well. Okay, so that's working. And if I just show you, if we put the wrong address, we get an error too. So let's just fill the form. But I just put the weird address that is not existed, we know. And let's try to choose one image and let's create. And this is going to give us an error. And the status is 0 results. So we want to later to send an error saying that if the status is 0 result, we're going to tell the user that the address was incorrect. Okay, let's do this one inside our. Let's first refresh this. And let's close the environmental variable, app, and the profile. So we delete, or we just keep this log here for now. So after this, we have created a variable here, geolocation. So now we can fill this one. We just say geolocation dot latitude is equal to the data we get, which is inside the results and the first array. Okay. So as you can see, we have two different results. It can be an error or it can be the latitude and longitude. So we need to protect us. So if this one exists, then we want to go to the geometry dot location dot latitude. And if this one is not existed at all, we want, if it's null, this one completely, we want to have 0 instead. And let's copy this one and we do this one for the longitude as well. So we just say lng, and this one is lng as well. And that's 0, 2. Okay. So that is fine now. Unexpected token, expected. Yes. Let's see. Latitude. Yeah, this one should have a dot here because this is inside that. Okay, now that is correct. Okay, and then we have the geolocation, latitude and longitude, and we can set now the location we have here. They have created. So we just say location is equal to. Remember, we had some error 0 results. So if we did data dot results or data dot status is equal to 0. It was 0 results. If this one happened, we want to, if this is true, we want to just set the location to be undefined. Okay. And if this error happens, if the location is equal to undefined, or just in case that just consider this one as a string, we want to have the location dot includes, if the includes these words, I mean the undefined, if it's like this, both is the similar. If it's this one, this equals undefined, or this is a string and the location includes that the string. First thing first, we want to set the loading to false. So we want to stop the spinner and we want to toast an error saying, please enter a correct address. Okay. Let's try this. And after that, we want to return as well. So after this, we want to return, and we don't want to continue this function. So if we have the wrong address, let me type something here. We just put the wrong address and we choose one image. Now we get a toast. Please enter a correct address, as we are getting the status 0 address. Sorry, 0 results. Also, this if we said at the top, we said if the geolocation enabled, do this one, do all these things. Otherwise, and from this if here, if at the top, so we have the if enabled, and this one is for that if the geolocation is enabled, you fetch the data. Otherwise, if it's not enabled, we want to set the geolocation dot latitude to the latitude we get from the form data, the one that we have defined. Remember, if the geolocation enabled was false, we had extra form fields which we were getting the latitude and longitude, and we save it inside the onChange function, and we set it inside the form data. Okay, so we want to use that data instead if we don't have the bank cards and we want to use just the manual entry. And also, we want to have for the longitude as well. So we have longitude. Okay. So now we are considering everything here. All right. After the latitude and the longitude, we wanna upload the images to the storage. So we wanna loop through the images and one by one upload them. And after that, we're going to get the URL of that image that is inside the storage of the Firebase. So here, just let's see where I put this. Okay, just on the before the onChange. So it's okay, we can just put it here. So we just say here, we create a constant and we call it image or img URLs, because it's plural, can be more than one. We're going to await, and we create a promise. And for all the images, we're going to actually loop through the images and put them inside the images. So we just say dot images dot map. This one gonna gives us each image, and for each image we're going to upload each image by just calling a function, which is, we just call it a store image. So, and we pass that image that we have. So we get each image and we just use this function to store it. And if this one is successful, If not, we're going to catch the error. And we're going to catch the error, and we're going to return. Firstly, we want to set the loading to false. Then we want to toast an error, just saying images not uploaded. And finally, we want to return. Okay. We get an error because we haven't, first things first, we're just using a wait. And this one should be inside that onSubmit function actually. So we just cut that one and we just put it inside that function. Okay. Now we are getting an error. A store image is not defined. So let's create this function here. And this function is going to help us to upload each image one by one to the database. And this is going to be asynchronous too, because we want to async, because we want to use a wait again, because for uploading we're using a wait as well. So we're going to pass the image and we're going to get it here, each image. Now let's search for how to be we upload it. So we just say Firebase, we search for Firebase image upload to cloud storage. So as you can see in the result, in firebase.google.com-docs-web-upload files, if you click on this, this is going to have an example. I'll show you in the example that is easier to understand. So here, this is the example. So we're going to get few things from Firebase /storage. First is get the storage. We want to get which storage we want to add our place. We want to get the ref upload bytes resumable and get downloads URL. So we're going to upload with this and we're going to get the URL with this. First thing first, we get the storage from the get storage. We create the reference, which is using this storage, and this is the address we want to have inside the storage. This is going to be dynamic for us because we're going to upload few images, and we cannot put the name. We need to have the name dynamically. So I'm going to teach you how to do it. Then we're going to have the upload task, which is going to use this upload bytes resumable, which is going to get the storage ref and the file. The file we get from the form, and we just call it image now for us. Okay, and the upload task has a method on method, which gives us the state change, and a snapshot. A snapshot shows us the process of uploading. For example, we want to know how many bytes are used to upload it, and we can see the progress. For example, how many percentage is done, and if it's paused, shows us the upload is paused, or if it's running, shows that the upload is running. And if there is an error, we can catch it here. And if it's successful, we can get the download URL using get download URL by passing the reference here. So we're going to use this one, but we want to put this one inside a promise because we want to use our own method. I'm going to show you here. So inside this function, we're going to return a new promise. And this is going to give us two things. One is a resolve. One is reject. Resolve is if it's successful, reject if we have an error. And this is going to return. First thing first, as I mentioned, first we need to get the storage, which we can get using get a storage method. Get a storage. So we need to import the get storage at the top. We're going to import, let me check here. We're going to import the get storage from Firebase /storage. Let me just copy this so we don't need to type it. So we're going to import get storage, ref, upload, bytes, resumable, and get download URL. So let's go back to, just go back here. So we get the storage. After that, we're going to define the file name. We just say file name. As we can see here, we need to have a file name, but our file name is dynamic. It's not just put the name. It's not only one file. So the file name, we just add a backtick because we want to make it dynamic. And first things, we want to see who uploaded the image. We can get this one by using auth.currentUser .user ID, but we should get an error. Excuse me. We should get an error because we don't have the auth here. So we need to create the auth at the top. Just here, we get the auth using get auth. And we need to import the get auth here. So we import get auth from Firebase /auth. And we have the auth now. So what's that error, which is missing semicolon 104? Let's check this one. Okay, the return is wrong. So return, this is correct. Now, so the file name includes the current user ID. We just, after that, we add a dash. The next variable, we want to have the image name. So whatever the image name is, so we just say image.name. Because when we are uploading, for example, here, each image has a name. For example, this one the name is this. We use this name as the second variable inside the file name. And we add another dash. And in order to be the image to be completely unique, for example, if the person is uploading the same image 2 times, we want to add some like a random letters, random numbers for it. In order to do that, we can use a package called UUID. So we need to install a package called UUID, and we can just create a very dynamic and with just letters and numbers, completely dynamic. So we can just create another terminal. Let me add another terminal. So we just install a package called UUID. So let's come back to our own. Yeah, this is the let me see. I think we stopped the terminal. I don't know what this is showing. Okay. Okay, let's close the terminal completely. And we start the server again. Okay, so we can now use the UUID. So let's bring this one here. So here, first thing first, we gonna import the UUID. Usually we import it as we just call it v4 as UUID v4. This is just we want to create the UUID based on this standard, and this is coming from UUID. Now, with this v4 standard, we can use this UUID v4. So I copy this. Here we just say we add another variable, and we just call that we use that UUID here. So we add the variable, and here we just say UUID v4, and this is, we need to call this. This is a function. Okay. Let's paste. That's correct. Okay. So now the file name is fine. We're getting some errors, but it's fine. We just need to we fix it later, these warnings. That's fine. So after defining the file name, we create the as you can see from the document, we need to have the storage reference. Let's copy this. So the storage reference gets this storage, and this is dynamic for us. So instead of this, we just use file name. Okay, after the storage ref, we need to add that upload task. So we just copy this. So we're going to use the upload bytes reasonable. We have this storage reference, but we don't have the file. Instead of the file, we are getting the image here, this image. So we replace this file by this image. This is going to upload that image. And after that, we are going to use this upload.on method. So I copy this all until yeah, we just copy all of them. We just paste it here. Now we need to just update some of them. So for example, here, that is all correct. The error is going to be that reject. So we have the resolve and reject. So the rejects is going to be this error. And for the get URL that we have here, instead of console logging it, we are going to resolve this. So we got resolve. So reject was the error. The resolve is the download URL, like this. Now, so the resolve is going to be here. Inside this image URL, because we are calling this function here. And the image URL is going to get the resolve or is going to get the error. And if it gets the error, it's going to stop it. It's not going to upload it because it's going to just toast an error for us. I think we can test it now. We just console log the images here. So we just log images or the image URLs, we see we get or not. So let's go back to our website. We're going to test uploading the, so we just put the name, address. I just put the correct address so we don't get an error. Description, whatever. This is the price. I just choose one image, for example, this new tree.jpg. Okay. Then let's open the console. And we just click on create listing. The name is not 10 character. So now we are, let's see. We're getting an error. Location.includes is not a function. That is yeah, location.includes is not a function. So just for now, we remove this location.includes. So we see that we get another error or not. So let's try this again. 193 welcome TCE. Description, price, and I choose an image. For example, new 8. So let's click on create listing. We're still getting an error. So Firebase storage as unknown, error happens. Okay, let's see. I think we got the image URL. Let's test this. Oh no, that is just the response, 400 response. So the first error was here. That is a map.catch is not a function. So let me see that. So we go back. This function. map.catch. So let me check that if it just makes some error here. Yeah, we need to close this parenthesis after the map here. So we don't need to have it here. And after that, after the promise and get the map, we're going to catch the error. So this is correct. So let's test it again. So I just put some name, address. Okay, I choose an image with the name new 9. Let's click on create listing. Okay, the upload is running. Okay, it's 100% done and we got the URL. Okay, it's working. So because we have uploaded only one image, we got one URL. And now if we check our console, we go to our projects and we go to the storage. We should see one image. Yeah, this is the user ID. This is the image name, which is the new 9.jpg. And this is the ID that we have created with UUID. This is the random letter and numbers. And the image is uploaded, and this is the URL. So you can see the URL here, and the image is uploaded by the high quality. Okay, let's try this one with 2 images at the same time. So we put this name, the address should be correct one. Description, the price, and this time we choose 2 images. For example, I choose in1 and in2.jpg, and we click on create listing. As you can see, the first image is uploaded, and this is the second one. You see the percentage. Okay, now we have 2 images URL. The first one, this is the first one, this is the second one. And if you check the database and we refresh the page, we should see now 3 images. This is interior 1, interior 2. Okay, in 1 and 2, and this is the person's UID. Okay, that's it. Now that we got the URL and we store it to this image URL variable, instead of console logging it, we're going to add it to the form data copy. Okay. So a few things we need to do. We need to add the image URL and geolocation to the form data. And also we want to add the timestamps as well. And after that, we can submit it to the database, which is the Firestore in our case. Let's just delete this console log. And we just go outside this and we just create a copy of our form data copy. For example, we just say form data copy, because we don't want to change the form data, the original one. So this is going to be equal to the form data, whatever inside the form data we have. And here we're going to add the image img URLs. We're going to add the geolocation, which is here. So we have the image with this one. We have the geolocation, which includes the latitude and longitude. So we add these two. And also we add the timestamp. So we want to know when the person submitted the form and the list. So the timestamp is going to be equal to the function server timestamp. Server times timestamp. And we need to import this as well. So we need to import server timestamp from Firebase / I think it's coming from Firebase / is the Firestore. Okay. Now we have this form data. Let me come back here. So we have the form data copy. We added the image URL. We added the geolocation, but we want to remove some of the data as well. We want to remove, for example, the latitude and longitude if we didn't use it. And also we want to remove the address because we have changed the address to the latitude and longitude as too. So we delete these two, and also we delete the images as well. And instead of address, we're going to have another field called location. Or we just leave the address. That's fine. We just leave the address. So we're going to delete the form inside the form data copy. We're going to delete the images. We're going to delete we're going to delete the form data dot discounted price if there is no offer. So we need to first check if they have an offer or not. So inside the form data copy, if there is an offer, so if the offer is true, we want to delete it. Otherwise, we just want to keep the discounted price. After that, we just going to submit this form data copy to the database. So we create a document reference, and this is going to be await, and we're going to use the add doc, which is coming from Firebase / Firestore, and we use the collection, and the collection is going to take three things: DB, the collection name, and also the form that we're going to submit. So we just get the DB, which is coming from, we need to import it manually, I think. So we just go up. After this, we're going to import the DB, which is coming from this Firebase.js, this file. I think it's here, the Firebase. And DB, after that, we have the collection name, which is listings. And and then we're going to submit after this collection. A collection is two things, DB and listings, but add doc is getting to collection, And outside the collection, we're going to submit the data, which is form data copy. And we set the loading to false if everything is okay. And we're going to toast. This time, instead of error, we're going to toast a success, which is saying listing created. Okay. Now let's try this. Let's try this. Let's go back to our website. We refresh the page. And we just write down a name. So we just put a correct name, for example, new home for sale. Address is 993 Wacom TCE. The description, we just copy this name. That's fine. And regular price, we choose some images, for example, some interior, some outside, 4 images, for example. And let's create it. As you can see, the images are uploading. And yeah, the listing is created. And let's first check the storage. We should have 4 more images uploaded here. And inside the Firestore, we should have a listing now. So we have a listing collection now. New listing is created. The address is 193 Wacom TCE. We have 1 bathroom, 1 bedroom. Description is the same as the title, new home for sale. And we have, it's not furnished. Geolocation we are getting. The images URL 1, 2, 3, 4 images. On the latitude and longitude, we need to remove this one from the form data too. We don't need them because we are getting them inside the geolocation. So we're going to fix this one. We don't need these 2. And okay, so we're going to delete this. The name is okay. False offer. So we don't have the discounted price. It doesn't have parking. We have the timestamp and the type is rent. So the things we want to fix is just remove the we're going to remove the latitude and longitude, or we just latitude and longitude. Okay, we can keep it, but that's fine too. We just delete it here. So delete form data copy dot latitude and longitude. Okay. And after the toast, we're going to redirect the person to the listing page. So we're going to use navigate to navigate the person. So first thing first, we need to create the navigate. So navigate is going to be, let's create the navigate here. So we just say navigate is equal to use navigate, which is coming from React Router DOM. Okay, let's come back. So we're going to navigate the person to this URL. We just say category. And the URL is dynamic because we want to we want the URL to be based on the listing ID. So the category, we want to check if it's the rent or the sale. So we can get this one by just saying form data copy dot type. And this, after that /, we're going to have another dynamic things, which is the doc.ref .id. We want to get this ID here, this ID, F0 something we're creating. So let's create another place. And this time we just choose sale. The name's the new place to sell. Just a random name. 2 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. Yes, it has a parking, furnished. The address, I just choose the same address. Description, I just copy the name. Yes, it's an offer. The regular price is $1 million. That's correct. Yeah. And the discounted price is just $100 less. And the images, I just choose randomly some of the images I have. Okay. And we click on create listing. So discounted price needs to be less than the regular price. Okay, this is less than that. Regular price. Let's try again. Discounted price needs to be less than the regular price. This is correct. So let me check in the code. Let's search for discounted. Okay, I said discounted price over regular price, we get an error. So that should be okay because it should be less than. So maybe I copied, something happens. So let me try 1 million. This one is 9999. Let's try again. Okay, it's not working. Let's refresh the page. We try again typing. So new place to sell. Bedroom, bathrooms. Yes. 193. WEC on TC. Let's try this. Yes, it's an offer. The regular price is $1 million. And the discounted price is 9,999. So 999,000. Let's try again. Okay, there should be a problem. So discounted price needs to be less than that. Okay, let me try again. So this is if the discounted price is over regular price, we set the loading to false and we toast an error. And then maybe our form has a problem. We just go inside, we check the discounted price. inside the form. Okay. So if we have an offer, the ID is discounted price. It's number. And then we have the regular price here, which is number, and the ID is regular price. So this is correct. No, let's. So let's check our states. So we should check the form data state. So inside the create listing, yeah, we have this state. Let me check the regular price is $1 million. This one is this is correct. Yeah. Let me stop the video and then check myself, and then I'll come back. All right, I have found the problem. Sometimes because we are getting the numbers from the form, it considers them as a string, not numbers. So this statement doesn't work. In order to be sure that this is number, we can add a plus in front of it. So we convert the string to number if in case it is not a number. So we just try again. We create a cell and we just say new place to sell. 2 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. Yes. The address is 993 WEC TCE. The description, we just copy this address. Yes, it's the offer. It's a $1 million price. And it's just $100 cheaper. And we choose the images. Okay. Now, it's working. We are not getting an error. And after everything is done, we're going to be redirected to that page, which is because it was a sale. So we have category /sale, and this is the ID of the listing that we have created. And if you check here, we have a listing that it starts with H1P. So H1P, this listing. So we have the address, description is the same, discounted price. We have geolocation, but we don't have longitude and latitude anymore. So everything is okay now. So we have completed here this section. In the next section, we're going to show these listings inside our profile, like the one in the final version. The final version, we see the listing is created by this person in the profile page. So let's add everything to GitHub, and we're going to review that. And in the next section, we're going to create this in the profile section. So we go back to our code. We can open the control. Using Ctrl+Shift+G, we're going to open the source control. Let's add all the changes including the installation and the information in package.json, app.js. We have created a page. We made it protected, and the create listing changes. Sorry. And we just going to call it add functionality, including onChange and onSubmit function to the create listing page. Create listing page. Okay, let's commit and push it to GitHub, and we check the GitHub now. As we refresh the page, we should see a new commit, which is created now, and the title is add functionality including onChange and onSubmit function.not function to the create listing page. Let's review what we have done in this section. As you can see, we have installed UUID for creating a dynamic name for our storage. We have protected our create listing page by adding a private route. And inside the create listing.jsx, let me show you. We have added the latitude and longitude. We have added a geolocation enabled in case you don't have the bank cards. And we have added the loading hook as well. So let's see. Inside the onChange, we have checked if the input is Boolean or not. So we set the Boolean to true or false. We have checked if the input is file. If it was a file, we tried to save it as inside the images. Then if there was a not file, so it would be text, Boolean, or number. So we're going to track that. If it's Boolean, we save it as a Boolean. If not, we just get the e.target.value. In the onSubmit function, first we prevented the default behavior of refreshing the page. We set the loading to true. If the discounted price was more than regular price, we set the loading to false, and we toast an error saying discounted price needs to be less than regular price. If the number of the images was more than 6, we have added another error saying maximum 6 images are allowed. We have enabled the geolocation API inside the geocoding API inside the Google, and if the geolocation enabled, we have fetched the data from the API by including our API key and the address, and we got back the latitude and longitude. And if the address wasn't correct, we set the location to undefined, and we toast an error saying please enter a correct address. Otherwise, we just use the latitude and longitude that is manually added to the form. We have created a function for storing the image. By using promise, we got the resolve and reject. So first thing first, we got the storage. We created the file name. And using upload task, we uploaded the images, and we tracked the states using this snapshot, the percentage of the upload, if it's running or it's paused. And if the error happens, we reject the error. Otherwise, we save the download URL using the get download URL function from the storage. As you can see, we have just looped through all the images. We're using the store image function. We have uploaded the image, and finally, if there is an error, we just say image is not uploaded. Otherwise, we just add the images URL to our form data. We have added also geolocation and timestamp. We have removed the images, the discounted price if there is no offer, latitude and longitude. And finally, we have submitted this form data copy to our collection listings as a new listing. And we toast the success of listing created, and we navigated the person to this address, which is the address of the listing page, and we're going to create the page later in the course. And also we have added the onSubmit event listener to the form, and just we have fixed the value of the rent from sale to rent. And also, if the geolocation is not enabled and we don't have the bank cards to enable it, we have added a new form data so the person can manually add the latitudes and longitude by this form. These are okay. We didn't change this button. Okay, so that was it for our create listing page. We have added all the functionality and everything to our page. In the next section, we are going to create and show this list as a new component inside the profile page. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the create listing page. In this section, we're going to add the listing, my listing, to my profile page. As you can see from the final version, after the form and the button for sell or rent your home, we have a title, my listing, and all the listing that is created for this particular person is added here. And you have the ability to edit or delete the listing. And when we click on it, you're going to be redirected to the listing page as well. And if you look at this page in the mobile screen size, let me open you can see if we have a big screen like this, we have five listing in one row. And if we have a smaller screen, we get 4, 3, 2, and finally 1 listing when we have a mobile screen and a smaller. And it's responsive in a way that is always in the center. So we're going to achieve this using a grid system in CSS, and we're going to achieve that using Tailwind CSS. So you're going to learn how to use grid to create a different number of columns in your screen when you have different screen size. Okay, let's first thing first, we need to just create this title, and also we need to create another component for just this one listing, and we're going to loop through the listings we have, and we're going to fetch them from the database and show them all here by using map method. So the only things I forgot last time, if you look at the listing, we have all the information, except we don't know who created this listing. So if we don't know who created this listing, we cannot loop through this listing of that particular person. For example, here, I've signed up with this Gmail, and I'm authorized with this Gmail, but I want to just fetch the listings related to this person, but I don't have any clue that who created this listing. So when we were adding the data to the form data copy, if you remember, just let me show you. In the create listing.js X, at the end, we created a form data copy, and we have added the image URLs and geolocation and timestamp. So now we can add another things, and we call it user ref, and we know who created this listing. So we can get this unique ID of the person. For example, this unique ID. For example, this Gmail. Let me see. Yeah, this Gmail has a unique ID, which is this one, KQOR. It starts with these letters. So we want to add this number, this unique ID, to the listing that the person created. So we just need to get this one from the auth.currentUser.uid. Now, if we create a new listing, we should see it. Let me create a new one. So I click here. Let's create a cell, and I name it, for example, an apartment, or a beautiful, or so a nice apartment with great view. Just 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms with the parking, furnished or not furnished. The address, I just use the address that is working. And description, I just copy the name for now. I just copy it 2 times. Yes, it's an offer, and the price is, for example, $2 million. And this is just $1,000 cheaper with the discounted price. And let's add some images. For example, I just choose some of the images. I click on create listing. So there is a problem with the images. So let me choose another image. Maybe the size was more than 2 megapixels. Let's try these 3 images. Okay, I don't know why the image is getting an error. So let me console log. Okay, see unsupported field. Let's try it again. Let's just choose the one image. Okay, this is the error. So in Firebase error, we have function add call with the invalid data. unsupported fields. Okay, let's see. So image URL. Okay. Okay, should be here. The problem should be here. Let me pause the video and find the problem, and I'll be back. Yeah, I've tested again. Actually, there was no problem. I just refreshed the page. I think there was just I turn off my computer. Maybe I sign up or something happens, but there was no problem. So let's create it again and test it. So a new apartment with great view. Let's create it super fast. Description, I just copy the address. Yes, $2 million. And yeah, just $1,000 discount. Let's choose some images. And we create the listing. So let's test, see which listing is added. Let me see. Yeah, this is the one we added now. You can see the description was the address. And we want to see that, yeah, we have the user ref now, which has the same one that the person is created, KQOR. Okay. Now we have this information. We can easily find all the listings related to that person and show it inside the profile here. So let's start doing that. Let's start creating this section. The first things we need to do is just use effect hook to fetch the data from the database. So we go back to the page profile.jsx. So inside the pages, we go to profile.jsx. Let's close this create listing. We don't need it anymore. So in the top, just before the return, we are returning here, we create a use effect. And by using that one, we can fetch the data once the profile page is loaded. And also we can use the loading piece of state to just you just show the spinner, or even we don't need it because we already have the spinner here. Okay, we already have the spinner. We just add the loading because here we have the spinner. When this one comes, we can just wait until this section is loaded. It's not necessary to add another loading for this section. We can just have this section and this one just loaded itself later. So we're not going to add extra time for a spinner that this is going to be annoying for the person. So the person can see this part, and this one is going to be shown later. Okay, so let's go back to here and we create the use effect. And this is going to come from React. So we're going to import it. So user effect is going to call a function, and we just add some dependencies. For now, we just put an empty bracket. It means just one time load the function inside the use effect, and that's just when the page is loaded, just call this function. And as we are using a asynchronous function, and we cannot create this function asynchronous, we create a asynchronous function here, and we're going to call it inside the use effect. So we call this function. So I create a asynchronous function here, and I call it fetch listing, or fetch user listing, because it's related to the user. So fetch user listings, and I'm going to call this function here. So I just say fetch listing, I call it here. So when the page is loaded, we're going to call this function as soon as possible. And so we're going to get the collection. First, we need to create a reference. So we just say the listing. Reference is like a address. So the address for this listing is, we can use collection, which is coming from Firebase Firestore. And the collection has DB. We just say DB, and we need to import DB as well. So we go up. Oh, we have the DB here. We already have it. So DB, and also the collection name is listings. Okay. And after the reference, we can just make a query, because we want to just get the listings that the person is created, not the other listings. So we need to specify that one. We can simply do that by creating a query. So we call the query queue, and we can use the query method from Firestore. So we need to import it. And the query is going to get few things. The first thing is the listing ref. And then we want to say, where do you want to get that? So we use the where from Firestore. The place we want to get, we want to have the user ref that we have added to the listing. This one should be equal to the auth.current-user.uid. So we're going to use auth. So let me see that we have auth. Yeah, we have auth here. So inside auth current-user.uid, we can get the authenticated UID, and we just check that one with the user ref inside the listings, and we just fetch these one, not the other ones, and we want to actually sort that one as well. So after this, where we can sort it by using order by, which is coming from Firestore as well. And this order by, we want to order it by time, which is a timestamp, and we want to make it descending. So the new one comes first. Okay. So now we are fetching that. We made the query. So after the query, we can use get docs to get the document. So we just create another constant and we call it query snap to get the snapshot, and we use await to use the get docs. Get docs is coming from Firestore as well, and get docs we just can pass that query that we have created. So this is query snap, should be like that. Okay. Now we got this one. We got this a snapshot including all the listing. Now we can create a variable called listings. We make it empty bracket from beginning, and we can loop through this query snap and add that listing data to this listing variable, and we can use this variable to show in our website. So we just loop through the query snap using for each method, and for each method is going to give us each document that is fetched, and we can just return that listings, and we're going to push each the document inside this array, and we're going to push an object each time. We want to get the ID, which is coming from the doc.id, the listing ID, and also we want to get the data. The data is equal to doc.data. Okay, now we have all the data inside the listings. Now we can just put it inside a hook called listings. So we need to create a hook here at the top. So I create a hook. We just say listing and set listings to change the value of this hook, and we can use a state to pass the initial value. The initial value, I think it's just an empty bracket, should be fine. Or from beginning, we just say this is null. It's not existed. Okay. And as I mentioned before, we can add a loading too. So I copy this. So we just say loading and set loading. And the initial value is going to be, you can just, we can just set it to be false at the beginning. And when we are using the use effect here, when we call this function, first we set the loading to be true. And then, or we can just set it to be true at the beginning. And then when we finish fetching the data and adding it to the listings, we can set the loading to false here at the end. Here, when we set it inside the listing and we set the listings to be the listings here, this variable, we can set the loading to be false. So first, we want to avoid showing it inside our profile, but when the data is fetched completely, we want to show it. So I'm going to show you in a second how we do it. Okay. Now As you can see, now we are getting a warning that we need to add auth.current.user.id as a dependency here. So we can just copy this one and put it here. So now each time the person is changed, the authorization changed, the user first is going to be triggered, and then the new data is going to be fetched. Okay, now we can start creating the UI. We just add the title and loop through the listings piece of state. Okay, after the button. So after this section, we just create a div here. And inside the div, we just say if the loading is false, it means that the loading is false. This one is true. So we don't want to see this section when the loading is true, because first is true. When the data is fetched, we set it to be false. So when this one happened, we want to see this section. And also we want to see if there is a listing. Maybe the person didn't create any listing. So the listings.length should be more than 0 as well. So these two conditions should be satisfied. And we just return an empty bracket. And inside the empty bracket, we're going to loop. Firstly, we want to create a h2 tag saying my listing with a capital would be nicer. Let me check. So if you refresh the page, we don't see anything. This person already created something, but we don't see it. The reason is first time you cannot see it, because as I mentioned before, you need to create an index for this query. Any query you do, you need to create an index. As we don't have any, as you can see here, we have built the indexes that you need to power your compound queries. So you can make these indexes manually, or you can just click on the error in the console here. The query requires an index. So if you click on this link, this is going to automatically create that index for you. So you just need to choose the account that you have created, that Firebase, and this is going to redirect you and ask you to create a composite index. Now, if you click on the create index, this is going to create and build the index. This is going to take a while, so we cannot see anything here until the listing is built. So while this is building, we just keep continue styling our website. So for the H2, I just want to make the text to be 2x large. I want to bring it to the center using text center. And also I want the font weight to be semi-bold, which is equal to font weight 600. Okay, that listing, the head is created. Then we want to make an unordered list for the listing we have. And inside the unordered list, we want to loop through the listings. So we just say listings, the hook that we have, dot map And this is going to give us each listing. So we just get the listing here. And we can just return a component. As I mentioned before, we want to create a component for these things. And we call the component listing item. Now let's close this. And we need to create this listing item. So inside the components folder, we create a new component and we call it listing item.jsx. And we just use RFC to create a React functional component. And the only data for now I want to get here, I want to create, we get the listing, and also I want to get the ID here, and I want to return the listing dot name. Okay, let's pass these props here. The first prop I want to pass is, we need a key firstly, because it's a map. We're going to get an error if we don't add the key. So the key is going to be the listing.id. And also I want to pass the ID as well. So this is going to be listing.id. And also we can just pass the listing as well. The listing is equal to listing.data. So we passed the data ID, and also we have added the key. Let's see that if the we haven't imported the listing item. So we can just use Ctrl space to auto import this one from the components folder. Okay, now we still cannot see it. Yeah, because it's still building. I'm gonna pause the video and I'll be back when the building is completed. Okay, it's enabled now. And now if you go to our website, we refresh the page, we should see the title, my listing, and also the name of the two listings that this person is created. Let's continue to style this because I wanted some space here. So in the div at the top that is covering this, I'm going to add limit the max width to be 6 XL, and I want to add a padding in the x-axis of 3, and also I want to add some margin top of 6. And for bringing it to the center, we can use MX Auto. So let's see it. Now we have this margin. The max width is applied. And also we have a margin top on the title. So let's see what else we can add. That's it. For now, that's it for this section. And we have created the listing item. In the next section, we're going to complete this listing item.jsx, and we're going to show the listings like the one in the final version. As you can see, like a card. We're going to create a card, a reusable component, which is our create item.jsx, and we're going to create some listing and show them like this. We add these effects, like this zooming effects. We're going to add this timing. It shows when the listing is created. And yeah, we're going to get these icons. Yeah, this is going to be very fun. So I see you in the next section for the listingItem.js. Oh, before we forget, let's add this one to the GitHub. So we open the control source control using Ctrl-Shift-G. Let's add whatever we have changed by clicking on them, and we just say create or add my listings section to the profile page and create the listing item component. Okay, and then we can just commit and push it to the GitHub. So now if we go to our GitHub repository and we refresh the page, we can see that the last commit is created 15 seconds ago. And it's just to add my listing section to the profile page and create the listing item component. The changes we have done, firstly, we have created a new component called listingItem.jsx. We just got the information like listing and ID, and we have shown that inside an empty div. So inside the create listing.jsx, as I mentioned before, we didn't have the information of the user. So we have added the user ref, and we got the information from the auth.currentuser.user_id or unique ID. So the profile page, in the profile page, we have I show you here. We have used the use effect hook to fetch the data from the database. First, we have created a listing reference with the address of the listing, which is inside the collection listings, and then we have created a query which is using the address, and the condition is get the listings that the user created. So with just this equation, user ref equals to auth.currentuser.uid, we could achieve that. And then we sorted that using order by method by descending time. So the new listings would be in the top of the list. Then we use getDocs to get that data from the database, and we put it inside a variable called listings. We push them one by one to the listing variable, and finally we set that variable inside a piece of hook called listings. And we set the loading to false. And we're going to see it here in the bottom. When the loading is false, we can see this section, or the listings length is greater than 0. And we have looped through these listings here using map method. And we have created a new component called listing item. And we have passed the listing ID and the data. So that was it for the my listing sections. In the next section, we're going to complete the listing item component. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have looked through the listings and show it in the profile page in the My Listings section. And also we have created a component for each of them. In this section, we're going to complete the component, the listing item component, and create it like the one in the final version. If I zoom this a little bit and show you the details here by drawing, as you can see, this is just the one component we have here, and includes many divs and like a listing, heading, and etc. We have an image here in the top, and this component is relative, the position is relative, and we have an absolute position here. So we can see the date that the post is created, the listing is created here. It's going to be positioned absolute on the top left. Then we have, let me show you here with the pen. Then we have an icon here for, it looks like the, I think we call it a map, like a marker or something. So we have the marker here, we have the address, and as you can see, the address is truncated, and the truncation happens when the address is bigger than the size of this component. Then we have the name of the property here, which is truncated as well. Then we have the, let me change the color. Then we have the price of the place. If it's discounted, we show the discounted. Otherwise, we just show the regular price. Then if it's for rent, we just add dash months at the end. Otherwise, we're going to remove it. Here you can see the number of bedrooms, and here we see the number of bathrooms. And finally, we have two icons, one for editing and one for deleting. And there are going to be positioned absolute as well, because they have to be always on the bottom right side of the component. So we're going to do this one. It's going to be very fun to create this, and we can use this for all the listings. For example, I'll show you one. For example, this one is for sale. So we don't have dash months here. And the name is small, so it did not truncate it, or the address is small, is not truncated as well. And you can see the first image of that listing is going to be the image that is showing here. And also it has a beautiful transition zooming effect. And yeah, you can see that is very dynamic and very nice. Okay, let's start creating this. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and we just go to the listingItem.jsx, and I just want to bring it this way, and the final version on the right side, so we can see the changes in real time. And I close the Explorer section here using Ctrl B. Okay, let's prepare everything. So this, because we have created an unordered list for the my listing, I want to create a list here. So I changed the div to li, which is for listing. You cannot see any change, but it's very good for the search engines. Let's delete this and we bring it down. And as everything, as you can see from the final version, when we click on each listing, we are going to be redirected to that particular page, which is for that listing. So we have to put everything inside a link tag. So here we just add a link tag. The link tag is coming from the React router down. So let's close this and let's import it from React router down. So we're going to import link from React router down. Okay. And this is going to the address of that listing, which is going to be like this. So this 2 equals, because it's dynamic, we add a curly braces and backtick. So this is going to category // we add a variable for listing dot type, and then we add a / and we need to add the ID of the listing. So we just add ID because we are getting the ID from here. So now we cannot see anything because we haven't done anything, but when we finish it, when we click, we go to this address. So inside the link, first thing first, we add an image tag. And the source for this image tag is going to be listing.img URLs. Okay, URLs. But we don't want all the images. We just want the first image. Okay. As you can see, we see the images of each listing. And if you click on this image, we go to its page, the URL here. You can see its category, rent, and the ID of the page. The next one as well. It goes to that page. Okay. So it's working. Let's continue adding the stuff inside our component. So after the image, we're going to add this time, but the time is dynamics, and we need to get it from the Firestore. For example, in Firestore, if you go to the database and the listing, you can see that we have timestamp, but the timestamps is a kind of weird. We cannot use this one, 17 August 2020, or this one. We just want to change it to the way that shows how many minutes ago or seconds ago or months ago the listing is created. So in order to do that, so this one came out. Okay. In order to achieve that, we're going to use a package called moment. In order to use the moment for React, we're going to use a package called React Moment. So if you search React Moment on Google, we're going to see an npm package in the search result, and the package name is react-moment. It's very simple to use this package to show this one, and it's very popular. As you can see, it has more than 200,000 weekly downloads, and it's free to use. In order to use it, we just need to install React Moment, and for using it, we just need to add this moment inside the component. Okay, let's install this. So we go back to our terminal inside the Visual Studio Code. I'm going to stop the server and just install React-moment. This is going to install the latest version of this package, which I believe it's 1.1 if they didn't change it. So let's check the package.json. So inside the package.json, now we have React Moment with the version 1.1.2. Okay, so we can use it now. Okay, let's start the server again. So npm start. This is going to start the server. Let's close the previous one. So this is going to pop up the new server. Okay. In order to add the React moment inside our website, we just, after the image, we're going to use that moment. We just say moment. Okay. And we just close it. And inside the moment, we're going to add that listing dot timestamp and we just convert this one to date, but just we protect it in case it's null. Just we add dot to date, so it's going to convert it to date. So let's see. They said the moment is not defined. We need to import it from React Moment. We are auto importing it now. Okay, now let's go back to our listing. Okay, now we can see it like this, but we can add some more things to fix it. For example, inside the moment, we are going to just add from now. If you add this one, you can see that this post is created 4 hours ago. The next one too, 4 hours ago. When I was recording, it was 4 hours ago. Okay, this one is working. So if you create a new one, it's going to be, for example, a few minutes ago or a few seconds ago, just comes. Okay. So we have achieved that one. After that moment, we're going to create that address, this address. And the styling is going to be at the end of when we have completed everything. Okay, after this one, we have this address. So we need to get this icon. So we go to React icons again. So we search for React icons and we're going to the GitHub page, React icons, and we're going to search for an icon called location on. This is the icon I want to use from MD location on. So I click to copy the name. And let's go back. First thing first, we import it. So we import this icon. The name is let's paste it, MD location on, and this is coming from React icons /MD. Okay, we should see it now in our website. No, because we haven't added yet. So after the moment, we're going to, because we want to keep it next to each other. So I added one div, and inside this div, we add another div. And here we add the icon. So you should see the icon now. The color is black, and later I'm going to style it and make it green. After this, we're going to have a paragraph just showing the location. So it's going to be listing.location. So listing.location. Let's save it and refresh. So we cannot see it yet. Let me see which name I saved. Okay, it's not the location, it's address actually. We have saved it as address. So we need to change this one to address. Okay, now we see the address. After the address and this div, outside this div, we're going to have let's see, we put it outside this div. Okay, and we add a paragraph, and the paragraph is going to show the listing name. So listing.name, like this. After this showing the name, we are going to show this one. This is the name. We're going to see if this is an offer, we show the discounted price. If not, we're going to show the regular price. So let me just, okay. So this is going to be inside a paragraph as well. And this inside the paragraph, we have a $sign. And if the listing.offer is true, we want to see the listing.discounted price. Otherwise, we want to see the listing.regular price. Okay. You can see the price now. Both of them are discounted. We are seeing the discounted price. But the problem is, as you can see, the numbers is just next to each other without any comma. Here in the final version, you see each 3 digits are separated with a comma. So in order to do that, there is a simple trick to do that, but I'm not going to type it. I'm going to paste it here. You can just get it from the GitHub repository, or you can type it yourself. So we need to just, after this, we add this one, toString. First, we convert it to string, and we replace it with this, everything like this with comma. So This is I found on the internet and one GitHub, one Stack Overflow post. So as you can see, the comma is added. You don't need to memorize this. You can just get it from the GitHub repository. We also need to add it to the regular price in case there's no offer. Okay. So you can just get this one from the GitHub repository from this URL, React clone this page. Okay. So after this, inside this paragraph, in case this is a rent, we want to add so if the listing.type is equal to rent, we want to then we want to show this one, a space, a slash, months. Okay. So this is listing the type. These are rent. Let me check. Okay. So the one that we have created, yeah, the type was rent. Okay. But the price was a bit weird because $1 million for rent was a bit too much. Okay. Later we check if there is a problem in our coding, we can fix it. But just for now, let's finish this component. So after this paragraph, we're going to create that part, the beds and baths. So we just put them inside a div. So we create a div. And inside this div, we're going to have another div that includes a paragraph. And this paragraph is going to show the number of beds. And we're going to make it a little bit dynamic. So we just say if the listing dot bedrooms is greater than 1, we want to let's add a backtick to have a dynamic things. So we add a $sign, and here we just say listing dot bedrooms. This is the number. And after that, we just say beds. Otherwise, we want to just say one bed because we want to, if it's plural, we want to say beds. If it's singular, we want to just say one bed. Okay. So if it's more than one, we just put the number of the bedrooms with beds. Otherwise, we just say one bed. As you can see, this one is plural, 3 beds. The other one is 3 beds as well. So in the final version, we have 3 beds, 5 beds, 1 bed, 4 beds. You see that we are following this convention. Okay. So for the next one, so after this paragraph, we're going to add another div. And inside this, we have paragraph. And this is going to be for bathrooms. So we just say if the listing dot bathrooms are greater than 1, then just show the number of bathrooms. So this listing.bathrooms. And after that, you just say baths. Otherwise, you just say one bath. So you can see the one bath. That one is two baths. Okay. So that's finished for this part. For the editing and deleting, we're going to do it later when we are doing the adding the functionality for this one. But for now, just we style this. We're going to add that one later. All right, let's add the styling. So for the li tag, we add a class name. As you can see, the background color is green in the page. I want this component to have a white background. So I just say bg white for background white. Now you can see it. And let's make it flex. So we change the display to flex and the flex direction to column. So everything goes on top of each other, and we use justify between to add a space between things. And then item centers to bring them to the center. Let's refresh the page, see the changes. Okay. Now, after this, let's add some shadow effect, a medium-sized shadow. But when we hover over the components, I want to have the shadow, but the bigger size. For example, shadow X large. And let's make it a little bit rounded. For example, rounded medium. And also we want to remove the extra by using overflow hidden. So now you can see the rounded even at the top. So the image is not going outside this. Okay, after the overflow hidden, we add some transition on the shadow. So we want the shadow to have a transition and with a duration of, for example, 150 milliseconds. So we should see the shadow. Okay, that was it for the LI. The next things we want to style is this image. So for the image, we add a class name. And the first class we want to add is, we just set the height to be 170 pixels. And let's so after this, we're going to add the width of full to have a, you can see the change now. And after setting the width to be full, we just set the object to cover to make the image does not have any stretch. So if the image is the size always be the same aspect ratio. So after the setting the object to cover, we set the hover effect to a scale 150. So when we hover over it, we want the scales to be different. But we wanted to have it with the transition. So we just add a transition on a scale. and with the duration 200 milliseconds with the ease in effect. So now we should see like this one. For the image, I want the loading to be lazy. So the meaning is loading lazy means until we reach to that image, we don't want to the image to be loaded. So it's going to help us to load the page faster for the person who is watching the page. So always put the loading to be lazy, so that is going to help for the user to see the image. We don't need the alternative text. And after this, we're going to install the moment. So let me check that we have done all of them correctly. Okay. Yeah, the scale is not 150, it's 105. So that's why it was too much movement. This is the one I meant. So the scale is 105. You can see. We still have to style it. It's not finished. So for the moment, we want to this time to be here in the top left. So we set this one to absolute. The position to be absolute. And for the li, we will set the position to be relative, because we want it to be relative to this. So this is relative. So now we want it to go in the top of 2 and the left 2 as well. Okay, the top 2, not tip 2. Okay, so you can see the position here, and I wanted to have a background color, and I want to have a specific color, which is 33, 77, and CC, which is a kind of blue color. And I want the text to be white and also uppercase. And let's make the text to be extra small. And we set the font weight to be semi-bold. And we just set the rounded to be maybe medium is enough. And then we want to add some padding in the x-axis of 2 and also padding in the y-axis of 1. And also we want to add some shadow large effect like this. After this a moment, let's style this div that is covering everything here. We set the width to be full and we set the padding to be 10 pixels. Okay, and after that, we just install this. So we change the display to flex to bring these two next to each other. And we can use item centers to bring everything to the center horizontally, sorry, vertically, and we add a space between them of 1. So that's it. That's it for this part. For the icon, let's set it to be a height of 4 and width of 4. and we set the color to be green 600. And for the paragraph for the address, let's just add some style. The style we want to use is font semi-bold. And we set the text to be a small. And we just add a margin bottom of 2 pixels. And finally, we set the text to be gray, in the gray color 600. And as I mentioned before, we want to just truncate it. So we want to hide the extra text with some dots at the end. So we just write down truncate at the end. For the name, this name, we add a class name. And the only things we want to do is just set the font weight to be semi-bold. We add some margin at the top of 2, and we just set the text to be large. And we set the text color to be this color. I mean, just 45, 7, B, 90. Also, this is the color for this. You can see here. And yeah, let's change the text large to be X large, a little bit bigger. And yeah, we set the margin. Yeah, we set the margin to be 0 for this. And the color, just leave it dark. I want the color actually change the color of this offer, not that one. So this P is just a text, this color. So I wanted to change this one, not that one. And also I want to truncate this one as well. Okay, truncate the paragraph. So this is the paragraph. Let's set the margin top of 2. The font to be semi-bold. I think, yeah, that's enough for this. It looks good. And yes, that's a paragraph we need. And the next things we want to style is this div, which is here. So we change the display to flex to bring them next to each other, the beds and bath. And we just set the items to be center, and we add some margin at the top of 10 pixels. And we add some space between them using a space x3. Okay, like this. And for the div, for each of them, we just set the display to flex, set the items to be center to bring them to the center vertically, and we add some space between them, which is 1. Okay, that's it for this one. For the paragraph here, we just set the font to be bold and text to be extra small. Okay, like this. And we want to use the same things for the next one. So I copy this and also this one here. Okay. Now it's time to add the grid system to the My Listing. So if you open the Explore section and we just go back to profile.jsx, for the UL that is covering this page, covering the mapping of the listing, both of them, we add a class name and we just say if we just set the grid columns. Grid columns is 1 by default, so we have 1 column. But from the small to above, the mobile cells and above, we want to have the grid, but we want the grid to be with the columns, 2 columns like this. So now if we increase the size above the small, we should see 2 columns like this. And for the sizes large and above, I want the grid columns to be 3. For the X large, I want the grid columns to be 4. And for 2x large, I want the grid columns to be 5. And in the normal time, we just want to have the margin top of 6 to have some space here. And also we want the margin bottom 6 as well. So we have some space at the bottom too. So let's see. Okay, small and above, grid columns. So this is the things you see here. I still see some problem. There's no space between them. Let me check inside the listing item. For the LI, we add relative, background white, flex column, justify between, item center, the shadow, medium, everything looks okay, and overflow hidden, and transition shadow. Okay, for the link, so we don't have anything in the link, and image height is 170 pixels. Object cover. Yeah, everything is fine. But it looks a little bit weird. Let me stop the video and check it, and I'll be back. All right, I found the answer. We just need to add a margin 10 pixels to the LI and the contents, which is display contents, to the link. And this is going to make it without any problem. Okay, so that was it for styling of this. And also let's add some space between these two. So in the profile, just before here, we just add a margin bottom of 6. So this is going to be better. Now let's add some margin at the top to margin top 6 too. So I think it's already have margin top. Okay, that's fine. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So we open the resource control using Ctrl+Shift+G. So we add everything to the GitHub. And we just say complete the listing item component. So we just commit it and push it to GitHub. Let's check our GitHub. We refresh the page. And the last commit, which is complete the listing item component, we click on it. As you can see, we have installed React moment. And also in listing items, we have created the listing. We added the li tag, and inside it we added the link tag, which is going to that particular listing page. We added an image, which is getting the first image in the image URLs. We have added the moment, and by using from now, we could manage to get the correct timing. And finally, we have just added some bit number, like bathroom numbers, address, and etc. And inside the profile.jsx, we have make this one grid. So we just say after the small screen and above, we make it grid with the 2, 3, 4, and 5 columns. All right. That was it for styling for the listing item. In the next section, we're going to work on the edit and the delete functionality. So see you in the next section.